Once upon a time, mankind waged war against the demon kings. A squad of the strongest heroes, swordsmen, and mages was assembled for such a difficult mission. Among them were two irreconcilable rivals, Eugene Lionheart and Hamill. It seemed that nothing could reconcile their rivalry, until in one of the battles Hamill sacrificed himself to save his rival. Then Eugene promised him that his sacrifice was not in vain, and he would surely kill the remaining demon kings. But as it turned out later, this task was too difficult for him. Fortunately or not, 300 years later, our hero Hamill reincarnated as a descendant of his rival in the body of Eugene Lionheart. And now, reading a book about the events of the past, our hero was just furious that he was given the title of the Foolish, and Eugene somehow became the Great. This silly unknown author even made up a stupid love story about him and a mage girl. If only he knew who wrote it, he could confront them directly. Despite his frustration, he picks the book back up, questioning why others are celebrated with grand titles like the Wise or the Great, while he is labeled the Foolish. He wonders if the book was written by someone he defeated 300 years ago. The same thought extends to his companions, as none of them seem to have been involved in its creation. Then again, they would never have predicted that Hamill, once dead, would reincarnate with all his memories intact. Hamill died 300 years ago during the Demon King's mission, only to be reincarnated as a descendant of Eugene. Now he goes by the name Eugene Lionheart, a 13-year-old with the mindset of a modern-day Zoomer. As Eugene reflects on Eugene life, he finds it odd that the legendary figure, once disinterested in women, had a harem of girls, aside from his first wife. Eugene wonders if getting older increased Eugene's interest in women, but he also understands that everyone has needs, so having a harem wasn't a big deal. However, only the children of Eugene's first wife are considered the direct descendants, while families like Eugene's, despite sharing the Lionheart name, are classified as distant relatives. This distant relative status comes with restrictions, such as being forbidden from training mana or using real swords before undergoing the blood confirmation ritual. Eugene, however, has been using a wooden sword for 13 years, and now it's time to change that. As he trains, he charges and shatters the training dummy with swift, powerful slashes. His father watches with a mixture of fear and astonishment, noting that this isn't the first time Eugene has shattered it like that. Father also notices that for a 13-year-old, Eugene is remarkably muscular, definitely not natty. All of this scares his father, even though Eugene is his son. His child often doesn't act his age, and his eyes lack the innocence expected of someone so young, reflecting a maturity and intensity far beyond his years. Despite losing his mother at a young age, Eugene has never expressed any longing for her. Eugene evaluates the broken dummy with a ferocious look, silently criticizing the town's blacksmith for crafting such inferior equipment. He views the production and sale of such low-quality weapons as a crime that deserves punishment. His father coughed before telling him that he would give the blacksmith a warning, and then revealed that the blood ritual would take place tomorrow. Eugene couldn't help but think that this entire tradition was ridiculous. The so-called Lionheart ritual, held once every decade, was a farcical custom. All children between the ages of 10 and 15, whether directly related or not, were required to gather at the main family estate to partake in the ceremony. The ritual involved a competition to determine who was truly deserving of the Lionheart surname, but the main family had a clear advantage. They were allowed to train with real weapons and mana from an early age, ensuring that they remained superior while the branch families were kept at their level. Eugene's father gazed at the training dummy, deep in thought. It was clear that he saw in Eugene a talent so remarkable that it almost seemed impossible for him to be his son. His father regretted that if only Eugene had been born into the main family, or if he weren't so gifted, he wouldn't have to face the painful contrast between Eugene's potential and their harsh realities. Curious about his father's mood, Eugene asked what was bothering him. His father waved it off, dismissing it as nothing. Eugene sighed, suspecting his father was likely regretting not being a better parent. Suddenly, his father gripped Eugene's shoulders tightly, warning him never to compete against the children from the main family. No matter how skilled Eugene was, he wouldn't stand a chance against those who had been training with swords and mana for years. Eugene gave a small smile and promised he wouldn't. It was a lie. He knew the competition would be an easy victory, especially considering he'd essentially be up against children half his age. Spotting another dummy, Eugene made his way toward it, his thoughts on the upcoming ritual. There would be 3 from the main family and 6 from the branches. One of the main family's participants was the son of the first wife, while the other 2 were twins from a mistress. Besides the 2 most powerful from distant families, the rest would be considered underdogs in the competition. Raising his sword high, Eugene shattered the dummy with a single strike. He was eager to see how the descendants of Eugene would measure up. The next day, as the ritual drew near, Eugene made his way in the carriage, eager for what was to come. In his past life, he had thought of himself as a prodigy. As a child, learning came effortlessly to him, and his progress outpaced that of his peers. Yet Eugene still found reasons to critique his technique, often pointing out that with more effort, he could be much stronger. Eugene had always argued that he was already doing his best, but the truth was, not everyone was born with the kind of genius that Eugene had. The real challenge came not from his own limitations, but from those around him, especially those close to him who were masters of both sword and magic. Eugene was a legend in his own right, but there was someone else above him, Eugene. Bermut was considered as best in both swordsmanship and magic and was known as the god of combat. He was originally a duke in Kiel Empire but later retired and was lauded as a warrior up until he died. As for others, Sha the Wise was the youngest person to become master of the magic tower in Aroth Kingdom. Anise the Pious was hailed as a saint in the Holy Empire's Eurus, and she even got her own holy book. Moron too had his own kingdom, so in the end they all had good lives till their deaths. But, for all their success, Eugene couldn't help but wonder about why the Demon King was still alive. Bermut once swore to destroy every Demon King however he left one. Eugene knows that he perished at the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration. Yet, it seems that Bermut made some sort of promise to that very Demon King, and as a result, after he died, the war with the Demon Kings ended, bringing an era of peace that has lasted for 300 years. As Eugene ponders these thoughts, Sir Gordon, the man seated next to him in the carriage, remarks that Eugene must be feeling nervous. According to him, if he is, it will only make things harder when he eventually meets the main family. Eugene thanks him for the advice, but Gordon continues, noting that from here on, they are on Lionheart land. He assures Eugene that there's no need to prepare to get off just yet, as the main residence is still quite a distance away. Eugene finds it amusing that Gordon seems so smug, given that this isn't even his land. When Gordon mentions the property's vast size, Eugene comments that it must be inconvenient. Gordon assures him that with several warp gates scattered throughout, it isn't too bad. Eugene considers asking why he isn't allowed to use one of those gates himself, but quickly predicts the answer and decides it's best to just smile and stay silent. After some time, they finally reach the main family residence. It is enormous, with flags, big golden gate, but Eugene has mentally prepared himself for it. As they approach the main building, Eugene isn't at all surprised by the lack of a welcoming ceremony. There are Bermut's Lionheart flags with lion crest everywhere. The only people permitted to wear the lion crest on their left chest are those directly descended from the bloodline. Curious if any of his relatives have already arrived, Eugene asks Gordon, who informs him that he is the first. They head to the guest house. A maid named Hera greets Eugene and introduces herself, offering to attend to his every need during his stay. If he requires anything, all he has to do is ring a bell. Eugene appreciates the gesture of being assigned a personal maid, though he's not overly impressed. He asks about her age, and she replies that she is 16, having just completed her training period. Eugene smirks, thinking to himself that whoever assigned him an inexperienced maid is clearly trying to stir trouble. He imagines lecturing her for any mistakes she might make, though he knows it's not even worth bothering with the person who orchestrated the situation. It feels like an intentional attempt to harass him. When Eugene asks when the others will arrive, Hera tells him they should be there within the next 4 days, at the latest. He stands up, requesting that she guide him to the training grounds. Hera is a bit surprised but agrees to show him the way. Outside the main building, 2 children from the main family gossip about Eugene, mocking him for coming from a small rural town at the West End, and likely training with rakes instead of swords. One of the boys comments that his carriage probably reeks of cow manure, and even if Eugene is a relative, he will still be responsible for any damage to the main family's residence. The girl excitedly agrees, saying he's absolutely right, and suggests they go scold Eugene. The boy grins, claiming they are only going to give him a warning, then demands that the girl, Ciel, follow him. Another child from the main family watching from a window notices them. At that moment, Ciel, who has been aware of the boy, locks eyes with him. With an intimidating gaze, she locks eyes with the boy. Ciel's intense stare causes the boy to recoil, instinctively backing away. It makes her smirk as they go on their way. In the training ground, Eugene is practicing using a wooden spear and some wraps on his wrists. Even though he never neglected his training in his past life, Eugene has been training his body especially hard since his reincarnation. However, there was one thing. No matter how hard he pushed his body, he never felt tired or sick, and most of his injuries healed fairly quickly. As he swings the spear around, he wonders about his power being beyond imagination after reincarnating into his new life. While he swings the spear with incredible speed, Hera watches in amazement. She is shocked that, even with sandbags on his wrists, Eugene moves so quickly. The main family duo also arrives there and upon seeing Eugene practicing, asks Hera about it. She gets nervous seeing them both and asks why they came there. Cheyenne, the main family boy, instead of answering, asks her again about Eugene. Eugene pauses in the middle of his practice and yells at him, pointing out that he is clearly training. Calling them idiots, he turns back to his training, while Ciel, hearing that, pushes Cyan about it. Cyan becomes enraged and demands an apology from Eugene. But to his shock, Eugene, instead of yelling back, calmly apologizes. However, Cyan yells at him even more, finding the apology unamusing and demanding that Eugene bow down to him. Eugene refuses, stating that he can't bow to someone younger than himself. To this, Cyan snaps back, claiming that just because Eugene has the Lionheart surname doesn't mean he is their equal. As the argument escalates, Ciel reminds Cyan about the carriage. Hearing this, Cyan angrily orders Eugene to clean the carriage he arrived in, claiming the seat must stink from his body odor. Eugene, annoyed by the remark, tells Hera to clean the carriage instead, as she is his personal maid. Hearing this, Hera becomes nervous, feeling trapped between the two. Cyan, however, becomes even more enraged, insisting that it was an order he gave and that Eugene must follow it himself. Placing a hand on his crest, he yells, reminding Eugene that he was defying an order from a Lionheart. Eugene mockingly waves, introducing himself as a Lionheart as well. He jokingly suggests that they should be friends, to which CL excitedly waves back, introducing herself. However, Cyan refuses to be friends with someone like Eugene and grows furious at being ignored. Spotting a wooden sword lying nearby, Cyan quickly picks it up, determined to teach Eugene a lesson for insulting him. With that, he challenges him to a duel. A smirk spreads across Eugene's face, as though he had been waiting for Cyan to challenge him. Concerned for Cyan's safety, Eugene warns him about the dangers of recklessly challenging someone to a duel and tells him to leave him alone. But Cyan, undeterred, asks if Eugene is scared of him. This provokes Eugene, especially as Cyan continues mocking him, suggesting that if Eugene is afraid to fight, he should simply bow instead. Eugene clarifies that he doesn't want to duel, nor does he owe Cyan an apology. Cyan's anger intensifies, and he shouts at Eugene, claiming his parents never taught him honor. The insult strikes a nerve, and Eugene silently unties his sandbags, preparing for the duel. Cyan's shock is evident as the sandbags fall to the ground. Eugene stretches briefly before locking eyes with Cyan, demanding he throw down his handkerchief. With a swift motion, Eugene tosses his jacket to the ground, the sound of its impact heavy and resounding. Cyan is stunned, realizing that Eugene had been training swiftly while carrying all that weight, something he had assumed was for show. Regret fills Cyan as he realizes the gravity of his challenge, but with CL watching, he knows he can't back down without facing her mockery for the rest of his life. Summoning all his resolve, Cyan takes out the handkerchief, determined to reclaim his honor. He calls out to Eugene, officially challenging him. Eugene picks up his spear and accepts the challenge. In the blink of an eye, Eugene strikes Cyan in the chest, leaving him no time to react. The force of the blow knocks Cyan to the ground, and Eugene confidently declares his victory. CL rushes to Cyan, worried as he vomits from the impact. Turning to Eugene, CL accuses him of being a coward, claiming the duel wasn't honorable. Eugene, however, disagrees. He calmly explains that the duel had begun the moment Cyan threw down the handkerchief, making it Cyan's fault for letting his guard down. CL reluctantly agrees with Eugene's reasoning but accuses him of training with mana, which gave him an unfair advantage. Eugene denies the accusation, explaining that he can't use mana because he's a distant relative, and to do so, he would need to undergo a blood ritual. CL, however, isn't convinced. She points out his training with the weights and his incredibly fast attacks, which made it impossible for Cyan to react. Hearing this, Eugene smirks, mockingly suggesting that CL's beautiful eyes might have noticed more than she realized. He then sarcastically praises Cyan, acknowledging that Cyan instinctively stepped back to reduce the damage when Eugene attacked, which was impressive for someone inexperienced. Eugene mentions that Cyan has potential but is nowhere near the level of a true Burmit descendant. As Eugene reflects on this, Cyan manages to stand with his trembling legs and angrily calls him a coward for attacking so quickly. Eugene jokes that both Cyan and his sister calling him a coward proves they must be twins. He then walks toward Cyan and suggests he should admit his loss if he truly considers himself a direct descendant. Cyan turns his head in disappointment, while Eugene starts to think he should have held back, realizing that beating a member of the main family could land him in serious trouble. As Eugene contemplates this, a furious man strides into the training grounds, calling out to Cyan. He doesn't look like a Lionheart, wearing no emblem, so Eugene assumes he must be a skilled knight hired by the main family. Seeing the man, Cyan grabs onto him, crying that he lost to a country bumpkin, even though he was the one who issued the challenge. Hearing about the duel, the man grows worried. He then notices Eugene and apologizes for not introducing himself earlier. His name is Hazara, Cyan's personal instructor. Eugene also introduces himself, mentioning he's from GODLIKE, to which Hazara speculates that he must be from the Gerard family. Eugene confirms this, and in response, Hazara asks what happened. Eugene reveals that it was Cyan who started the fight and even insulted his father, calling him honorless. According to Eugene, that was reason enough for him to accept Cyan's challenge. Despite his concern, Hazara agrees with Eugene. He then turns Cyan around, suggesting he treat his injuries first. As they leave, CL excitedly waves, hoping to see Eugene again. Afterward, Eugene goes for lunch, digging into some KFC as Hera arrives with the information he requested. She informs him about who will be arriving after him. Hearing the names, Eugene realizes that the blood confirmation he expected might be starting soon. Eugene's goal remains clear: to screw over the Burmit descendants. While it's a bit much, he has no choice. It's the only way for him to become their direct descendant. In the mansion, Hazara presents Cyan to his mother, Anasilla, the second wife of Eugene Lionheart. Anasilla is furious that her son lost to a distant relative like that. Hazara confirms this and seems a bit worried for Cyan. Anasilla calls out to Cyan in a calm tone, but as he steps closer, she pokes him hard with a stick in her hand. She asks if it's true that he lost in one strike, then turns to Hazari, asking if his opponent had ever trained with mana before. Hazari confirms, revealing Eugene's identity and claiming that Eugene has no mana in his body. Anasilla then calls for CL, asking her what happened. CL explains everything, mentioning how incredibly fast Eugene was, and how, despite Cyan starting the duel, he didn't have a chance to react. Hearing this, Anasilla slaps Cyan in fury, angry that he challenged a distant relative and still lost to someone she deems lowly scum. She's furious because Cyan's father will return soon for the blood confirmation and will know about this, and everyone will sneer at her for it. Cyan apologizes with tears in his eyes. His mother, still furious, calls out Hazar, scolding him for his training, then orders him to retrain Cyan so that he won't disgrace her again. With that, Hazar takes Cyan with him, and as they leave, Anasilla opens her fan and orders Ciel to get close to Eugene. Ciel, confused, asks why, and her mother reveals that although she hates Eugene for defeating her brother, she wants to kill him. However, doing so would make people suspect her, and the guardian of the family code would be dispatched, which she must avoid at all costs. So for now, she just wants Ciel to get along with Eugene. Ciel gets excited hearing that, as she already wanted to get closer to him. Hearing this, Anasilla smirks, hiding an evil plan. The next day, 3 distant relatives, Deacon, Hansen, and Jules, arrive at the manor. Hera informs Eugene, who is still training with heavy sandbags on. Eugene thinks they arrived earlier than he expected. However, Hera nervously reveals that the head of House Lionheart is also there. Hearing this, Eugene falls into thought while Hera, flustered, suggests he greet the head but change his clothes first. Eugene, however, decides that wearing clothes will make him late, so he chooses to go while drenched in sweat. Outside, everyone is gathered for the grand entrance of the head. Eugene notices Anasilla, the second wife, and then spots Theonis, the lawful wife of the head. Standing beside Theonis is Eugene Lionheart, the eldest son of the main family, who looks nervous and anxious. After some waiting, Gilad Lionheart arrives, with his little brother, Gione, beside him. Gilad has 2 younger brothers, Guilford, who lives at the Lionheart Manor, and the youngest Gion, who is returning with him after 3 years. As Gilad gets off his horse, Theonis begins complaining about him not informing her before arriving. Gilad dismisses it, finding the question baseless since it is his house and he is the head. He then sees Yod and happily asks about his combat skills. Yod nervously reveals that he is doing his best, a response Gilad doesn't find amusing. Gilad then notices his second wife and children. He greets them excitedly, commenting on how much they've grown. He also meets Guilford and apologizes for not being there for his son's birth, a gesture Gilad finds quite kind. Finally, he notices the distant relatives standing in a line and invites them to a feast where they can discuss the details of the blood confirmation. At the dinner table, the entire family, including distant descendants, are seated. The direct descendants are on one side with the head of the family, while the indirect ones sit on the opposite side. Beside the distant children are 2 relatives from high-ranking families. However, there's also a strange man sitting at the table who isn't even part of the Lionheart bloodline. Ciel notices him and, curious, asks Gilad about it. Just as he's about to explain, the man gets up and excitedly introduces himself as Roverian from the Red Magic Tower. Upon hearing his name, everyone is shocked, especially Yod, who is sitting right beside him. Eugene also spits out his tea in shock and starts choking on it. Seeing this, Roverian becomes worried, but Eugene quickly reassures him that he's fine. Eugene is stunned because, since Roverian is from the Red Magic Tower, he might be Sia's apprentice. He also looks exactly like her. 3 years ago, she became the youngest person in Aeroth's history to become a master of the Green Tower. She even rewrote the Aeroth official grimoires, offering advice and teaching magic to all the magic towers, including the masters. To this day, the masters of those towers still follow her teachings as their grandmaster. Eugene never expected to meet someone connected to his old comrades there. Taking the chance, he stands up and introduces himself to Gilad. However, Gilad already knows that Eugene is the one his son insulted. Eugene confirms it but assures him he holds no grudge. Gilad then asks if Eugene said that because he won the duel. Eugene responds with determination, saying that he would have said the same even if he had lost, because if he couldn't defend his honor, he should endure the shame. This response impresses Gilad, who then calls out to Tyan, sitting there in embarrassment. He scolds him, saying that even though he lost the duel, bearing the Lionheart name and insulting Eugene's parents means he should apologize. Reluctantly, Cyan apologizes to Eugene, though it's clear he's forcing the words out. Gilad then asks Eugene about his father, and Eugene reveals they live deep in the countryside. Gilad grows curious about who taught Eugene how to fight, and Eugene admits that he learned everything on his own. This shocks the wealthy distant relatives, who are amazed that he beat Cyan without even having a tutor. Meanwhile, Gilad is excited about the upcoming blood confirmation, finding it all very interesting. After a while, the maids bring in the feast, which includes lobster, meatballs, and everything presented luxuriously. As the plates are set down, Gilad wishes everyone to eat well. The meal goes smoothly, and once everyone has finished, Gilad explains the reason he gathered everyone, which is to discuss the details of the blood confirmation. As the room falls quiet, Gilad reveals that, although he is the head of the family, he believes the blood confirmation is a very biased tradition. He explains that this tradition was created solely for the benefit of the main family, with limitations placed on the distant relatives. These limitations in turn make it nearly impossible for them to defeat the main family during the event. For this particular event, Gilad not only brought his 3 children, but also wanted to test the other individuals who bear the Lionheart name. Gilad goes on to say that the purpose of the event is to determine who the true descendant of Burmit is. Despite his position as head of the family, he seems genuinely a person who cares. Then, he points to Roverian, explaining that for this event, he brought someone from outside. Excitedly, Roverian stands up and opens a magic maze map on the table. The event will require participants to explore a maze that Roverian created, with each person entering from a different starting point. But the goal is the same for everyone, to defeat the chief monster at the heart of the maze. Along the way, they will also need to fight off smaller monsters, solve puzzles within the maze, and of course, face the final boss. Everything in the maze, however, is an illusion created by Rovarian using his magic, so it's not real. Rovarian designed the maze using a combination of summoning magic and high-level mind magic, as expected from a master of a magic tower. The goal of this event is to defeat the final boss, and whoever accomplishes this first will end the event. Each participant will then be evaluated based on their performance. One of the fatty indirect relatives expresses concern about someone not being able to escape the maze. Rovarian reassures him that all he needs to do is stand at the entrance, although doing so won't earn him good grades. Curious about the reward for defeating the monster, Eugene listens as Gilad reveals that the winner will be allowed to choose whatever they want from the main family's treasury. This sounds incredibly tempting to Eugene. After the discussion, Eugene starts walking in the hallway, already thinking about what he'll choose, feeling confident in his ability to win. However, as he's lost in thought, he's taken aback to see the wealthy distant relatives, Gargai and Desira, waiting for him in the hallway. Gargui, standing in a bouncer-like pose, trying to look intimidating, asks Eugene if he really won the duel against Cyan. Eugene casually confirms it with a nonchalant wave, brushing them off. Gargi, confused about what to do next, simply shrugs at Desira. Even though it's nighttime, Eugene heads to the training ground and begins practicing with a wooden sword. He slashes with powerful force, the sound of each strike cutting through the night. Midway through his training, he notices the distant family duo standing behind him, holding spears. The sight is bizarre to say the least. Gargoyle, still attempting his intimidating act, approaches Eugene and, out of nowhere, rips off his shirt, revealing a muscular build. He starts flexing his muscles in front of Eugene, who stares in utter confusion, thinking, what on earth is he witnessing? Gargi takes it further, offering Eugene the chance to touch his muscles. Pause my G. Eugene politely declines, but Gargai, undeterred, begins boasting about his family's access to a muscle growth potion. He explains that it accelerates muscle growth without accumulating mana in the body, and supposedly has no side effects. Basically steroids in a magical sense. Gargi even asks Eugene if he wants to try it, but Eugene shows no interest. Desira then joins in, adding that the potion also promotes beard growth. Shifting the focus, she points out Eugene's use of a wooden sword and questions why he's not using a spear, especially since he defeated Cyan with one. She throws a spear toward Eugene and challenges him to a sparring match, mentioning that she specializes in spears. Intrigued by the prospect of testing the strength of a high-ranking distant relative, Eugene accepts the duel. Meanwhile, Gargi loudly declares himself their sparring referee. Watching him, Eugene can't help but be reminded of Moron from his past life, sparking the fleeting thought, if could Gargai possibly be one of his descendants? Gargui eventually announces the start of the fight. As the match begins, Desira steps forward, determined to prove to Eugene that wielding a spear is no child's play. She instantly dashes toward him but halts mid-charge when she notices his flawless stance, leaving no apparent openings. Eugene smirks and provokes her, urging her to attack. The taunt strikes a nerve, and Desira charges at him with full force. Yet her attack meets an effortless block. Undeterred, she follows up with a rapid barrage of strikes, each one faster than the last. However, Eugene blocks every single attack with ease, barely breaking a sweat. As the exchange continues, Eugene silently acknowledges that Desira is skilled, impressive even, but still far from being a real threat to him. After blocking another strike, Eugene mockingly points out her inability to land even a single hit on him. He hasn't moved an inch from his position, yet Desira believes that his lack of movement could be his weakness. Determined to exploit this, she launches another charge, unleashing a flurry of attacks before abruptly leaping to the side. Confident that this angle would catch Eugene off guard, she lunges forward with all her strength. But to her utter shock, Eugene calmly stomps on her spear mid-attack, halting it entirely. Now left completely open, Desira freezes as Eugene calmly places the tip of his spear in front of her face, claiming victory. After the spar, Eugene goes to sleep, but Gargui soon arrives, offering him a chance to join forces with them. Eugene was furious that Gargai woke him up just to say that and questioned how they were supposed to team up if they all entered the maze from different starting points. According to Gargui, despite starting at different locations, everyone's destination is the same, and he plans to work together with his sister. He proposes that they all meet at the center of the maze to fight the chief monster together. However, Eugene, confident in his abilities, insists that he can handle it alone. Desira, who overhears the conversation, chimes in, agreeing with her brother. She also wants Eugene to join them, acknowledging his impressive strength. Eugene, however, grows curious about why they are so determined to win. Desira reveals that, in the history of the event, no distant relative has ever won, and now they see a real opportunity to change that. She inquires if Eugene shares the same ambition. By the look on his face, it's evident that he does. Meanwhile, in the manor, Anasilla stands by her window, gazing out. Her thoughts linger on Rovarian, wondering if he might be here to take Yod as his apprentice. From a young age, Yod had shown more interest in reading books than engaging in combat. His curiosity about magic had led him to learn numerous spells, setting him apart from others in his family. Anasilla wonders if Rovarian takes Yod with him. It could provide an opportunity for Cyan and Ciel to further enhance their skills, increasing their chances of securing the right to succeed as the head of the Lionheart family. However, her immediate concern is the upcoming blood confirmation. If her children lose in that event, they will be considered illegitimate for the rest of her life, a fate she cannot allow. However, now, more than ever, she wants Eugene to win the maze event. If he emerges victorious, it would overshadow her son Cyan's earlier defeat, protecting her family's honor. 3 days later, the blood confirmation finally begins. Everyone gathers around the cave entrance while Rovarian channels a portal within it. He concentrates mana in his palms and sends it toward all the participants. He then instructs them to mold whatever weapon they desire from the magical light he provides, simply by envisioning it. Hearing this, everyone begins stretching and pressing the light to shape it. Ciel manages to mold a stunning golden sword. She swings it around gracefully, marveling at its elegance, but she can't help but wonder what would happen if it broke. Rovarian, with a reassuring smile, reveals that since it is made of magic, it won't break. Curious, Ciel asks if she can summon an animal with the light, but Rovarian denies it, explaining that the light can only be molded into non-living objects. Creating living things is considered taboo magic, as the creation of life is a gift that only living beings possess. As they continue their conversation, Gargi also molds his sword, which is massive and appears incredibly heavy. It's his favorite sword, and he's amazed that he's able to create exactly what he imagined. Desira, as expected, molds a golden spear, while Cyan and Yod each craft their own swords. The other distant relatives also form their weapons, but Eugene surprises them by creating both a sword and a shield. Noticing this, Ciel innocently asks if he plans to fight her if they cross paths in the maze. Hearing this, Eugene turns to Gilad, asking him the same question. According to Gilad, they can fight, but this year, he wants to see their teamwork, as after all, they are all part of the Lionheart family. Hearing the word family, Ciel, with a grin, looks toward Eugene, which he finds pretty disturbing. Once they finish making their weapons, the mage hands them each a necklace to wear around their neck. This necklace is connected to their minds and will react if they experience any severe stress. Based on that, Rovarian will decide whether to intervene or not. It's basically a safety mechanism, just in case. They can also call for help by tapping on the necklace if anyone wants to forfeit. Explaining it all, Rovarian allows them to enter the gate, reminding them that as they step in, they will all have different starting points. Everyone begins walking toward the gate, some confident, some excited, and some nervous. As Eugene is about to enter, Ciel wishes him good luck, and he returns the sentiment. Stepping in and looking around, Eugene is confident that, having explored countless mazes in his past life, this will be easy. As he thinks about it, Eugene notices the narrow walls and ceiling of the maze, realizing that long weapons would be difficult to use there. He feels reassured that he made the right choice by selecting a small sword and a shield. Confident that he can get through the maze with ease, as it seems to be made for kids, he ventures in with determination. As everyone explores around, they start encountering monsters, with the first one being the indirect descendant. He is fighting slimes but gets overpowered by them and, in panic, asks for help. Hearing the call, Rovarian instantly teleports and takes him out. An hour after the event begins, 3 contestants, all indirect descendants, are eliminated. Seeing this, Gilad is disappointed and orders them to leave and rest. They all agree. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 are still exploring the maze, while Gilad and Rovarian are observing them through the portals. They watch Gargui, who is charging at trolls with full force, but as he swings his sword, it gets stuck in a nearby wall. It annoys him so much that he pulls out the sword with full force, slashing through the trolls with a single blow. He may be a little bit clumsy, but he's pretty strong and has little trouble taking down the monsters he encounters along the way. Meanwhile, Desira comes across a slime monster ahead of her. She dodges their attack and, with swift motion, eliminates them. Despite killing them, she finds it tricky to fight slimes with a blade, so she sprints away from them, trying to get out. She is skilled and has incredible instincts, avoiding unnecessary combat with the monsters and prioritizing the goal. In another part of the maze, Cyan is also exploring and finds a wall with holes in it. As his mother had already given him a map of the maze to study, he and his sister know everything about it. So, he picks up a rock and as he tosses it in front of the holes, hundreds of arrows come barreling out. It's a trap, but now it's off so Cyan easily crosses it. He's overly cautious, but it's his prudence that helps him, which isn't half bad. Ciel also encounters trolls in her part of the maze. As the troll charges at her, she easily dodges, swiftly moving around. She follows it up with counterattacks whenever she sees an opening. After eliminating the troll and moving forward, she reaches a dead end. She has sharp instincts and is creative, but she's still a bit naive and tends to act like a child. Then there's Yod, who also faces trolls. However, instead of fighting them, he is amazed that these monsters are made of magic. As a troll launches attacks on him, he blocks them and counters with his own attack, killing it. As the troll dies, it evaporates into magic, which fascinates Yod. Seeing him get interested in magic, Rovarian finds it intriguing. According to Gilad, Yod has loved magic since he was a toddler, and he even hired a private magic teacher for him. But one day, Yod refused to learn anymore. This was because he was trying to live up to his mother's expectations of becoming the next head of the Lionheart house. Most in their home thinks that magic isn't an advantageous ability when it comes to vying for succession. However, Gilad still wants Yod to learn magic and asks Rovarian to take him as his apprentice, if Yod agrees. Rovarian, however, agrees just for the sake of their friendship, as he doesn't think Yod has what it takes to be his apprentice. Gilad assures him that he doesn't want to force Reborn. He just wants to help Yod, as he has deep respect for Sia's magic, even more than for his ancestor Bermut. Reborn also agrees, thinking that he too finds Sia's stories and books fascinating, as every time someone is in danger, she comes up with solutions using her magic. Hearing that, Gilad also reveals that he has a favorite character, which is neither Sia nor Bermut. As he's about to reveal the name, he notices that Eugene is face to face with a huge troll monster. Instantly, as the monster roars, Eugene leaps at it, attacking from all sides. Seeing this, both the head and the mage are shocked, finding it incredibly impressive. He swiftly defeats the monster, sending it crashing to the ground. Gilad finds it incredible that a 13-year-old can display such exceptional fighting skills. Instead of freezing in terror, Eugene decisively incapacitates the monster. Reborn is also taken aback, as he has placed the troll there, making it larger than a real-life one to test their intelligence and see if they can find a way to avoid it. Gilad believes Eugene possesses a natural-born talent, and Reborn agrees, calling him a prodigy. Meanwhile, back in the maze, Gargi's also battling that large troll head-on. Despite being worn out and severely injured, he continues to charge at the massive monster with everything he has. Dodging the troll's attack, he swiftly slashes its leg, causing it to collapse. Seizing the moment, Gargi leaps into the air and plunges his sword directly into the troll's heart, ending the fight. This kills the monster as Gargi lets out a victory yell filled with adrenaline. Despite defeating it, he is shocked to realize the toll the fight has taken on him. The monster's attacks tear through his muscles and even fracture his ribs. Having endured multiple traps and fought the troll, Gargi starts to worry about how the others might be faring, given the difficulty of the maze. After taking a few steps, he collapses to the ground from exhaustion. In another part of the maze, Cyan stands nervously in front of the massive troll monster. He quickly realizes it might not have been placed there for combat. Thinking fast, he tosses a rock to distract it, creating an opening to make a run for it. As he sprints away, he unexpectedly bumps into Ciel. Both are startled to see each other, realizing they might be closer to the heart of the maze since they've crossed paths. Cyan suggests that Ciel follow him so she doesn't get lost, and she readily agrees. Cyan, however, is still haunted by the humiliation Eugene put him through, and sees this as a chance to restore his honor. As they explore, Ciel asks her brother about the types of monsters that might appear in the cave, especially since everything is an illusion. Cyan agrees with her observation but grows uneasy when she brings up the possibility of ghost-like monsters. Despite his rising fear, he deflects by teasing Ciel, claiming she looks more scared than him. Just as he turns a corner, a bloody girl's face suddenly peeks at him, scaring the living daylights out of him. However, it turns out to be Desira, leaving Cyan flustered and embarrassed. They both get their share of a scare, as neither expects to encounter the other so suddenly. Cyan, recovering from the shock, asks Desira about the blood on her face. She explains that it's from a trap that injured her. Though she's lying, she has actually been trying to ambush them but failed. Turning away, Desira begins to leave, but Ciel suddenly yells, alerting her brother about it. Irritated by the scare and feeling like an idiot, Cyan decides to teach her a lesson. He pulls out his sword and starts chasing her, with Ciel eagerly joining in the pursuit with her weapon drawn as well. Meanwhile, Desira, sprinting ahead, anxiously wonders where Gargi is when she needs him to back her up. Meanwhile, their tank, Gargi, is snoozing somewhere on the ground in the maze, oblivious to the chaos. As Desira runs, she accidentally triggers a trap but barely manages to leap out of its range in time. Following close behind, Cyan notices that the floor ahead has caved in, creating a significant obstacle. He considers taking a detour but quickly realizes that Ciel is watching him. Determined not to disgrace himself further in front of her, he decides to use the mana he has been saving for the final boss. With a surge of energy, Cyan dashes forward and effortlessly leaps to the other side, landing with confidence. He then yells at Ciel to follow, assuring her that he'll catch her if needed. To his amazement, she easily jumps and clears the gap on her own. As they both successfully cross, their cat-and-mouse game with Desira continues until they finally arrive at the heart of the maze. There, they are shocked to see the humongous chief monster towering before them. Eugene is also present and calls them out to reveal himself. Our Chad has been waiting for them to arrive, curious to see who would reach the center first. Hearing Eugene, Desira speculates that since he waited, he might have accepted their offer to fight the chief together. However, Eugene has no such intention. He simply wants to give them all a chance to take on the chief before he does. Confident in his abilities, Eugene believes he can defeat the monster in mere seconds, and doing so alone would be unfair to the others. Cheyenne finds Eugene's arrogance infuriating but chooses to ignore it. Eugene then reveals to everyone that the chief monster has a specific trigger zone. He suggests they take on the chief in the order they arrived. Desira first, followed by Cian and Ciel. Hearing that she is first, Desira becomes terrified. Seeing her fear, Eugene suggests she quit, noting that she looks quite injured. However, Desira isn't one to give up. She prepares herself and begins approaching the chief with her spear. Meanwhile, Cyan asks Eugene if he is going to fight, to which Eugene reveals that he will, but only after everyone else has had their turn. Cyan, however, is confident that he will defeat the monster before his turn. Eugene then makes an offer. If Cyan manages to defeat the chief, he will call him My Lord. This suggestion excites Cyan, but as he looks at the massive chief, he grows a bit nervous. The monster is larger than the troll he faced earlier, though it doesn't appear as aggressive. This gives Cheyenne confidence that he might be able to defeat it alone. However, for Desira, he thinks it might be a challenge. She slowly walks toward the beast, which is enough to trigger it awake. Standing in front of it, she feels nervous, realizing how huge it is, but she can't back down after coming this far. With determination, she charges at the chief, only to be stopped by its massive palm attack. She barely dodges it and follows up with a counterattack, but to her shock, her spear doesn't penetrate its tough hide. As she's processing this, the chief's other hand grabs her and throws her away. She comes crashing toward the others, to which Ciel asks Eugene why the chief didn't attack her more, but instead threw her away. He reveals that it's because the chief is not real, and once it seized her, it decided to do so. It is now Cyan's turn. Walking toward the beast, he is confident he will show Eugene the true blood power of the main family. However, Eugene laughs, knowing it's all nonsense. His laugh triggers Cyan further, enraging him. In his anger, Cyan channels his mana into his sword. Desira is shocked, noticing that he used blade energy, which requires at least 10 years of mana training, and this energy allows the blade to sever anything. This makes her realize that the gap between them and the main family might be too vast. Eugene is also a bit impressed by Cyan's skills. However, Cyan knows he can't maintain that energy for long, but is confident it can tear the monster apart. As he's thinking about it, his blade energy vanishes. Everyone is shocked, but Eugene remembers Gilead's words about making the event fair. This makes him think that Reverian might have used the maze to prevent anyone from using magic at its heart. Cyan gets nervous as he can't make his blade energy work anymore, even though he still has plenty of mana left. With an evil smile, Eugene mocks him, telling him to come back if he thinks he's going to lose or he'll get beaten by the beast. Cyan thinks for a second, but Ciel's confidence in him pushes him toward the chief anyway. As the chief is about to grab him, Cyan slashes at it with his sword, managing to leave a small cut on its arm. However, he knows it's only a light graze and realizes he can't take this thing down like that. He decides to aim for its legs. Dodging the chief's next attack, he leaps toward its hooves, but as he strikes, his attack is blocked by its knee. Taken aback, Cyan hesitates, and in that moment, the chief grabs him and throws him out. He lands safely on his feet, but he's outside the circle, effectively disqualified. Next is Ciel. However, after watching the previous two fights, she hesitates. Knowing she can't use blade energy in this area, she decides not to rush in, showing more intelligence than her brother. Meanwhile, Eugene calmly picks up his weapons and starts walking toward the monster. Ciel nervously asks if he really thinks he can win against it, but Eugene responds with unwavering confidence, declaring that losing isn't an option. Stepping into the circle, the towering beast drops a massive fist on Eugene, who dodges by, darting to the side. To counter, Eugene sprints up the beast's arm while the chief attempts to catch him with its other hand. Eugene blocks the swipe, further irritating the beast. Seizing the moment, he climbs onto the monster's face, causing it to punch itself in a wild attempt to dislodge him. As the beast lets out a roar from the force of its own punch, Eugene takes advantage of the opening, slashing wildly across its face. Desira watches in shock as she notices Eugene's precision. He's focusing on the carotid artery, aiming for a critical blow. Meanwhile, Eugene leaps into the air and drives his sword into the chief's neck, bringing the towering beast crashing to the ground, defeated. He then casually approaches Cyan, arrogantly announcing that he has slain the monster. Cyan immediately starts arguing, claiming that he lost only because he couldn't use his blade energy. Deep down, though, he knows that even with blade energy, he could never have defeated the chief with the same precision and mastery as Eugene. As the monster is vanquished, everything around them dissolves into magic, signaling the end of the trial. Gilead, watching from above, is astonished. Despite never having trained in mana control, Eugene manages to kill the chief with remarkable precision and skill, leaving everyone speechless. However, Roverian is a bit concerned. The chief monster was specifically designed to be defeated using teamwork and to test different strategies, yet Eugene takes it down single-handedly. Gilead reveals that he discovered Eugene in a remote village, where he trained relentlessly like a warrior. Eugene was born with a natural combat instinct and extraordinary strength. Instead of excitement, Roverian feels uneasy. Eugene's abilities far exceed those of Gilead's children, and the thought of him training with mana is even more unsettling. It could make him unstoppable. While Gilead sees nothing alarming in this, Roverian is deeply concerned about Eugene's ambitions, particularly his apparent desire to become the next head of House Lionheart. However, Gilead doesn't mind. He believes that only the greatest should hold the head position, and if his children cannot rise to the challenge, he has no intention of entrusting the title to someone who cannot uphold the family name. Roverian apologizes for overstepping his boundaries with such questions, and, with a snap of his fingers, retracts all his magic. He then suggests something unexpected. Gilead should adopt Eugene as his own. This shocks Gilead. Eugene's presence in the main family could lead to other relatives looking down on them and potentially forming rival factions. The proposition is undeniably tempting for Gilead, but as the children approach, he decides to leave the matter for later. As they all stand in front of Gilead in a line, he glances at them with a serious expression. He first looks at Yod, who couldn't even reach the heart of the maze, having been distracted by magical traps and monsters along the way. Gilead feels a tinge of disappointment, knowing that Yod's curiosity derailed him from his goal. Cyan and Ciel, on the other hand, managed to reach the heart of the maze without much trouble, but were unable to defeat the chief. Gilad understands that they need a bit more refinement and training. He praises everyone for their efforts, but he specifically acknowledges Eugene, noting that he surpassed all expectations with his exceptional skills and determination. Gilad is especially impressed by the way Eugene faced the troll head-on without suffering a single injury. Hearing that Eugene didn't even have a scratch, Gargui's shocked. He can't believe that Eugene managed to fight such a massive monster with that slim physique. Gargatil regrets that Eugene hadn't taken his family's steroids to become even stronger. Rovarian, on the other hand, is also impressed. He had thought they would take much longer to complete the maze, but they finished it quicker than expected. Truly fitting for a descendant of Bermot. Gilad then orders everyone to rest and instructs Rovarian to escort them to their rooms. As the group starts leaving, Gilad specifically calls out to Eugene, asking him to stay behind for a private word. Ciel, overhearing this, feels a twinge of jealousy. She suspects her father might be taking Eugene to the treasury, a place she had begged her father to take her for 2 years without success. Gilad leads Eugene on a walk through the forest, praising him for his exceptional weapon skills. He mentions how he witnessed Eugene duel against Desira, where Eugene skillfully wielded a spear. However, Gilad emphasizes that the symbolic weapon of House Lionheart is the sword. He then speaks of Bermot, revered as the god of combat and the All-Master for his ability to wield all kinds of weapons with unmatched proficiency. Gilad also brings up Hamill, another legendary figure known for mastering various weapons. As Gilad casually mentions these parallels, Eugene grows visibly nervous, especially as he is Hamill he is talking of. Eugene asks why Hamill is referred to as the Foolish in the storybooks, to which Gilad reveals that it stems from Hamill's occasional mischief. Gilad then shares a surprising opinion. He actually prefers Hamill over Bermot. He explains that he admires Hamill's human qualities more than Bermot's godlike perfection. According to Gilad, while Hamill may have felt inferior to Bermot, he never succumbed to despair. Instead, he worked tirelessly to overcome his weaknesses. Ultimately, Hamill's selfless sacrifice for others solidified his legacy. Eugene, moved by this perspective, confesses that Hamill is his favorite character as well, which brings a smile to Gilad's face. Their conversation continues as they walk through the forest, eventually arriving at a hidden tower. Entering the structure, they descend a spiral staircase that seems to lead deep underground. Eugene is the first person to visit the treasury after Gilad himself, which makes him a bit nervous. Sensing his unease, Gilad reassures him that he has already discussed the matter with the elders, so everything is chill. The elders of House Lionheart are former heads of the family, including distant relatives of great prestige. According to Gilad, the treasury is a treasure trove of heirlooms collected over centuries, some of which had belonged to Bermot the Great. Among the relics is the legendary Holy Sword of Bermot. However, Gilad explains that he can't give Eugene the sword, as it is a symbol of House Lionheart and cannot belong to any one individual. Gilad also reveals that the Holy Sword has not yet acknowledged anyone since the Great Bermot. Eugene is a bit confused about the acknowledged part, to which Gilad explains that he will understand once he holds the sword himself. As they reach the underground gate, Gilad bites his thumb and pours blood onto the door to open it. When the door finally creaks open, Gilad tells Eugene to go inside while he waits at the entrance. He mentions that his presence might influence Eugene's choice, and he wants him to make his decision freely. Upon entering, the first thing Eugene sees is Bermot's sword, half buried in the ground. Without hesitation, he stretches out to try and pull it out, eager to claim it before looking at anything else. The Holy Sword, considered a gift from the gods, has existed since the Age of Myth in the Holy Empire of Eurus. For a long time, it remained sealed within the main temple of Eurus until it acknowledged Bermot as its true master. This is the sword that impaled the heart of the Demon King 300 years ago. Eugene remembers how Bermot once used the blade to light his way through the darkness, for it has often served as a torch. Bowing before the sword, Eugene grips it tightly with a malicious grin creeping onto his face as he attempts to pull it from its resting place. Despite his efforts, the sword refuses to budge. Frustration sets in as he realizes the futility of his attempts. Even if he manages to draw it, he can't take it with him. With a resigned sigh, he knows he will need to look for something else. As he wanders through the treasury, his attention is caught by something else. His eyes fall on a ferocious blade called the Predatory Sword. This sword has a special skill. It absorbs mana from whoever it strikes, enhancing its user's strength and neutralizing powerful magic with a single blow. Eugene understands that only a master mage like Bermot can truly harness its potential. It's not a weapon suited for him. Not far from it, he spots another weapon, the Draconian Spear, which requires time to heat up, but can unleash flames rivaling a dragon's breath. His eyes then fall on a black sword pulsing with aura, the Storm Sword, blessed by the King of the Wind Spirit. As he continues to explore, he spots other powerful weapons with different abilities. Confusion fills his mind as he looks at those countless swords around him. He knows that choosing any of them would be a decision he wouldn't regret. However, he gets a bit annoyed as he glances to the side, wondering why the legendary Moonlight Sword and Enchanted Spear are missing. He then gets angry realizing that 300 years have passed and these rogues have hoarded the finest weapons, leaving only lesser ones behind. His frustration grows as he struggles to decide which weapon to choose. He considers starting simple, perhaps with the Wind Sword, which only requires a firm grip to unleash the power of the Wind Spirit. With enough mana, he could even summon the King of Spirits himself. But as he thinks about it, he realizes that summoning magic is no simple feat. Even the greatest mage could fail if they don't possess the right qualities, and without them, even the weakest spirit cannot be called forth. Still, Eugene reasons that if he takes the Storm Sword, at least he won't have to worry about the issue of summoning magic. He turns away with displeasure, deciding that since he's already in the treasury, he might as well look around a bit more. Beneath a shelf, he notices various accessories that catch his eye. He stares at the jewelry, noticing not only weapons but also an array of precious stones and gems. Suddenly, his eyes widen in realization. With excitement, he grabs a pendant and is shocked to look at it. He recognizes that it was the same pendant he wore in his past life. He remembers the moment he slayed the monster, the pendant a memento from his parents, who were killed by it. Though he avenged their deaths long ago, the memories still linger. In his past life, he wore this pendant until his very death. Now, holding it in his hands again, he wonders how it ended up here. He speculated if Burmit take it from his corpse. He sighs, resigned to the thought. His mind wanders to the Demon King, recalling the peace that came about thanks to the agreement Burmit made with the Demon King of Incarceration. Yet Helmaud and the other two Demon Kings are still alive, still a looming threat. With his comrades, Eugene swore to take down the 5 Demon Kings together. But after his death, they simply placed his heirloom in a place like that and decided not to keep their pledge. Eugene is pretty confused why his comrades, especially Burmit, did that to him. He can't shake the feeling that it's all because of him, that without his help, perhaps they wouldn't have had the strength to prevail. He's not blaming Burmit or the others, but rather understanding that they must have had their reasons for sparing the Demon Kings. Despite the vast array of weapons in the hall, many he would gladly claim, he knows one thing for sure. He can't leave his pendant behind in the Lionheart treasury. Eugene gazes at the pendant in his hands while Gilad crosses his arms in confusion clear as he looks at Eugene. He asks if Eugene is really choosing that pendant. Eugene holds it up with a wide grin, responding that he simply likes it. The two stand face to face. The old man is confused as after all, there are many other priceless treasures in the room. Eugene shrugs, explaining that he isn't yet capable of handling most of them. He hands the pendant to Gilad, who eagerly takes it to examine more closely. The pendant is a simple capsule with a red stone that catches Gilad's attention. His gaze then shifts to the craftsmanship, and the rough, unrefined edges of the piece makes him confused that why a cheap item like that was in the treasury. He then dangles the pendant near the statue of a lion's head, and to his surprise, the lion's eyes begin to glow a faint red. Gilad finds it strange realizing that the pendant hasn't been registered in the treasury. Turning to Eugene, the head of the family confirms that the pendant doesn't belong in the Lionheart treasures. It shouldn't be here, Eugene responds, noting that somehow the pendant has found its way into the treasury. Cautious as ever, Gilad remarks that the pendant holds no true value. Even if it were sold, it wouldn't fetch enough money to buy even a cheap sword. He asks Eugene again if he's sure he wants to keep it. Without hesitation, Eugene grips the pendant tightly. The old man, seeing the boy's certainty, sighs, muttering that if Eugene is so sure, he can take it. Gilad suggests that Roverin should check it, as it could be enchanted. Eugene, surprised, asks if he can still take it after the inspection. Gilad grips the pendant tightly in his fist, assuring him that he can. Eugene stares at Gilad, who seems genuinely surprised by everything. He explains that since the pendant isn't part of the Lionheart family's treasures, he's offering Eugene the chance to choose something else. Hearing that, Eugene's eyes widen in shock, and Gilad continues with a smile, saying that Eugene can take anything he wants, as he promised. With a bow, Eugene immediately sprints forward with a greedy grin on his face. He can't believe this man, a descendant of the unyielding Burmit, actually knows how to give in. Realizing he doesn't need to hesitate, Eugene heads straight for the storm sword. He grips the hilt and unsheathes the blade. The excitement surges through him as he looks at its sharp edge, knowing it's now his. As night falls, in the manor, Desira points at Eugene in frustration, not understanding why he hasn't chosen a spear, since he's clearly skilled with one. Eugene stands confidently in front of Gargui and Desira, answering that he has made his choice. Besides, he has a natural affinity with swords. Desira finds it disgusting, but Gargui thoughtfully remarks that the sword seems too light for Eugene's strength. He begins to imagine different axes and hammers, suggesting that with Eugene's power, something heavier, like a hammer or axe, would suit him better. Eugene responds firmly, making it clear that he is the one in charge of his decisions. Hearing that Gargui, flexing his muscles, proudly offers that now the ritual is complete, their family can provide potion to help Eugene increase his strength. Eugene is again uninterested, so he declines. Desira, pointing at her brother with visible annoyance, dismisses him as nothing more than a dumb jock. She then turns to Eugene and asks to see the sword. Eugene, confused, turns away as he begins to unsheath the glowing blade. Desira asks what kind of weapon it is. Eugene replies, revealing that it is the storm sword of Vinette. He explains that, according to Gilad, the sword is favored by the king of the wind spirits. As Eugene trains, he will eventually be able to summon spirits. Desira, in frustration, acknowledges the sword's cool factor, but declares that if it were her choice, she would have taken a spear. Eugene, uninterested in the banter, turns his attention back to his blade. He mentions that he saw plenty of spears there, including the draconian spear. She explains that its flames burn like the breath of a fire-breathing dragon. Eugene casually tosses the sword over his shoulder, states that he doesn't know what it looks like. Desira, growing more agitated, asks if Eugene has seen the enchanted spear Ruintoss. She claims it is the ultimate weapon of the Great Burmit. Desira grins and elbows Gargai. He mentions that he has heard of the enchanted spear too, as it was wielded by the demonic king of brutality. Eugene, hearing that, wonders about the demonic king of brutality. His mind drifts to a hierarchy of dark spirits from 300 years ago, when the Demon's Haven was home to 5 kings. The first was the demonic king of apocalypse. The second was the king of incarceration. The third, the king of demonic frenzy. The fourth, the king of brutality. And the last was the king of carnage. Gargui, frowning, argues with Desira, saying that she doesn't understand anything. According to him, the greatest weapon of the great Bermutan wasn't a spear, but the crushing hammer, Gigalas, wielded by the demonic king of carnage. Desira argues with Gargui that the king of brutality is stronger than the king of carnage. But Gargi explains that being higher in rank doesn't necessarily mean the weapon is stronger. Eugene watches the bickering from the sidelines. He realizes that the pulverizing hammer is also missing from the treasury. He wonders about the spear and hammer, both of which are weapons of demon kings. Such ominous weapons wouldn't be stored in a treasury. They are likely cielied away somewhere. Desira, frustrated, insists that the enchanted spear is the stronger of the two. Gargi agrees, standing by his belief that the pulverizing hammer is superior. Eugene finds this argument pretty childish. He begins to walk away from the yapping pair, mulling over the weapons. Both the enchanted spear and the pulverizing hammer are undeniably powerful. But when it comes to Bermit's true greatest weapon, there is no debate. It's the Moonlight Sword. The sword had been wielded even in the demonic city. Its destructive power is immense that it had slain both the demon kings of brutality and carnage. Eugene, now holding the storm sword for the first time, is filled with excitement. This is the first time he has ever held a real sword. And as he feels its weight, he begins swinging it around with swift movements and perfect posture. His sword form is mesmerizing, leaving the siblings in shock as they watch him. In the head's office, Gilad and Rovarian are present. Rovarian is inspecting the necklace, checking for any enchanted magic. After performing the scan, he finds that it is normal, with no magic detected. This leads the mage to wonder why such a simple item was in the treasury at all. Rovarian is amazed that Eugene would choose such an object, but Gilad confirms that he did indeed select it. Still curious, Rovarian asks for permission from the king to examine the necklace further, using a type of magic that can read the memories stored within mana. Mana, after all, exists everywhere, even in inanimate objects, and it carries memories of past interactions. Rovarian plans to tap into these memories, and Gilad grants him permission. The mage channels his magic and memories of the necklace flash before his eyes. There's nothing particularly unusual, except for the fact that it's about 100 years old and was bought from the streets. Rovarian struggles to see beyond that point, as the magic of the treasury prevents the mana memories from extending any further. Upon learning that the necklace is 100 years old, Gilad wonders if anyone might still be alive who could provide more information about it. Finding no further details, he decides to give the necklace to Eugene, who had wanted it so badly. Rovarian notices how Gilad has taken a liking to Eugene, and how could he not? The boy has already begun practicing the moment he picked up the sword. Watching Eugene's progress, Gilad reveals to the mage that he plans to adopt Eugene as his son, just as Rovarian had suggested earlier. The next day, Eugene meets Gilad's youngest brother, Eugene Lionheart. Eugene, a bachelor, had spent years traveling with Gilad, which explains his unmarried status. Eugene greets him respectfully, but to his surprise, Eugene is excited to see him, already aware that Eugene had defeated the main family during the blood confirmation. Eugene soon realizes that Eugene is there to take him to Gilad, which Eugene confirms. He explains that he wanted to see Eugene in person, having heard so much about him, but never having had the opportunity to witness the event, as traditionally only the head of the house has the right to observe it. Though Rovarian was also present, he had done so in a supportive capacity, not as the head of the house. Eugene quickly clears up any misunderstanding, assuring Eugene that he doesn't hold any grudge against his brother for that. He doesn't seem to agree with the family's rules, but Eugene remains indifferent to it. As they walk together, Eugene finds Eugene to be charming and free-spirited. Curiosity stirs in Eugene as he wonders why Gilad called for him. Eugene, however, can only speculate, which makes Eugene realize that even Eugene doesn't know the reason. Eugene shrugs it off, saying it's none of his concern. They reach Gilad's office, and Eugene stops to bid Eugene farewell. Eugene knocks on the door, receiving permission to enter. Eugene opens the door for him and gives him a playful wink, which Eugene finds a bit excessive. Inside, Gilad is waiting and asks Eugene to sit. As they settle in for tea, Gilad informs Eugene that the necklace had been tested and was deemed ordinary. The mage had used mana memory magic but found nothing unusual. Eugene is taken aback upon hearing about mana memory, as Shia had often used it in his previous life. A sense of nervousness creeps in as he asks what the mana memory spell revealed. Gilad shares the findings, but Eugene is shocked by the details. According to what the magic revealed, the necklace was about 100 years old and had been bought from the streets, but Eugene remembers wearing the exact same necklace 300 years ago and having it for decades. He wonders if the spell was misread, though he knows Rovarian wouldn't lie. It seems the mana memory magic might have been mistaken. However, Eugene knows that a mastercaster can't make a mistake, so he begins to wonder if Bermit might be involved. Lost in thought, Eugene remains silent while Gilad watches him quietly. As the idea of mana memory swirls in his mind, Eugene suddenly grows excited, realizing that since the test came back clean, he can keep the necklace. Gilad confirms this with a smile, and Eugene, thrilled, quickly puts the necklace around his neck. Just as Eugene is about to express his gratitude, Gilad clears his throat and informs him that he had actually called him to discuss something else. The tension builds as Gilad hesitates, trying to figure out how to tell Eugene his big news. Before he can do so, Eugene speculates, thinking that Gilad might be asking him to marry his daughter. In Eugene's mind, everything starts to fall into place. Ciel's attempts to get close to him, and Gilad's sudden attention. It all seems like part of a plan for him to marry her. Eugene feels a bit suspicious, as though Gilad had set up this whole situation just to arrange the marriage. He nervously rambles, explaining that he is too young and would need his father's permission for such a thing. Before he can continue, Gilad interrupts, nervously clarifying that it was a misunderstanding. Eugene is left stunned, blushing in embarrassment at the foolish scenario his mind had concocted. He had just imagined marrying a 13-year-old. Eugene feels deeply embarrassed about what he has just said, but instead of lingering on the awkward moment, Gilad reveals the real reason he called him. He wants to adopt Eugene as his son. This revelation shocks Eugene to his core, but he quickly realizes that this might be a strategic move by Gilad to tie him to the main family. Eugene reassures Gilad that the proposal feels sudden, but Gilad laughs off the idea, saying it's no more unexpected than a marriage. He even goes so far as to offer to bring Eugene's father into the family as well. According to Gilad, he would remain Eugene's father, but Eugene would be part of the main family from that point on. He extends his hand, asking Eugene to treat him with the same respect he would show his own brother. Eugene, thinking over the offer, wonders about the consequences if he were to refuse, and whether it would lead to Gilad losing respect for his father. However, Gilad, a man of integrity, reassures Eugene that while he would be disappointed, he would respect Eugene's decision regardless. Gilad expresses that he only wants the best for Eugene's future, even if he decides to turn down the offer. Eugene, feeling the weight of the decision, asks for some time to discuss it with his father, as it's a significant choice. Gilad agrees to postpone the adoption until after the banquet, and assures Eugene that his father will be escorted there. Grateful for the time to think it over, Eugene sips his tea and asks what benefits he might gain from joining the main family. Gilad explains that Eugene would enjoy many privileges, including training from exceptional knights. Eugene's excitement grows at the prospect, but to Gilad's surprise, Eugene asks if Gilad himself could train him, should he accept the adoption. Eugene is eager to train with the best, curious to see just how strong the head of the Lionheart family really is. Gilad agrees but suggests that Eugene should learn from the true master, Gione. He reveals that Gione has surpassed him in both skill and combat as he has grown older. Then, Gilad asks if Eugene has ever trained with Mana. Eugene sheepishly admits that he hasn't. Eugene explains that he had asked his father not to teach him, fearing he might misuse the power without fully understanding it. Gilad understands, as he has observed Eugene's discipline and caution in training. To begin wielding Mana, one must obtain a Mana Stone, which is found inside high-ranking monsters. These stones are effective but hard to acquire and costly. Moreover, expert guidance is necessary, something Eugene's family likely cannot provide. Gilad realizes that Eugene's family lacks the resources to help him fully develop his abilities, but he chooses not to voice this concern, knowing it could cause resentment. Gilad decides that he will speak with Eugene's father about the matter instead. He conveys his thoughts to Eugene but suggests that their discussion isn't over. After their meal and conversation, Eugene prepares to leave. Gilad offers to escort him, but Eugene politely declines, saying he wants to take a breather. As Eugene walks down the hallway, a strange perfume scent reaches his nose. It seems to be coming from a distant corner, but there is no sign of movement. Eugene senses that someone is waiting for him there. Despite this, he continues forward, and soon enough Lady Anisilla steps out, pretending to accidentally bump into him. Eugene sees through Lady Anisilla's act and decides to play along, pretending to be shocked when he spots her. He introduces himself, while Anisilla, with a smile, expresses curiosity about the lengthy conversation he had with Gilad. Though Eugene knows she's eager to know the details, he shifts the focus and asks if she wants something from him. This catches Anisilla off guard, and she finds it surprising that Eugene had not only defeated the child of the main family, but had also claimed victory in the blood confirmation. She realizes that Eugene will likely rise through the ranks of the family quickly, so she decides that befriending him is wiser than making him her enemy. Anisilla's true intentions become clearer. She plans to marry her daughter, Ciel, to Eugene. That's why she had instructed Ciel to befriend him. Eventually, Anisilla asks about the conversation Eugene had with Gilad, but he refuses to share, stating that it was a private matter. This makes Anisilla nervous, and she quickly lies, claiming that she wanted to apologize for Cyan's behavior toward him. Eugene, however, dismisses it, saying that he and Cyan have already made up. Nervously sweating, Anisilla praises Eugene for being mature and not holding a grudge, revealing that she had warned Cyan to ensure they got along. Eugene chuckles, remarking that it was bound to happen, as they are family and share the same surname. His comment lands like a heavy blow to Anisilla. Despite her sweet demeanor, she harbors a deep dislike for Eugene, and hearing him speak of family doesn't sit well with her. As Eugene prepares to leave, Anisilla nervously agrees. As he walks away, he begins to suspect that she might be behind his behavior on the first day, especially since he is a distant relative. He realizes that he needs to be careful and avoid getting entangled in her schemes. Anisilla watches him as he walks away with tense expressions. 2 days later, Eugene's father, Gerard, arrives at the Lionheart Manor from GODLIKE, escorted by Gioni. As he steps out of the carriage, a wave of nervousness and emotion washes over him. He realizes that his son has truly won the blood confirmation event and triumphed over the main family's children. While Gerard always knew Eugene was a prodigy, he hadn't been able to nurture his talents fully. He had expected the blood confirmation to open Eugene's eyes to the harsh realities of the world, understanding that there was a vast difference in training and skill between the main and distant relatives. Yet Eugene's victory defies his expectations. Standing at the gate, Gerard hears Eugene call out to him from a distance, standing beside the head of the house, Lionheart. Gerard rushes toward his son and embraces him tightly with tears streaming down his face. It's an emotional reunion, and he feels an overwhelming sense of pride for his son. Eugene reminds him that he had promised to bring good news after the event. Gerard wipes away his tears and apologizes for doubting him. As he does, he notices Gilead standing nearby, observing the moment. Gerard quickly greets him, and Gilead returns the greeting, apologizing for inviting him on short notice. Gerard, however, expresses his gratitude for the invitation. Gerard then asks if they can have a private conversation, and they head inside. In the privacy of the office, Gilead reveals his decision to adopt Eugene, which shocks Gerard. He reassures him that, should he agree, Gilead would also take Gerard into the main family. Rather than feeling excited, Gerard grows concerned, revealing his worries about Eugene's future. He fears that the main family might persecute Eugene, especially since Gilead already has 3 children. He's afraid they won't accept Eugene as one of their own. Gilead understands Gerard's concerns and assures him that the main family places great importance on the direct line of descent, meaning Eugene would never be considered for the position of head of the house, even if adopted due to his distant relation. Gilead further explains that if Eugene doesn't become too ambitious, he could enjoy privileges similar to those of the royal family and form close bonds with his children. Gerard understands, but insists on discussing the matter with Eugene first. Meanwhile, Eugene is training as usual, swinging his storm sword with precision. As he practices, he notices his father standing nearby, looking disheartened. Eugene senses that the concern might be related to the adoption news and asks his father about it. Before Gerard can respond, his gaze falls on the storm sword in Eugene's hands, and he realizes, with a sinking feeling, that no amount of money would be enough for him to buy such a weapon for his son. Looking away, Gerard tells Eugene that he would like him to accept Gilead's adoption, believing it would be the best path for his future. He also warns Eugene that he will face opposition if he does so. However, Eugene remains confident and assures his father that no one will stand in his way. Gerard, filled with emotion, embraces Eugene, reminding him not to forget their family name, even if he is adopted. Eugene reassures him that his father will always be his true one. The sincerity of Eugene's words breaks Gerard, and he bursts into tears. Eugene realizes that the adoption is indeed happening. Though he's not thrilled about it, he understands the benefits it offers. He has no ambitions of becoming the head of the house, knowing the family wouldn't believe in him, but he's prepared to endure it. He knows that Gilead's 2 wives will likely try to keep him in check, but Eugene is confident in his ability to handle them. His first option is to ignore them, but if that doesn't work, he has the storm sword to deal with them head-on. Gilead invites all the families of the children who participated in the blood confirmation ritual to a grand banquet. The event is less about lamenting the shame brought upon the main family, and more about celebrating the victory of a branch family. Guests mingle and share their congratulations. Some approach Gerard, commending him on becoming part of the main family. Gargi's father even offers to gift him their muscle growth roids. Eugene observes the lively scene from a distance, thinking it best not to mingle with them. He knows stepping into the spotlight would attract an overwhelming and tiresome amount of attention. Meanwhile, in a corner of the hall, Anachella and Cyan stand together. Cyan looks anxious and embarrassed there. Anachella nudges at him gently, urging him to be more confident. She tells him that from now on, people will compare him to Eugene. When they look at him, they'll only remember the duel he lost. They'll laugh and mock that a direct descendant of the main family was defeated by a branch family member. Cyan lowers his gaze. The weight of her words embarrassed him even more. His mother leans closer and adds that this embarrassment is something he must bear, but he shouldn't let it despair him. Even if they laugh and criticize, he must remember that he is her son and a direct descendant of the family. That is something no one can take away. Cyan, despite being nervous, agrees with her. She, leaning aside, continues, telling him that Eugene may not become the head, but that doesn't mean he should feel relieved. Instead, he must work harder and become stronger to try to become the head of the House Lionheart. And above all, he must become friends with Eugene. Cyan in shock inquires if it's because they are siblings. Anachella nods firmly, lying that this bond is why he must treat Eugene like a brother. In the future, Eugene can become his ally, which could be really beneficial. Cyan appears uncertain, but ultimately agrees with his mother. Despite his agreement, he struggles to understand how he can befriend Eugene, the very person who defeated him earlier. Meanwhile, Ciel, munching on a piece, reminds Eugene that they are siblings now. Eugene nods, to which she insists that he should start calling her Big Sister. Eugene raises an eyebrow and replies that she is only a few months older than him. Ciel grins mischievously and declares that she is still the little sister, technically, because she was born just seconds after Cyan. Eugene exhales sharply, muttering to himself that the situation is entirely absurd. However, CL refuses to back down, persistently nagging him to address her as big sister. Eugene finds the notion ridiculous, given that they were born just a few months apart, making her demand all the more unreasonable. Despite her persistent pleading, Eugene remains steadfast, refusing to comply. Instead, he mocks her, declaring with a smirk that he would call her big sister only over his dead body. Meanwhile, in the Gilead's office, Reborn addresses the matter, explaining that he can't accept Yod as his disciple unconditionally. At the Red Magic Tower, summoning magic is their specialty, and Yod will need to be first tested for aptitude in that area. Yod's brow furrows as he asks about what happens if he happens to have talent in summoning magic. Reborn reveals that, if that's the case, it will be good news. However, Aroth still won't acknowledge the Lionheart name unless his talent is extraordinary, enough to overshadow every other aspiring mage entirely. Without that, Reborn can't take him on as a direct disciple. Hearing that, disheartened Yod agrees with him. Still, Reborn adds that, as a longtime friend of Gilead, he will ensure Yod has access to plenty of opportunities. He'll be protected from discrimination and placed in an environment most conducive to his chosen magical path. Though slightly disheartened, Yod finds himself growing excited. Even if he won't be a direct disciple, the chance to escape his stifling family and delve into the study of magic is thrilling. He glances at his father, who is in thoughts hearing that. His father offers no reassurance by telling him that this is his decision to make. Yod's mother steps forward, calling him out. According to her, this is a rare opportunity his father has secured for him. He has shown an interest in magic since he was young, and she urges him to embrace this chance with grace. But she reminds him that he must never forget he is her son and must become the head of Lionheart. She warns him that even in the magical land of Aroth, he must never forget that fact. Gilead hears her shouting and sternly commands her to stop. However, she stands her ground, sharply retorting that she is merely encouraging her son. Internally, though, her thoughts diverge. She pictures Anicella, imagining her gloating once Yod is sent to Aroth. However, she gets frustrated, thinking she can't do crap about it. Yod, in her eyes, is far too naive and weak-willed to be called a true descendant of their bloodline. She knows that he'll be better off in Aroth, as he can forge connections with powerful mages, grow in strength, and build alliances with people who will support him. She turns to her son and reminds him, never forget that he is a legitimate son of Lionheart. Yod's head dips as he murmurs his agreement, knowing there is nothing else he can say. The day after the banquet, Reborn departs with Yod for Aroth. One by one, the other children from the branch families return to their respective homes, leaving the manor quiet and empty. Eugene and Gerard stayed behind and ended up having the whole guest house for themselves. Today marks a significant moment for Eugene, as he will begin learning mana for the first time since his reincarnation. Eugene knows that mana development can be done in two ways: breathing and physical training. Breathing involves drawing mana from the atmosphere through controlled breaths, while physical training focuses on physical movement to gather mana. Neither is easy, but breathing is superior. In his previous life, Eugene started with body training, only to switch to breathing techniques later, following the advice of his comrades, Sia and Bermut. He recalls how the Lionheart mana training technique prioritized breathing. Eugene finds Gianni waiting for him as he arrives at the designated training area. Gianni greets him with a calm nod, asking if he's ready to get started. As they begin, Eugene's thoughts wander briefly. He thinks about Spirit Pulse, which refers to specific areas where mana is concentrated most densely. Within the main family's forest lies such a place, a mana vein reserved exclusively for the direct descendants. It was artificially created by Bermut 300 years ago. Eugene can't help but marvel at Bermut's unparalleled ability to craft something so extraordinary like the Spirit Pulse. As they walk, Gianni asks if Eugene feels nervous. However, instead of feeling nervous, Eugene is filled with excitement. Gion warns that the task ahead won't be straightforward and assures Eugene of his support, though he acknowledges it might be challenging. However, he reveals that as he is younger, it will be easier for him to sense mana. Gion explains that Ciel and Cyan began their mana training at the age of 6, managing to sense it within just 3 days, while Yod required about a week. For branch families, mana training typically starts around Eugene's age, but it's not uncommon for it to take up to a month before they even begin to sense mana. However, Gione confidently states that Eugene won't need nearly that long, especially with his guidance and the advantage of having access to a spirit pulse. When Eugene asks how long it might take, Gione estimates roughly 10 days. Eugene simply scratches his head and laughs, confident that he won't need more than 10 minutes. As they stroll, finally they reach a cabin in the forest. Gione opens the door, and as they are inside, he guides Eugene down a set of stairs to a surprisingly weird circular basement. He points Eugene to sit at the center of the room, and as he does, Gione begins to explain the technique they will use. This particular mana training method is a legacy of the legendary Bermut, but as Gione explains, there's a restriction that distant relatives are forbidden from learning or inheriting it the original way. Instead, they are taught the red flame method, a simplified version lacking the versatility of the original. Gione reveals to Eugene that it is the original technique passed down in the main family. As he channels mana through his body, he is suddenly engulfed in a powerful surge of energy. He introduces it as the white flame method. Eugene doesn't recognize the name, but recalls he saw its unique appearance somewhere. Bermut used it in the past as his body always got into white flames form, almost like a lion's majestic mane. In those days, Eugene had never managed to surpass the brilliance of those flames. As Eugene starts meditating, Gione reveals that he won't be able to sense mana right away, suggesting they focus on Eugene's breathing for now. Eugene casually mentions that he can already feel the mana, but Gione dismisses this as mere imagination. He knows concentrating too hard can cause that sometimes. To prove his point, Gione creates a ball of mana around Eugene. Each time, Eugene correctly identifies its location without hesitation, pointing it out repeatedly. Growing curious, Eugene eventually asks how long they'll keep doing this. Gione, utterly shocked by Eugene's rapid progression, realizes that the child's abilities are developing at an extraordinary rate. With a sigh, he kneels to Eugene's level, telling him that if he truly feels mana, they can move forward immediately. Gione advises Eugene to remain silent and focus inward, paying close attention to what is happening within his body. They begin the training, with Gione instructing Eugene to take deep, slow breaths. He tells Eugene to think of it as breathing in air along with mana from the spirit pulse, then to synchronize it with the white flame and direct it toward his heart. Once Eugene starts channeling his mana, Gione steps back, shocked to see that despite it being his first attempt, Eugene is doing well. However, Gione emphasizes that this is only the beginning. Meanwhile, Eugene is progressing with mana. Gione is observing him. To him, this rapid growth is insane. While sensing and channeling mana would have been simple in his previous life, this new body seems uniquely attuned to absorbing it. With each breath, he can feel the mana in his body steadily increasing. However, he recognizes the limitations of his young age and decides it's best to stop for now before pushing too far. Eugene begins directing mana towards his heart, creating a core which causes him to sweat. Gione is immediately taken aback by it. He knows that most people start with a much smaller core, gradually expanding it through mana training. Amazed, Gione calls Eugene a beast, prompting Eugene to ask if that was meant as a compliment. After that, Gione suggests they head back. As they walk, Gione explains a key distinction between the white flame and red flame methods, which is the division of the core. The red flame method doesn't allow its practitioners to split their cores, whereas the white flame technique naturally causes the core to divide once a certain threshold is reached. This process greatly enhances mana efficiency, as the cores resonate with each other to amplify their collective power significantly. These divided cores are referred to as stars. Bermud himself had formed 10 stars, a number unmatched by others. Gilad and Gione have reached 6 stars, while Ciel, Cyan, and Yod currently possess 1 star each. Gione is not sure about Yod, but he confidently predicts that the twins will likely ascend to 2 stars in 2 years, as they started at 6 years ago. Curious about his own potential, Eugene asks how long it might take him to achieve such progress. Gione reassures him that as long as he doesn't slack off, he will achieve them much faster. Eugene gets excited hearing that, determined to do his best. From the inside, he knows that he has reincarnated into such a remarkable body and the opportunity to master Bermud's legendary training technique. While he isn't certain he'll reach 10 stars, he feels confident in his ability to adapt and refine the method as needed. Eugene acknowledges the debt he owes to Bermud, recognizing that the white flame method, passed down to his heirs, will enable him to achieve far more than he could have on his own. As they return, Gione offers to take responsibility for explaining the day's events to Gilad, urging Eugene to get some rest. Eugene agrees to take a break, but he has some other plans. He knows fatigue will be gone with a good night's sleep, but he secretly plans to try something with newly learned stuff. Upon returning, he surprises Hera with his quick arrival and instructs her to bring the storm sword. As she brings it, he draws it, contemplating whether his idea will actually work. Channeling mana from his core into the blade, he is startled when a powerful surge of wind forms around it, nearly sending Hera flying. In the middle of this tornado, a voice calls out to Eugene, but by his original name, Hamill. Startled, Eugene immediately recognizes the speaker as the king of wind spirits, Tempest. Tempest greets him warmly, acknowledging him as Hamill's reincarnation, and Eugene demands to know how he is recognized. Tempest explains that a soul, no matter how much time passes or how many bodies it inhabits, remains unchanged. He adds that it's been a long time since he is summoned through the storm sword. Curious, Tempest admits that he initially thought one of Bermud's descendants had summoned him, but then it felt his soul. Eugene gets ferocious, demanding to know why Bermud never kills the Demon King. He shouts at the Tempest to tell him, as Tempest had stayed by their side in quest of Helmaud even after his death. Tempest explained that he didn't know much about Bermud's intentions, but during the battle with the Demon King of Incarceration, Bermud sheathed his sword. This leaves Eugene stunned. Tempest elaborates that everyone fought tooth and nail, but it all was in vain. However, in the end, only the Demon King of Incarceration and Bermud remained standing. After sheathing his sword, Bermud made the fateful decision to walk away without ending the Demon King's life. Eugene sits in disbelief, grappling with the implications. He recalls hearing that Bermud made some kind of promise to the Demon King and demands to know what it was. Tempest, however, reveals that the nature of the promise is a mystery known only to those who were present. From the moment Bermud sheathed his sword, he effectively bound himself, rendering him incapable of further interference. Eugene shouts in frustration, exclaiming that everyone else involved, aside from the Demon King of Incarceration and Bermud, was dead. He yells if Tempest seriously is expecting him to get answers by digging up Bermud's corpse. Tempest, however, remains unfazed, explaining that he doesn't have the time to continue this discussion. He reveals that he had to forcefully open a gate just to communicate with Eugene and now needs to close it. Before vanishing, he assures Eugene they'll meet again when he becomes stronger. As Tempest's face fades, Eugene starts screaming, demanding to answer him before it leaves. Eugene collapses to the ground with that scream as the swirling tornado dissipates. Hera, seeing him in that state, gets horrified. Eugene gets transferred to bed after he goes unconscious. When Eugene eventually wakes up, a sharp headache strikes immediately, and he realizes it's the result of his mana being completely drained. A natural consequence given how little mana he had to begin with. Reflecting on his encounter, he recalls Tempest's words about recognizing creations by their souls. For a long time, Eugene had grappled with the idea that he wasn't truly Hamill, but merely a construct born from his memories. Now, however, he feels certain of his identity. He gets a shock of excitement realizing that he is the real Hamill from 300 years ago. As Eugene collects his thoughts, Hera enters the room, visibly shocked to see him awake. When Eugene asks how long he's been out, she informs him that he was unconscious for about half a day. She also mentions that Gilad and Gione are standing outside the guest house and offers to bring them to him. Shortly after, Gilad and Gione arrive. Gilad wastes no time, stating that he's already heard from Hera about the powerful windstorm that erupted when Eugene stormed swords. With curiosity, he asks if Eugene managed to summon a wind spirit. Hearing that question, Eugene pauses for a while. Eugene considers the situation and realizes that, given the sheer magnitude of the event, it's likely everyone has already witnessed it. Denying it outright isn't an option. Opting for a half-truth, he replies that the king of wind spirits himself who descended. His answer visibly astonishes Gione, leaving him momentarily speechless. Eugene mentions that he was simply curious to find out who had called upon him, noting that it's been quite some time since anyone truly did. Gione responds, explaining that since Bermit's passing, no one has been able to summon the king of wind spirits. Eugene acknowledges this and adds that Tempest had mentioned his lack of power, expressing hope for their future meeting. Gilad chuckles in amazement, clearly impressed. He believes Eugene is truly remarkable. He had already heard from Gione about Eugene's ability to sense mana almost instantly and his swift mastery of the white flame method, both of which were monumental achievements in their own right. But to know that the king of wind spirits took notice of him, that is nothing short of extraordinary. Eugene smiles at the praise, and Gilad points out that once he has rested for a few days, Gione will begin his training. Although they had originally planned to start after the blood sacrifice ritual, Gilad emphasizes that supporting Eugene's growth is their top priority for now. Eugene gratefully acknowledges their support, but insists that he doesn't want to be a burden on Gione. Gione, however, reassures him, explaining that it's no trouble at all. He's eager to teach Eugene personally. He will also be teaching Cian and Ciel, and Gilad will assist whenever he can. Gilad smiles at the thought, hoping that Eugene's progress will motivate Cyan and Ciel to push themselves even harder. Meanwhile, at the training grounds the twins are sparring, Ciel notes that Eugene has already achieved the White Flame 1-star rank. Cyan, having already suspected as much, adds that it wasn't a surprise, though Ciel complains that it took them an incredibly long time to reach that level. Cyan, growing frustrated, defends their progress, explaining that even among their ancestors, reaching such a milestone in a month was incredibly fast. Still, both of them can't help but be amazed at how Eugene managed to achieve a whole star in just one day. With that, they resume their sparring with anger and determination. Eugene lays on his bed quietly in his room, waiting for everyone to leave. He then grabs the storm sword and unsheathes it. A wave emerges emitting a low-grade spirit, likely the best he can summon with his current mana. He asks her if she's heard anything from the king of wind spirits, but she doesn't respond. Eugene, concluding that spirits aren't particularly intelligent, realizes he probably won't be able to engage in a conversation with one. Resorting to what he knows best, Eugene threatens the Storm King and orders the spirit to convey it to him. The fairy, displeased with his attitude, zips away, darting through his hair. Eugene reflects on the past, thinking that he was the only one who truly died in the Demon King of Incarceration's castle. All of Eugene's comrades emerge from Helmut alive. Yet, only Bermit and the Demon King of Incarceration truly know the contents of the pact. Determined, Eugene resolves to visit Helmut someday. But not just Helmut. He plans to visit the homes of his former comrades as well, hoping to uncover what really happened. He knows, however, that he must grow stronger first. With his current body, venturing to those places feels impossible. Still, Eugene remains hopeful, confident that one day he will possess the strength to achieve his goals. Fast forward 4 years, and Eugene is now a 17-year-old Chad with an even more muscular physique than before. Despite training with mana every day without fail, his body shows no signs of adverse effects. He has already reached 3 stars in the White Flame method, but he still feels unsatisfied. Eugene knows that to fully utilize his muscular body, he must surpass what he accomplished in his previous life. At the training ground, as he spars with Cyan, who has also grown significantly, Eugene shares his desire to go to Aeroth. Cyan is confused by this sudden revelation, prompting Eugene to explain further. He reveals that during his morning training, he achieved a breakthrough. As he speaks, Eugene channels his mana, unleashing the power of his 3-star cores. His body becomes engulfed in a tremendous surge of energy, leaving Cyan stunned. Seeing Eugene like that, Cyan is in disbelief. Even though Eugene was introduced to mana 7 years after him, he has already surpassed Cyan by reaching 3 stars, while Cyan remains at 2. Eugene brushes it off, calling it the perks of being a prodigy. This only makes Cyan feel jealous, and he complains that Eugene treats him like a dummy target every morning during their sparring sessions. Eugene responds, pointing out that it was Cyan who asked for the sparring in the first place, adding that he can stop if Cyan wants him to. Despite being tired of the relentless matches, Cyan doesn't want Eugene to stop sparring with him. However, he is curious about why Eugene is so intent on learning magic, just like Yod. You see, Yod also tried to pursue magic and went to Aeroth to become Reverian's apprentice. Unfortunately, he failed because he lacked the necessary talent. Even with Gilade's connections to secure a place for him, Yod barely achieved anything. 4 years later, he was still relying on the magic tower without making any meaningful progress. Hearing Cyan's words, Eugene ferociously reminds him that he's speaking ill of his older brother. However, Cyan reveals the real reason he's against Eugene learning magic. If Eugene goes to Aeroth, Ciel will be sad. Eugene doesn't find this believable since Ciel rarely talks to him and usually trains on her own. Dismissing Cyan's concerns, Eugene leaves to meet Gilad while Cyan continues calling out to him. Eugene's goal is to inform Gilad about his 3-star progress and his decision to go to Aeroth. When Eugene shares his achievements and plans, Gilad is initially shocked but quickly becomes amazed. Reaching 3 stars at Eugene's age is unprecedented in the history of House Lionheart. Gilad confidently tells Eugene that, with continued effort, he will likely reach the 4th level in no time. Eugene knows he can no longer make significant progress while staying at the main house, so he asks for permission to go to Aeroth and learn new disciplines. This request makes Gilad nervous, but due to his kind and understanding nature, he cannot deter Eugene from his passionate desire to learn. Reluctantly, he grants him permission. However, Gilad warns him to avoid learning magic from the dark mages who reside in the Black Tower. While their public reputation isn't as terrible as it once was, the descendants of Burmut have an unwritten rule that forbids them from practicing dark magic. Eugene is well aware of the dangers of dark magic, having encountered demonic forces frequently in his past life. He reassures Gilad that he despises dark magic and promises there's no need to worry about him straying down that path. After leaving the head's office, Eugene walks past Ciel's room when she calls out to him from behind the door. With a smirk, Eugene teases her to come outside, but she refuses, explaining that she's sweaty from training and doesn't want to be seen like that. Ciel then expresses her concern about Eugene going to Aeroth. She's also already heard from Cyan about him reaching 3 stars. Eugene reveals that his purpose for going is to learn magic, but Ciel suggests an alternative to inviting a mage from the capital to teach him instead. She also adds, with emotions, that she and her brother will work hard to get stronger while he's away. Eugene jokes that it would be more fun to spar if that happens. Speaking of sparring, he asks Cyan for one final match before he leaves. Ciel, feeling a bit sad about his departure, asks how long he plans to stay in Aeroth. According to Eugene, it will be a few years. She tries to convince him to stay, even mentioning his father, but Eugene explains that his father seems to have settled in and is enjoying himself, spending his time hunting regularly. She then brings up Gione and Cyan, saying they'll be sad as well, but Eugene remains firm in his decision. Despite her efforts, Ciel is unable to change his mind. Unknown to her, a part of Eugene doesn't want to leave her either. After preparing to leave, Eugene visits his real father to say goodbye. His father gives him the classic fatherly advice to avoid bad influences in Aeroth. Eugene, in turn, reminds him not to slack off on his exercise routine, which makes his father laugh. Standing up, his father offers a farewell with a warm smile. Everyone gathers at the magic gate to bid Eugene a final goodbye. There, Gilad asks if Eugene needs guards to accompany him, but Eugene confidently assures him that he can handle everything on his own. Gilad knows that Eugene has already reached 3 stars at such a young age and is pretty talented, unlike his son Yod. As Eugene steps toward the gate, his father suddenly starts crying. Eugene, ever nonchalant, responds with a smirk, telling him to send his son off with a smile instead. Eugene's father wipes away his tears and forces a laugh, which is enough to bring a smile to Eugene's face. With that, Eugene turns and steps through the gate, teleporting to the kingdom of Aeroth. Aeroth is a breathtaking sight, with 5 towering magic towers arranged in a pentagonal formation and the grand palace at the center. As Eugene looks around, he notices that the kingdom has changed since he last visited in his previous life. The kingdom also features floating stations connected by warp gates, used for travel throughout the city. These stations, powered by intricate magic spells, stand as a testament to Aeroth's unparalleled magical excellence. As Eugene sits in his carriage, the tour guide enthusiastically points out Aeroth's stunning views and rich culture, showcasing the kingdom's beauty and magical heritage. The pentagonal structure in Aeroth features 15 distinct platforms, all created by Sia. According to the tour guide, even the flying carriage they're riding in was designed by Sia. Though it's quite old, the carriage is meticulously maintained and regularly repaired to ensure no accidents occur. As the tour guide continues to enthusiastically ramble about the Pentagon, Eugene interrupts and requests to be taken to Sia's manor. This excites the guide, as Sia's manor is considered one of the 3 must-see landmarks in Aeroth. The guide explains that Sia became the youngest master of a magic tower 300 years ago after returning from the demonic city. In her honor, a statue of Sia was erected in the Green Magic Tower, a testament to her legendary accomplishments. The tour guide then reveals that Xia once lived in her manor, but vanished, leaving behind only a note saying she was retiring. Many mages from Aeroth tried to find her, but no one was ever able to discover her whereabouts. The guide speculates that she might have gone to the demonic city of Helmaud. He also reveals that the day Xia disappeared was exactly 100 years after she left the body of Hamill in the demonic city. The guide believes she may have returned to seek revenge for Hamill as, according to him, Hamill was in love with Xia. Right before he died, he professed his love to her. This comment makes Eugene furiously angry, causing the tour guide to become visibly uncomfortable. However, Eugene controls his emotions, causing the tour guide to awkwardly laugh, thinking that Eugene might not be fond of romance stories. There were other theories about her disappearance as well. One theory suggested that, given it was widely known that Xia despised dark magic and opposed the construction of the Black Magic Tower in Arath up until the day she went missing, she might have been assassinated by those involved with the establishment of the Dark Tower. Eugene, knowing Xia's power, doesn't believe the theory about her being assassinated, though he wonders if it might have been the Demon King who was responsible. Even to this day, the Black Magic Tower is sponsored by Helmaud itself, and Xia, with her strong stance against dark magic, would have been a significant obstacle. This could very well be the reason the Demon King might have taken action against her. After a while, Eugene finally arrives at Xia's manor, where hundreds of devotees are already gathered. They are praying for success in their tests, papers, and interviews. Noticing the crowd, the tour guide explains that these are students praying for their Magic Tower requirement exams. There is also an entrance fee for the manor, and double fees to enter the actual building. Eugene wonders why it's so expensive. And the tour guide reveals that despite the high costs, people are willing to pay because there is a superstition that if they pray to the statue of Xia, they will pass their exams no matter what. Walking up to the main gate guards, the tour guide presents Eugene's card. Upon realizing who he is, Eugene Lionheart, they quickly allow him entry. The tour guide waits outside while Eugene enters, eager to see what Xia has been up to all these years. As Eugene walks through the hallways, he notices, as expected, the manor is massive, something that becomes evident considering Xia spent 100 years living there. He recalls the conversation with Xia when she had asked about his future retirement plans. At the time, Hamill hadn't given it much thought, but Xia had her own perspective. She believed they deserved to enjoy some peace, given how much of their youth had been spent fighting in that hellish place. However, Hamill had never seriously considered it. Xia, on the other hand, had been convinced that Morone, too, harbored aspirations to become a king. Hamill had mocked that idea, but Xia had remained confident in him, believing that people should be allowed to dream. When Hamill questioned her about her own future plans, it had caught her off guard. Deep down, she had always envisioned a simple life, getting married and having children. Now standing in front of Xia's portrait, Eugene realizes that Xia never had the chance to fulfill her wishes, despite spending an entire century in the manor. His thoughts grow heavy as he reaches out to touch her picture, but a guard suddenly shouts, ordering him to stop. The guard warns that it's against the rules, and though Eugene feels a flash of annoyance, he pulls his hand back. He had only come to see the enormous library in the basement. Eugene descends the stairs, where row upon row of shelves are filled with grimoires. As he surveys the books, a thought crosses his mind. Perhaps Xia left behind some clues about her disappearance. As Eugene tries to continue his search, the same guard stops him once again, reiterating the same restriction. The frustration builds as Eugene realizes he can't even open a single book. Left with no choice, he skims through the one that catches his attention. As he does, his thoughts drift to his necklace, which had been part of the Lionheart treasure, but never officially recorded. Even its mana had been altered. Eugene finds it odd that the necklace had been there all along while he was looking around. And now, it has caught his eye. He wonders if the necklace somehow recognizes his Hamill soul, much like Tempest had. Now, Eugene is certain that someone has tampered with his reincarnation process. If it's Xia, he believes she might have left behind some clue or trace about it. After a long while of searching, he finds nothing, despite thoroughly investigating every corner. Confused and uncertain about what to do next, he is struck with an idea. He decides to attempt triggering a response from Xia's soul, hoping it might provoke her to act. Yet there's no reaction. Disappointed, Eugene leaves the library, unsure of his next step. As Eugene heads back, he encounters the tour guide and tosses him a gold coin as a tip, making the guide visibly excited. The tour guide suggests showing him some restaurants nearby, but Eugene, determined, insists that he wants to see the Red Magic Tower. They take a carriage ride there, and as they travel, Eugene inquires about Yod. Nervous, the tour guide reveals that everyone knows about Yod in the area. But since Eugene will be staying at the Red Magic Tower, Eugene is eager to learn any rumors about him. The guide hesitates for a moment, unsure of how to proceed. To calm him down, Eugene assures him that he hasn't had a chance to speak to Yod yet, and if he ever crosses paths with him in the future, it would be useful to have some insight. Eugene assures the guide that he will keep this conversation to himself and promises not to be angry if his name comes up. The tour guide, after receiving some reassurance, hesitantly reveals that Yod spends every night indulging in debauchery outside the tower. Eugene is a bit surprised by this, considering Yod is only 19 and shouldn't be engaging in such activities. The guide explains that Yod has been spending his nights with a succubus, which only adds to Eugene's frustration. He becomes furious at the thought of a succubus being in Arath, wondering how something like that could happen. The guide explains that it's the result of the Black Magic Tower, which not only houses dark mages but also demons, creating an atmosphere where such beings can roam freely. Eugene is now deeply embarrassed, especially since it involves his older brother interacting with a succubus. However, the guide counters this by mentioning that there is a street near the area, resembling a red light district, where even the police are afraid to go. According to the tour guide, Yod visits those streets regularly. However, it isn't open that day, as it only opens during a full moon. Eugene had planned to focus on his own goals while keeping his distance from Yod, but the fact that his brother had engaged in something like that, with a succubus no less, makes Eugene furious. The tour guide nervously reaffirms that this information should remain a secret, to which Eugene agrees, though his anger toward his brother still lingers. Despite his frustration, Eugene is now determined to visit that street once the next full moon arrives. As they continue their conversation, the carriage finally reaches the Red Magic Tower. At the entrance of the Red Magic Tower, Eugene is welcomed by Hera, a mage from the tower. She informs him that the master has been expecting him, but there is a problem. As she speaks, a huge blast erupts from one of the tower's floors. Hera nervously explains that it was caused by a training session focused on summoning magic, a discipline known for its high risk of failure. The blast occurred, and 2 monster spirits escaped the tower. Thankfully, the spirits were quickly recaptured by Rovarian, the Red Magic Tower's master. Rovarian is known for being strict with his students, and because of the dangerous mistake, the students responsible have been expelled. He then notices Eugene and quickly descends to greet him. Rovarian comments on how much Eugene has grown, to which Eugene responds that he's the same as before. Rovarian attributes the change to his youth magic, but Eugene now senses that something about Rovarian feels different. Although Rovarian isn't quite on Sia's level, Eugene recognizes him as a strong and worthy 5-star holder. Rovarian has already been informed by Gilad about Eugene's reason for arriving and expresses confidence in Eugene's abilities, believing he will do well. As they continue their conversation, the main door of the Red Magic Tower swings open slightly, and Eugene is shocked to see Yod in a severely weakened state. He looks as if his life force has been sucked by a demonic woman. Rovarian asks Yod to meet Eugene, but Yod, barely able to speak, mumbles uncertainty, unsure of what to say. Eugene greets him with a sense of disappointment, while Rovarian orders Yod to return and continue his reading. Once Yod disappears inside, Rovarian apologizes to Eugene for the sight and inquires about Eugene's goals. Eugene expresses his desire to learn magic on his own, confident that it's the best way for him to grow. Rovarian, attempting to meet him halfway, suggests that he accept Hera as his assistant, a proposal Eugene doesn't immediately oppose. When Rovarian welcomes him, Eugene's first request is to be taken to the library. From that point on, Eugene spends every single day for a month in the library, reading grimoires from morning till night. He also practices his mana control for several hours each morning and night, pushing himself until exhaustion takes over. Eugene's naturally gifted body helped him recover quickly, even without much sleep. With this advantage, he managed to get through all the entry-level grimoires in just a month and felt ready to try his hand at magic. When it comes to magic, Shia's unique method divides it into multiple stages, a system that countless mages across Arath follow. One of the key stages involves a circle, shaped like a star, through which mana is manifested. Once a mage's mana surpasses the boundaries of the circle, a new one is formed. Most mages are introduced to magic through these circles, regardless of whether they practice dark or spirit magic. To refine his skills, Eugene begins training with Hera. She explains that they are focusing on the circle method, as it has been the most effective approach for the past 300 years among all other techniques. However, Eugene wants to modify the method by applying his own Lionheart House mana control technique. Hera warns him that this technique is different from theirs, and if he doesn't execute it properly, he may not be able to manifest any magic. There's also the possibility of causing severe damage to himself in the process. Despite her concerns, Eugene is confident in his abilities, having read through all the grimoires for this very moment. Still skeptical, Hera agrees to let him try but summons her staff, ready to intervene if things go wrong. With a nod, Eugene begins the process. As Eugene channels the technique, he knows that the White Flame method and the Circle method share some similarities, both controlling mana through stars, while the Circle method uses rings. Eugene wants to replace the stars within him with circles to increase the amount of mana he can manage. He understands the importance of adjusting his mana, as he cannot afford to guess how much he needs. While he is controlling the mana inside his body, Hera watches in amazement. Despite his age, Eugene is able to prolong the process, a feat that impresses her. Engulfed in mana, Eugene summons a fireball and transforms it into a magic sphere. Hera, witnessing his control, feels a pang of jealousy. He's done all of this with nothing but his mind. Curious, she asks him to summon a golem. To demonstrate, she conjures a Cabrium-made golem in front of him. It lacks defensive abilities, but it is exceptionally resilient to magic. Eugene, however, is in need of something to test his magic missile on, and the golem seems like the perfect target. With a focused aim, he fires the missile, which pierces through the golem's chest and destroys it instantly. Rovarian is called in to witness the result, and he's shocked by the power of Eugene's attack. Despite the golem being just a monster, Eugene's strike was devastating. Hera, though surprised, explains that even though Eugene used his own technique, the power of his attack was comparable to that of a 3-circle mage. This realization horrifies Rovarian, as Eugene has just done the impossible, replacing the physical mana control with the circle method. Rovarian now finds himself considering whether to elevate Eugene's skills to the status of a 3-circle mage. Rovarian, deep in thought, inquires about Eugene's background. Hera reveals that Eugene has an appointment scheduled. After a brief pause, Rovarian asks Hera if she believes Eugene could be granted access to the Royal Library of Acreon. This suggestion shocks Hera, as only high-ranking mages and nobles are typically allowed entry. However, Rovarian feels Eugene is deserving of this privilege. He notes that Eugene has not only mastered the basics but has also seamlessly integrated his own technique with theirs. And of course, the way he destroyed the golem speaks volumes about his potential. Rovarian decides to write a letter of recommendation for Eugene, confident in his abilities. However, Hera remains worried, concerned about other mages raising objections to such a bold decision. Rovarian dismisses Hera's concerns, unconcerned about the potential objections from other mages. He asks her where Eugene is, and she reveals that he went to meet a friend, which surprises Rovarian. Meanwhile, Eugene is strolling through Murdain Square in a wrath. As he gazes at a statue of Sia, a familiar figure approaches him. It's Gargui, now sporting a beard, despite being only 18 years old. Bro sure is juicing hard on his family steroids. Both Eugene and Gargi comment on each other's growth, exchanging a firm handshake. However, as soon as their hands meet, Gargi immediately starts pitching his family's muscle growth potion again, something Eugene quickly rejects. Gargi's taken aback, mentioning how it had helped Eugene's father lose fat, yet Eugene still declines the offer. Eugene, growing impatient, cuts to the chase and asks Gargi why he called him. Gargui, shifting his tone, brings up the Demon Red Light District. He reveals that the balls of a giant will be up for auction there. Our boy is in disbelief that this guy called him all the way to talk about buying some giant balls. However, RIP poor giant whose balls are getting sold. Gargi wants to take the giant's balls to an alchemist, hoping they can be converted into another muscle growth potion for him. To make this happen, he asks Eugene to come along, as he doesn't have enough money for the auction. Eugene finds the request strange, but when Gargi drops to his knees and starts pleading, Eugene feels pressured and reluctantly agrees. Gargi also mentions other valuable items that will be up for auction, but Eugene isn't particularly excited about that. Eugene, however, reveals that he has plans to visit other parts of the Red Light District. This decision comes after he bumped into Yod a few days ago, who seemed to be suffering from withdrawal due to his succubus addiction. Eugene is certain that his brother will return when the next full moon arrives. As soon as Eugene returns to the Red Tower, Rovarian calls for him. He wants to discuss Yod with him as well. They both sit down for the conversation, and without delay, Rovarian presents Eugene with the recommendation letter. Eugene is shocked as he reads it. He knows that the Acreon Royal Library holds 300 years of knowledge about magic, with thousands of grimoires available. However, Eugene remains humble and downplays his worth, saying he doesn't deserve it. But Rovarian has confidence in him, believing that access to Acreon will allow Eugene to further his magical talents and broaden his knowledge. The library contains books on ancient magic, written by some of the greatest sages of all time. Eugene becomes curious, wondering if there are books written by Sia herself in the library. Rovarian confirms that Acreon holds 3 original volumes of her book, Witchcraft, in which she revealed all her magical secrets from her later years. According to Rovarian, the Witchcraft books are the greatest works on magic, and there are no copies available elsewhere. He recalls the first time he read those books. When he did, he realized that all the magic he had learned previously seemed like child's play. Although Rovarian doesn't fully guarantee that the recommendation letter will be accepted, he asks Eugene if he's okay with it being sent. Eugene, though excited inside, maintains a humble exterior, worried that his lack of experience might cause trouble. Despite this, Rovarian is confident in Eugene and seems to be okay with everything. Eugene, however, doesn't want to upset him and fears that bringing up any concerns might result in Rovarian retracting the recommendation. Still, he asks about Yod and his involvement in the mess at the Demon Red Light District. Rovarian is shocked and embarrassed, confirming that Yod did not listen to his warnings. He explains that in the past, succubi drained people's vitality until death. However, when Helmaud opened the borders, the entire demon community shifted its approach. Now, succubi still drain vitality but refrain from killing their victims, as the Queen of Nightmares from Helmaud forbade it. Eugene still believes that Yod's actions can't be justified. Rovarian, however, reveals that Yod has his reasons. Despite arriving with high expectations, Yod was betrayed by his own lack of talent. Yod repeatedly failed and fell into despair, and even the guidance given to him didn't seem to help. The pressure from his family weighed heavily on him, wearing him out further. Rovarian, seeing this, allowed Yod to take breaks from time to help him cope. Without those breaks, Rovarian believes Yod would have collapsed much earlier. Eugene understands Yod's struggles, but he also knows the dynamics of the main family. Both of Gilead's wives were constantly scheming and competing for the position of head, all for the sake of their children. Meanwhile, Cyan and Ciel were both incredibly talented, and Yod was left to suffer under the pressure of living up to the expectations set by his family. Eugene understands that, despite Yod still being mocked at the Red Tower, his life may be more bearable compared to his time back in the Lionheart house. However, Eugene still believes that messing with a succubus goes too far. No matter the circumstances, succubi are demons, and they can never truly coexist with humans. This conviction drives Eugene to determine exactly what Yod has been doing with a succubus. Oh man, I think you don't want to find that out. At the full moon, the Demon Red Light District is alive with activity. Among the bustling crowd, Gargi and Eugene use disguise magic to blend in, ensuring that no one knows they're there. The tour guide from earlier is already in the area, keeping an eye out for Yod, while Eugene and Garga stroll nearby. Eugene is concerned that it might be difficult to spot Yod, suspecting he might be using disguise magic as well. However, the tour guide reassures him that Yod never uses disguise magic and always wears the same robe. This information only fuels Eugene's frustration, as he feels Yod is deliberately drawing attention to himself. Gargui, unaware of Eugene's plans with Yod, is simply there to attend the auction with Eugene, hoping to secure the giant's balls. In the red light district, countless auctions are taking place, each with anonymous bidders. Every party is assigned a private room for bidding, ensuring their identities remain hidden. A masked figure leads Eugene to their bidding room, explaining how the process works with buttons placed in front of them. Eugene, accompanying Gargui, is intrigued by what the auction might offer, and curious about the types of items up for bid. As the auction begins, a masked host greets the room, revealing that they specialize in rare magical materials, as well as high-quality goods from Helmaud. The auction starts with items like a magic horn and root flowers, but Eugene remains focused on waiting for the giant's balls to appear. After a few items, the host introduces a mysterious piece of metal from the Kajard Hills, hidden in a box. The host notes that no one has bought it yet, as they've been trying to sell it for a while, but today, someone seems determined to purchase it. Eugene gets curious about it. The masked host reveals that it is a durable piece of metal that shines under the moonlight, suitable for decoration, and little more. As the box is opened, Eugene, without hesitation, presses the bid button, confusing Gargui. Eugene bids 1 million, recognizing the item as part of the famous Moonlight Sword. He wins the bid, as no one else participates. Gargui is still baffled by Eugene's sudden decision to bid on the piece, but Eugene knows its true value. The Kajard Hills, where the metal was found, were also where Bermot discovered the Moonlight Sword. Eugene speculates that Bermot might have shattered the sword into pieces to prevent anyone from obtaining it, though he senses nothing special from the fragment. Perhaps its aura has faded after 300 years. As Eugene inspects the fragment, the tour guide informs him that Yod has arrived. Eugene prepares to leave, handing his credit card to Gargui in case he needs more money to buy the balls. Outside, he learns that Yod is at a store called Rafflesia. Following the directions from the street signs, Eugene arrives at the store, where demon guards immediately catch his attention. He wishes to enter, but the entry fee is a staggering 2 million if he wants to dream. Fortunately, Eugene has the funds. Inside, the place is packed with chatter and activity. Eugene sits at a table but doesn't see Yod, so he asks a server where he can go to dream. She informs him that it's downstairs, and to entice him, she offers him a drink. Eugene declines and insists that she take him downstairs. Sensing his hesitation, the server reassures him that everything will be fine. As they head down the hallway, Eugene keenly observes his surroundings, which is the main reason he came here in the first place. Once they reach the bedrooms, Eugene lies, claiming to be a bit nervous since it's his first time, but the server reassures him again. Eugene pushes to pay for the drink, telling her that he decided to leave and sleep at home. She escorts him to the exit, which leads to a nearby restaurant. There, Eugene orders some meat and begins to eat. As he enjoys his meal, he notices 2 demon guards escorting Yod out through a hidden underground door. My guy looks like a crackhead level 1000. Seeing Yod in such a state infuriates Eugene. His elder brother is tarnishing the reputation of House Lionheart, and Eugene can't stand it. As the guards escort Yod out, Eugene rises from his seat, determined to follow them and discover where they are taking him. He trails them to a dark alleyway where they stop outside a hidden room. Sneaking up behind them, Eugene is abruptly stopped by a group of individuals who block his path. They warn him in an intimidating tone to back off, insisting that it isn't a store. Eugene, confused and suspicious, questions them. But before he can get an answer, one of the figures grabs him by the throat, trying to assert dominance. Eugene, in a swift movement, delivers an uppercut that sends him flying back. Seeing their companion fall, the others draw their weapons, rushing to attack Eugene. Eugene dodges their strikes in a blur of motion, countering before they even have a chance to blink. He lands with a swift and precise strike, stepping on one of them to demand answers about the place they're guarding. Realizing the man is likely knocked out cold, he decides to find out himself. Eugene smashes the door open, and inside, a thick smoke fills the room, making him wonder if his brother has gone so far as to take drugs. The sight inside is chaotic, and before he can process it, he's spotted by 3 figures. What catches his attention, however, is the strange mix of a human, a demon, and an anthropomorph, all standing together. They charge at him, drawing their weapons out. But Eugene is faster. With a quick motion, he blasts them all to the ground, incapacitating them in an instant. As they lay there, Eugene stands over them, demanding answers about Yod's whereabouts. However, realizing he isn't going to get the answers he wants from them, he decides to find his brother himself. He draws his storm sword, channeling mana through it, and sends a powerful whirlwind spiraling around him. The force of the wind shatters the doors of both the first and second floors, revealing that no one is hiding there. With only the 3rd floor remaining to be checked, Eugene blasts through the roof, using his storm sword to propel himself up and into the space above. There is only one room on this floor, and as Eugene approaches, a dark magic spell materializes at the door. Without hesitation, Eugene hurls the shard of his moonlight sword at the spell. The shard makes contact and the door explodes into pieces. Seeing that it works, Eugene is thrilled. The shard still carries the moonlight's traits, and it proves to be just as powerful as he hoped. Inside the room, a dark mage stands with his eyes widening in shock. He had expected the spell to kill Eugene, but instead, the magic had been deflected by something unknown. Eugene recalls the warnings from his father, Gilad, about avoiding dark magic, yet it seems his own brother, Yod, has now become entangled in it. The dark mage, clearly terrified, tries to back away, but Eugene doesn't show any interest in pursuing him. Instead, he calmly tells him to get out of his way, assuring the mage that he won't chase him if he complies. The mage, looking at Eugene's white flame, recognizes him from somewhere. Suddenly, the bulky guards escorting Yod come out of the room that the dark mage is guarding. Seeing them, Eugene recognizes them as well, both of their claws transforming into their real demon forms. Eugene draws his storm sword and prepares for the attack. As they charge at him, he channels his mana into the sword and, with a single slash, sends a tornado toward one, cutting him all over his body. Despite feeling nervous, the other guard continues his charge, but his hand is severed from his arm with a single slash. Eugene isn't done. He rushes toward the demon and, grabbing its face, slams it against a wall, killing it instantly. The dark mage watches the scene unfold, terrified as he realizes that this person is Eugene Lionheart. Eugene warns the mage once again to get out of his way, but the mage tries to explain something. Despite the explanation, Eugene steps toward him, prompting the mage to launch another attack, which Eugene easily deflects. As Eugene charges toward him, the mage starts sweating, wondering if these are his final moments. However, Eugene stops his blade inches away from the mage's neck, warning him not to move or interfere in his business. With that, Eugene enters the room, where he finds Yod lying lifelessly in a dark ritual circle. Eugene also notices some heart-shaped objects nearby and questions the mage about them. The mage explains that these are unicorn hearts, which shocks Eugene to his core. Unicorns possess strong mana and divine power, making them incredibly valuable as sacrifices. Eugene wonders if this is meant as an offering to the Demon King, but the mage reveals that it is for Baron Ulfr, an incubus serving Duchess Noir of Helmaud. Noir is known as the Queen of Nightmares, and to Eugene's shock, she is still alive after 300 years. Helmaud is ruled by the Demon Kings, and although Noir isn't on par with them, her status as the Queen of Nightmares grants her enough power to be a duchess. Eugene pieces everything together. Yod has been making a pact with one of Noir's subordinates, sacrificing a unicorn heart and losing himself to drug addiction in the process. The anger in Eugene's eyes is unmistakable, and the mage kneels before him, pleading that he only did this for the money and on Yod's orders. Eugene knows it is the dark mage's greed that led him to initiate the pact, hoping he too might have a chance to gain power through Noir. Eugene walks up to Yod and, seeing his deteriorated state, slaps him hard. The slap jolts Yod back to some semblance of awareness, and he recognizes Eugene as his brother. Yod is surprised to see Eugene there and begins explaining how he ended up in such a situation. Eugene, now understanding how Yod had fallen to this point, remarks that visiting such a place once in a while might be forgivable. However, grabbing Yod's face, he furiously adds that the moment Yod got involved in dark magic was when he crossed the line. Eugene is enraged that, as a direct descendant of the Lionheart family, Yod made a pact with a demon. And not even a powerful one, but a mere incubus. As Yod tries to justify himself, Eugene headbutts him, shouting that the pact means his life now belongs to the demon, and he is bound to follow its orders. Eugene yells, demanding what Yod would do if the demon ordered him to kill his parents, siblings, or even steal the Lionheart family's treasure. Terrified, Yod admits that the incubus had promised and assured him that he would not have to follow all its commands. This infuriates Eugene even more, as he reminds Yod that demons never keep their promises, valuing nothing but their own gain. He points out that Yod couldn't even face reality, and instead escaped into alcohol and delusions. So how could he ever defy a demon's orders? Yod is left speechless, but Eugene presses him for an answer. Tears streaming down his face, Yod reveals that Eugene has no right to criticize him. He confesses his jealousy, that ever since Eugene was adopted into the family 4 years ago, he had received all their father's attention. Eugene argues back, insisting that Yod had the same opportunities. He inherited the white flame and was given the chance to become a Rovarian apprentice. Eugene bluntly states that his recognition comes from his talent, not favoritism, flexing that he was born with abilities that earned him that attention. Yod, still crying, laments that talent isn't something he can gain no matter how hard he tries. Eugene counters by showing him the reality. Eugene himself trained hard, and even Cyan and Ciel were back at the manor working tirelessly to improve themselves. Meanwhile, Yod wasted his time indulging in drugs and reckless behavior. Eugene reminds him that at this rate, he can never become the head of the Lionheart family. However, Yod doesn't want to be the head of the family. He declares that he wants to be a dark mage and live freely in Helmaud. Hearing this, Eugene punches Yod with such force that it sends him flying. Blood pours from every hole in Yod's face as Eugene, enraged, berates him for seeking acknowledgement from demons rather than valuing his family's principles. What angers Eugene most is Yod's belief that a demon's approval is more meaningful than his family's trust. Eugene makes it clear that Yod is worthless beyond carrying the Lionheart name. Saying this, he calls Rovarian. When Rovarian arrives with guards, the dark mage is escorted out while Rovarian stands before Yod, radiating pure disappointment. Yod tries denying his involvement with dark magic, but Rovarian sees through his lies. He accuses Yod of betraying everyone, his family, his father's trust, the Red Tower's reputation, and even Rovarian's teachings. Yod continues making excuses, but Rovarian struggles to restrain himself from punching him. Instead, Rovarian coldly informs Yod that he will report everything to Gilad and his mother, and if Yod wants to defend himself, he will need to explain it to them. Yod trembles in regret, but it is already too late. After midnight, Gilad arrives in Arath with his wife, summoned by Rovarian. Yod's mother looks embarrassed, while Gilad is visibly furious. However, someone else is also present. He introduces himself as Balzac, the master of the Black Magic Tower. Balzac has been a master for decades and is one of the 3 legendary dark mages who have made a direct pact with the Demon King of Incarnation. Yod's mother, upon seeing Balzac, is furious at him, but Rovarian reminds her that Balzac has nothing to do with the incident. This only fuels her anger as she refuses to believe his innocence. Balzac, however, clarifies that the Dark Magic Tower is not responsible for all black mages, just as the one responsible for the incident does not belong to the Dark Magic Tower. As Yod's mother is about to argue further, Gilad interrupts her and demands to know why Balzac is there. Balzac admits partial responsibility, explaining that while dark magic was prohibited in the past, it is now legal. Gilad finds this explanation unamusing, viewing it as mere lip service to safeguard House Lionheart's reputation. Balzac confirms this with a smirk, stating openly that he has no intention of becoming an enemy of House Lionheart. To demonstrate this, he offers that all employees involved in the drug trade and scandals will be punished according to Arath's law. Yod's mother, however, remains skeptical of Balzac's responsibility. Balzac then moves to the main point, revealing that the incubus responsible for forming a pact with Yod will be executed. As he speaks, he extinguishes all the candles in the room and conjures a dark magic sphere in his hand. He then delivers a message to Eugene from the Demon King of Incineration. Eugene is visibly shocked as Balzac conveys that the Demon King wishes to execute the incubus personally, as an apology to the house of his beloved Bermit for the incident. Hearing the Demon King refer to Bermit as beloved enrages both Eugene and Gilad. After delivering the message, Balzac offers a formal apology for everything that has transpired, and as he prepares to leave, he smirks at Eugene before departing. Gilad, still seething with rage, requests Eugene to step out of the room. Once Eugene leaves, Gilad apologizes to Rovarian for Yod's actions and expresses his intent to take Yod back to House Lionheart. This declaration terrifies Yod's mother, who immediately protests in Yod's defense, insisting it was a one-time mistake and promising it will not happen again. However, Gilad remains resolute, pointing out that no one in 300 years of the Lionheart family's history has ever attempted to become a dark mage. He refuses to allow Yod to remain in Arath. Yod's mother, desperate, begins to argue, reminding Gilad that before Yod was sent to Arath, Cyan and Ciel overshadowed him in the main family. After this incident, she believes Yod must stay in Arath. Panicked, she accuses Gilad of never providing Yod with proper opportunities, while Cyan, Ciel, and even the adopted Eugene received his favoritism. Gilad, attempting to calm her, insists that he treated everyone equally. Yod's mother, unwilling to accept this, begins screaming that Gilad never tried hard enough to support Yod. Gilad, overwhelmed by her yelling and the embarrassment she is causing, is forced to make a decision. Seeing that he will not agree to let Yod stay in Arath, she pleads to take Yod to her parents' house instead, vowing never to let him visit House Lionheart again to avoid humiliation. With a heavy heart and growing embarrassment, Gilad reluctantly agrees. Meanwhile, Eugene, walking alone down the hallway, is stopped by Balzac, who has something to discuss with him. Balzac attempts to appear friendly with Eugene, but Eugene shows no interest in having a conversation with him. Realizing this, Balzac tries to explain himself, but Eugene makes it clear that his disdain is not personal. It stems from his contempt for all dark mages. Balzac defends himself, expressing that it feels unfair for the reputation of dark mages to remain tainted by events from 300 years ago. He insists that he has done nothing wrong personally. Hoping to find common ground, Balzac extends a friendly hand, suggesting that even though Eugene hates dark magic, there might be no reason for them to hold grudges against each other. However, Eugene pointedly ignores the handshake, prompting Balzac to lower his hand. Undeterred, Balzac continues, revealing that he has heard much about Eugene, including his performance during the Bloodline confirmation and his impressive accomplishments in magic. He also mentions Rovarian's high praise and his recommendation for Eugene's access to Acreon. Balzac adds that as he is taking partial responsibility for the recent incident, he is also willing to recommend Eugene for access to Acreon. This offer surprises Eugene, but Balzac explains that his interest lies in Eugene's talents. He further reveals that he is not on good terms with Rovarian, who resents him merely for being a dark mage, racist. Supporting Rovarian's decision to recommend him, Balzac hopes to improve his standing with him and also to show goodwill toward the House of Lionheart. Eugene agrees but firmly reminds Balzac that this doesn't mean they will be friends. Balzac seems satisfied with this small concession and, with a polite farewell, turns to leave. As he walks away, Eugene calls out, questioning Balzac's involvement in Yod's situation. Balzac explains that although they are dark mages, they still seek out exceptional talent. He states that despite Yod being a Lionheart, he wouldn't have been given a chance unless he displayed extraordinary abilities. Satisfied with the answer, Eugene watches Balzac walk away. Later, inside his room, Eugene sits in front of the unicorn hearts Gilead allowed him to keep as a reward from the recent confiscations. Unicorn hearts, despite being monster organs, are renowned for their purity and versatility. They can be utilized in several ways, withdrawing mana being the most convenient and straightforward method. As Eugene grips one of the hearts, his body begins to absorb an immense amount of mana. Realizing how fast the absorption process is, he speculates that this might accelerate his cultivation, potentially allowing him to reach the 4th star sooner than expected. Achieving 4 stars would be a historic feat, as no one in the Lionheart family's history has managed it before the age of 20. Reflecting on this, Eugene remembers that Gilead and his younger brother reached 6 stars, a level that cemented their status as some of the most powerful figures in existence. Determined to surpass them, Eugene resolves to refine his mastery of the stars and assimilate everything Hamill had learned with Burmit's white flame technique, aiming to become the strongest. Out of nowhere, Eugene is visited by Gargui, who appears worried about his giant balls, artifacts that cost 30 million sales and risk being sold if he doesn't pay for them soon. Gargi insists that Eugene accompany him, eventually dragging him to Arath's bank. At the bank, the staff is visibly shocked upon seeing Eugene's black card and urges him to open a private account. However, Eugene declines, stating that he is only there to deposit money. As they leave the bank, Gargi suggests heading to his house, explaining that the auctioneers will deliver the artifacts once the payment is processed. Eugene finds it ridiculous to go so far just to see some artifacts, but considering something, he agrees. This excites Gargi, though Eugene secretly has no interest in the artifacts. Instead, he plans to observe the red flame technique Gargi leaked and compare its power to his own white flame. While lost in thought, Eugene suddenly notices someone in the bustling crowd below. Without a word, he dashes into the throng, pushing people aside with urgency. His eyes are fixed on a figure he can't believe he's seeing, someone with unnaturally light purple hair, a feature only those with an extraordinary amount of mana possess. Reaching the mage girl, Eugene calls out to her, recognizing her immediately. It's Xia. Eugene feels a wave of nervousness as he looks at Xia. She looks exactly like the girl from 300 years ago. But now, no longer being Hamill, he doesn't know what to say to her. Walking past her, he wonders if she still has the same cranky personality she had back then. As he turns back and attempts to grab her, his hand passes straight through her. She is nothing more than an illusion created by magic. The illusion of Xia turns toward Eugene, and he struggles to think of a way to let her know that he is Hamill. Suddenly, inspiration strikes and he flips her off. Her lips curl into a smirk, and just as she seems to be mouthing the words, "Found me," the illusion dissipates into the air. A smile spreads across Eugene's face as he realizes that, after all these years, he has found her too. Xia is alive, and she had come looking for Hamill. However, Eugene is confused about how she recognized him, given that his face is different. He speculates that she might have identified him in a way similar to how the Storm Spirit did, or perhaps through his necklace. The fact that Xia sent an illusion to find him suggests she must be sealed somewhere. Eugene begins to wonder whether Xia sealed herself or if the Demon King of Incarceration was responsible. With renewed determination, he looks to the sky and silently promises Xia that he will find her next time. Lost in thought, Eugene is startled when Gargi arrives, questioning him about his sudden rush earlier. Eugene brushes him off and insists they head to Gargi's house. Once there, Eugene reveals his intent to learn the red flame technique. Gargi, eager to show off, flexes his muscles and rips his shirt apart, much to Eugene's bemusement. Eugene silently questions whether such theatrics are necessary, but Gargui is undeterred. Engulfing his body in a burning flare, he begins to demonstrate the power of the red flame technique. Eugene observes the burning red flame with curiosity, wondering if the red flame method involves splitting cores. Gargi explains that core splitting only occurs in the main family's technique. However, Gargi adds that his forefathers mastered 5 stars, as has he, enabling them to split their cores. Upon learning that Gargui is also a 5-star, Eugene realizes something significant. The white flame technique, which demands more cores, is reserved exclusively for direct relatives, while the red flame is meant for distant relatives. Eugene concludes that the red flame technique is not as powerful as he initially thought, and that he won't need it to combine with his white flame method. With that decision, he bids Gargui goodbye, leaving the latter confused, as he had assumed Eugene had come to see the giant balls. Afterward, Eugene returns to the Red Magic Tower. In his private study area, he reflects on Sia's last grimoire, which is stored in Acreon. He is confident that the witchcraft book might contain clues about Sia's whereabouts. His hopes are further bolstered by the fact that 2 masters have now submitted their recommendations for him. Looking at the fragment of the Moonlight Sword, Eugene silently hopes that Xia can hold on a little longer, as she has already waited 300 years for him. Practicing with the Moonlight Sword fragment, Eugene discovers its unique property. It disperses and disintegrates mana. However, with such a small fragment, he is unsure if it can neutralize high-class magic, though it seems effective against lower-class spells. Taking out his sword, Eugene decides to test his mana against the fragment. If his mana doesn't break down upon contact with the fragment, it will prove that the cohesion of his mana surpasses the limitations of the white flame method. After a few days, the other students begin to grow concerned as they keep hearing explosions and feeling tremors coming from Eugene's study room. Hera decides to check on him, especially since she also has a message for him from Rovarian. She knocks on his door, only to hear a loud explosion from inside. Alarmed, she rushes to open the door and is greeted by the sight of Eugene's sweaty, muscular form amidst what appears to be a war zone of magic training. The entire room looks as though a battle has taken place, with cracks running through the walls and floor. Eugene reveals that he has been training his mana and magic simultaneously. Hera, confused, glances around the room and notes the absence of magic circles. Her attention is soon drawn to a shard glowing faintly in the room's center. Shocked, she realizes that the area around the shard remains pristine and undamaged, even as the rest of the basement bears the brunt of Eugene's training. To demonstrate, Eugene launches a fire blast toward the shard. Upon impact, the shard deflects the blast, redirecting it harmlessly around itself. Hera is astounded by Eugene's progress, noting how immensely powerful he has become, and how unnaturally strong his mana cohesion now seems. When Hera asks about his training, Eugene explains that he has been focusing on strengthening his mana control. Initially, his spells didn't work as intended, as the dispersed mana would collapse. However, through persistence, he managed to force the dispersing mana to hold together, even creating controlled explosions with it. Relieved to learn that the explosions are part of his training, Hera expresses her concern for his well-being. She then informs Eugene that Rovarian has summoned him. Eugene assumes Rovarian is calling him to the Indigo Tower, but to his surprise, Hera clarifies that he is being summoned to the Royal Library of Acreon. Acreon is located within a royal palace known as Abram, which stands in the middle of a vast serene lake. The only way to reach Abram is by boat. As Eugene approaches, he marvels at the sight of the palace and the enormous demon ceiling circle surrounding it. Hera explains that this intricate ceiling circle is a gift from Saya to the royal family centuries ago. Eugene can't help but admire the complexity and mastery of Sia's work as he prepares himself to enter Abram. Noticing Eugene staring at the royal palace, Nina asks if he is interested in visiting. Eugene knows, however, that it isn't something he can do. The palace is reserved solely for nobility and magic tower masters, and even they are forbidden from using magic inside. Magic can only be wielded by royal mages, or those who have sworn loyalty to the royal family. This revelation piques Eugene's curiosity, and he wonders if the tower masters have pledged loyalty to the royal family. According to Nina, they have, but not fully. The magic towers and Acreon maintain a mutual cooperation agreement. The parliament has close ties with the tower masters and supports the magic towers. As they reach the palace, Nina reveals that the masters of the Blue, Green, and Mage Guild towers have disapproved of Eugene being recommended to Acreon. She advises Eugene to gain their approval if he hopes to be allowed to visit Acreon. With that, she waits outside, leaving Eugene to walk into the palace alone. Inside, Eugene shows respect to everyone present. All the tower masters are there, including Tremple, the captain of the royal mages. The crown prince of Acreon, Honain, is also in attendance and seems pleased to see Eugene, as he has heard of him before. Honain, who is first in line for the throne, has reached 5 circles of magic himself, making him a prodigy in his own right. The master of the Blue Magic Tower voices his concerns about Eugene's recommendation to Acreon. While he acknowledges Eugene's skill with a sword, he doubts the young man's talent in magic. He considers Eugene too young to be allowed into Acreon. The Blue Magic Tower also suspects that Rovarian's recommendation is a political move to establish ties with the Lionheart family, and the Black Magic Tower has joined in on that. Eugene understands the master's point and asks what he should do to prove himself. Rovarian reveals that Eugene should demonstrate his magical prowess in front of them. The Blue Tower Master, with a mocking grin, speculates that Eugene likely has no magic research to present, adding further pressure. With that, Eugene begins his test. Eugene first summons his magic circles, engulfing himself in white flames. The masters watching are shocked, realizing that Eugene hasn't separated his cores and seals, but instead used both to form a single circle. The fact that he is just starting to train his mana and is already able to do this impresses everyone. Eugene then summons a whirlwind spell in one hand while conjuring a fireball in the other, followed by a magical energy sword. The royal captain is stunned, witnessing Eugene transition between different magic types without reciting any incantations. The Green Magic Tower Master asks if Eugene can use both his blade and his magic spells at the same time. With a confident smirk, Eugene takes out his storm sword, still holding his magic circle and energy sword. The Blue Magic Tower Master is fascinated by this. Despite being impressed, they decide to discuss the matter among themselves before informing Eugene, instructing him to step outside. As Eugene walks out, the Blue Tower Master speculates that Rovarian might have guided Eugene's training. Rovarian denies this, revealing that Eugene taught himself by simply reading the introductory grimoires available in the Red Magic Tower. The Blue Tower Master remains in disbelief, but the prince is confident that Eugene's abilities come from his Lionheart bloodline. The prince asks for everyone's opinion, to which the White Magic Tower mage claims that Eugene's power may only be at one circle, but it appears stronger than that. The mage is especially impressed by Eugene's mana cohesion and his overall proficiency. The Mage Guildmaster expresses concern about Eugene's youth, suggesting that Rovarian should train him further before allowing him into Acreon. The royal captain agrees, noting Eugene's immense potential for growth and suggesting that he could be a good investment for them. However, the captain emphasizes that, due to the strong ties between House Lionheart and the royal family, Eugene must be given special favor in order to secure their investment. The Green Magic Tower Master argues that Eugene is adopted, and investing in him might be futile. Balzac also speaks up, revealing that Cyan will be the next heir to House Lionheart, as Yod was caught in a scandal. However, according to him, they cannot ignore Eugene's strong position in the main family. The captain agrees with this, suggesting that Eugene be invited to Aeroth in the future when he marries and moves out of House Lionheart. Balzac expresses his confidence in Eugene, even calling him the next Burmit. The Green Magic Tower Master notices Balzac's excessive praise for Eugene and asks if it is his personal opinion. This confuses Balzac, who denies the implication. The Green Master then expresses his suspicion that Balzac might be influenced by his pact with the Demon King of Incarnation. Balzac laughs at this accusation, denying any involvement with the Demon King and claiming that if that were the case, he would have used his power rather than discussing the matter. The group is taken aback by his response, but Balzac apologizes for sounding too aggressive. The White Magic Tower Mage, trying to steer the conversation back on track, suggests that they hold a vote. The prince agrees, and the voting begins. As the first vote is cast in Eugene's favor, Eugene stands outside, staring at something written on a long slab. This library is not only for the study of grimoires, but also holds the legacies of countless mages who have played a significant role in Aroth's history. The walls are covered with inscriptions detailing Aroth's past, resembling a museum. As Eugene looks at the slab, he reads that the library has a total of 15 floors, with Sia's books located from the 12th floor onwards. While he is studying the slab, the White Tower Master calls him over. She is the greatest spirit summoner of the era and the first in history to make pacts with 2 spirit kings simultaneously. Eugene, noticing her, wonders if the meeting is over, to which she confirms it. She then reveals that the vote has been tallied, with 5 in favor of granting Eugene permission to visit Acreon and 2 against it. Eugene, hearing this, asks if he can now visit the upper floors of the library, since the majority voted in his favor. Although he doesn't directly ask, she reveals that during the vote, she remained neutral because she didn't want to get involved in the heated debate. But she agreed. She points towards the masters as they are leaving, noting that most of them look unhappy with the decision and will likely oppose it again in the future. She also reveals that despite his earlier criticism, the Blue Tower Master voted in Eugene's favor. The White Tower Master then mentions that the opposition came from the Green Tower Master and the Guild Master. Eugene doesn't seem to care about their opposition, surprising her. She is taken aback that he isn't bothered by the fact that they dared to look down on a Lionheart. Ignoring her, Eugene starts to walk away, but she stops him, asking about the Storm Sword, the one blessed by the Wind King himself. She reveals that she once wanted to make a pact with the Wind King, but despite her efforts and even asking other Spirit Kings to put in a good word for her, the Wind King never appeared. According to the other Spirit Kings, the Wind King does not make pacts with anyone. She continues talking about how she wrote a letter to House Lionheart to request the Stormblade, but her request was rejected. Eugene realizes that with all her talking, she wanted to ask for the Stormblade, so he bluntly denies her request. Despite his refusal, she persists, asking for just a day with the sword. This makes Eugene wonder. For the past 4 years, even Finney had tried and failed to summon the Wind Spirit, even for a moment. Eugene wonders if it's because of his lack of mana and questions whether the White Magic Tower Master might possess the kind of mana pool needed, as she was able to summon 2 Spirit Kings at once. However, he knows that she would likely counsel him to wait, as he might later ask her for something in return. As Eugene ponders this, he wonders how he can gain access to the library. At that moment, the White Tower Master suddenly hands him a card. It's stamped with a seal that grants entry to the library. She reveals that the spirits in Aroth are led by great mages, including the Mage King who founded Aroth and the mage who fought battles with Sia, the Wise. Hearing this, Eugene starts to think deeply about the implications of her words. She observes Eugene's reaction, finding it surprisingly dull. She had assumed he would show a stronger interest in Sia. She reminds Eugene that he was looking for Sia's floor earlier if he remembers. Her mind drifts back to the first day he arrived. He had eagerly toured Sia Mansion. Then there was the time he met an acquaintance from a related branch over at Murdain Square. Eugene, startled by her extensive knowledge, wonders how she knows so much about him. With a sly smile, she remarks that he probably doesn't realize it, but he's somewhat of a local celebrity. Eugene shrugs it off with a sarcastic remark. She quickly refocuses on the matter at hand, asking if he's going to lend her storm sword. Without hesitation, Eugene declines. Unfazed, SGE leads him to the elevator and explains how to operate it. She teases that if he's heading to the 12th floor, he must have quite the fondness for Sia. Eugene denies this, questioning if she intends to loiter around while he's gone. Tower Master laughs, saying she has better things to do but had briefly considered joining him, though it might make him uncomfortable. She adds half-jokingly that the truth waiting for him upstairs might hit so hard it could leave a permanent mark. She jokingly suggests Eugene to pack a diaper with him there. Her taunts irritate Eugene, and he presses the elevator button with more force than necessary. The elevator creaks to life, ascending slowly toward the 12th floor. As the doors slide open, Eugene is met with a bizarre sight of a girl resembling a miniature Sial. He stands there, utterly shocked. Eugene hesitates before asking if this is truly Shah he's speaking to. The kid shakes her head, explaining that she's merely Sia's familiar spirit, entrusted with managing her hall. The mention of a familiar spirit jogs Eugene's memory, as White Tower Master had said that Acreon houses Sia's familiar spirit, so this must be her. Curious, he inquires how she knows his name since he never shared it. She clarifies that his name was registered into Acreon, and because all familiar spirits are interconnected through Acreon's magical system, they are privy to such information. When Eugene asks what she prefers to be called, she responds that Xia used to call her Mei. By the way, guys, while her name is Mei, you will also hear me calling her Mer, so don't be confused by it. Eugene raises an eyebrow at the name, wondering aloud if it's related to Xia's surname, Merdane. Mir nods, adding that it's a name she considers both meaningful and honorable. Eugene finds the situation odd. Creating a familiar spirit that not only resembles its master, but also shares part of her name seems strange. He can't find out what exactly Xia is up to. He mentions that he's not familiar with the customs here, but he's curious if all familiar spirits look so human. Mir, as she now calls herself, clarifies that most familiar spirits don't share her human-like appearance. She is unique because her creator, the wise Xia, modeled her after her own personality. This revelation triggers another thought in Eugene. Rovarian had once mentioned that creating living beings was strictly forbidden. He asks if that restriction applies to her. Mer explains that, technically, she isn't alive. Unlike other beings, she lacks a soul. Her body was constructed entirely from Xia's magic, and her true form is actually the enormous orb she's bound to. Eugene points to the orb, intrigued, and wonders what it is. Mir crouches to retrieve her fallen hat, momentarily flustered, before regaining her composure. She explains that the orb embodies the essence of magic itself, the culmination of Xia's lifelong dedication to witchcraft. Eugene reflects on the structure of the magical texts, noting they are categorized into 3 levels: high, intermediate, and low. He recalls they were completed just before Xia's retirement, but wonders if it could even count as a book. Mir interjects, explaining that books don't have to conform to the traditional notion of what a book looks like. That, she says, is just a common misconception. Her comment irritates Eugene, who finds her words both confusing and dismissive. She seems unbothered, pointing out that his lack of understanding is expected. Even the magic tower masters struggled to grasp Xia's magic. Eugene studies her carefully. Her pride is unmistakable, accentuated by a display of oddly condescending attitude towards him. It's as if she embodies Xia's younger personality perfectly. Curious, Eugene asks if Xia truly remained like this until the end. Mir shakes her head, explaining that Xia underwent a significant transformation. The attitude Mir reflects is based on Xia's youth, but as she aged, she grew more refined and composed. Still, Xia became more serious, rarely smiling, and devoted herself entirely to advancing her magical research. Eugene finds this shift difficult to imagine, but decides not to press further. Instead, he asks if Xia's consciousness really resides within witchcraft. Mir confirms that it does. Her consciousness was constructed from the spells embedded in witchcraft. Her sole purpose is to protect and oversee the Hall, a role she has fulfilled for over 200 years under Xia's explicit orders. As Eugene approaches witchcraft, Rovarian's words echo in his mind that his own magic had been described as rudimentary, almost childlike, after reading these texts. It's undeniable that Xia's magic operates on an entirely different level, beyond the scope of what is commonly understood. He hesitates before asking if Mer knows where Xia retired to. Mer's response is definitive that she doesn't know. According to Mer, Xia's departure was shrouded in such secrecy that even her students, the staff at her mansion, and Mei herself, remain clueless. Mir recounts how, despite her ignorance, high-ranking figures like the King of Arath and numerous magic tower masters interrogated her about Xia's whereabouts. They refused to accept her answers and even attempted to probe witchcraft, hoping to uncover hidden memories. Their efforts, however, were in vain, and yet they persist, returning every few decades as if something might have changed. Eugene reflects that searching through her memories likely isn't just about finding Xia's whereabouts. Regardless of the respect and reverence mages hold for her, the opportunity to dissect and study such an exceptional creation would be irresistible to any curious mage. He shifts the topic, commenting that he heard the only version of witchcraft available publicly in Acreon is the high-level one. He asks if the other 2 parts, intermediate and low, are also stored there. Mer nods and clarifies that what Eugene sees now is the original text. However, Xia extracted the intermediate and low sections from the original and donated them to Acreon, leaving only the high-level part behind. Amused by Eugene's persistent curiosity about Xia, Mei remarks on it, prompting Eugene to wonder why he wouldn't be curious. Mei acknowledges his point, adding that he's not a typical mage. Coming from the Lionheart family makes him particularly fascinating. He's the first descendant of Burmit she's ever encountered. According to her knowledge, after returning to Aeroth, Xia never visited the Lionheart family, not even Burmit himself. Eugene recalls the written records of the Lionheart family, which state that Burmit never reunited with his old companions after their time in Helmaud. Xia, Anis, and Marone only gathered once more when Burmit passed away. Though Burmit wasn't known to be overly social, the complete absence of contact with his friends after founding the Lionheart family feels oddly inexplicable. Curious, Eugene asks if Xia ever mentioned her companions. Mir confirms she did, though not in flattering terms. She often called Marone a moron and referred to Anis as a snake. Hesitant, Eugene then asks how Xia spoke about Hamill. Mei pauses, then begins trash-talking insults towards Hamill, which Eugene finds shockingly crass for someone as refined as Xia. Mei chuckles, remarking that even an elegant lady can let loose a string of expletives now and then. However, she notes that whenever Xia talked about her companions, there was always a sadness in her expression. This was especially true when she mentioned Hamill. It was clear his memory caused her the most pain. Eugene inquires about what Xia said when she spoke of Bermot. May explains that surprisingly, Xia neither praised, judged, nor insulted him, not even once. As Eugene gazes at a portrait of Xia, he realizes it's identical to the one in her mansion. Mur comments that the smile in the portrait is entirely fabricated. Xia never smiled like that, not even in her conversations with Mir. Out of curiosity, Mur once asked her why she faked such a cheerful expression in the painting, when it was clear she was deeply saddened. Xia explained her reasoning, which was that it's better to leave behind a smiling face for future generations to see, rather than one filled with sorrow. Mur adds that, though she's never left Acreon and hasn't seen it herself, she's aware that a similar portrait hangs in Sia's mansion. In that particular version, the artist took the liberty of painting a smile without Sia's request, which annoyed her slightly. Still, Xia acknowledged the truth in her earlier sentiment. Leaving a smiling face was more important than her personal feelings about it. Hearing this, Eugene feels a pang of sympathy for Xia. Without thinking, he tries to pat Mir's head, but she quickly slaps his hand away. She reminds him not to cross boundaries, pointing out that she's been alive for 200 years and doesn't appreciate being treated like a child. May continues guiding Eugene through Xia's hall, showing him the various magical artifacts she used, including her treasured staff, Acacia. Eugene immediately recognizes it, and May smiles knowingly, admitting that she expected he would. Acacia is crafted from the roots of a sacred fairy tree found only in the Great Samar Forest, homeland of the elves. This tree is thousands of years old, and Acacia made from it is the most powerful magic staff around. This tree is believed to house the spirits of elves' ancestors, and to hold up the entire world. May emphasizes the gravity of the situation, saying dozens of mighty elves cut into the roots of this ancient 1,000-year-old tree to create the staff as a gift for Xia. The sacrifice was immense, a testament to just how much Xia was respected. Eugene reflects on Xia's life, realizing that while she was unmistakably human, her ties to the elves ran deep. She didn't know her parents, having been abandoned as a baby in the vast Samar Forest, which is a sprawling jungle in the southern continent. An elf, drawn by the sound of her cries, found her and decided to raise her. Growing up in the elven territory wasn't easy at first. The elves were wary of her. However, they eventually recognized her extraordinary magical talent and embraced her as one of their own, teaching her the secrets of elven magic. Mir explains that Xia holds a unique distinction, as she is the only person ever gifted a staff made from the roots of the sacred tree. But there's more to it than that. The red jewel in the staff is a dragon heart, which is an exceedingly rare and powerful magical ingredient. As far as anyone knows, only 2 staves in the world incorporate dragon hearts. Xia's staff, Acacia. Before she can finish, Eugene cuts in, naming the second staff, Blood Mary. The staff is currently in the possession of one of the 3 dark mages bound to the demon king of incarceration named Count Edmund of Helmud. 300 years ago, Blood Mary's owner was a lich named Belial, who was also a direct subordinate of the demon king. Eugene, clenching his chest, recalls that he was also the one who killed him. Eugene recalls the grueling battles against the demon king of incarceration, who was far more challenging than any of the other demon kings they raided before. The demons in his domain were ferociously strong, rivaling the demon kings themselves, with 3 standing out as particularly fearsome: the sword, shield, and staff of incarceration. When Hamill defeated the shield of incarceration, he sustained a mortal injury. By the time his battle with Belial ended, a massive hole had been torn through his chest. Thinking about that, Eugene asks if he can hold the staff, and Mir allows it, though she warns him he won't be able to cast magic with it. She adds that countless mages have tried to become its owner, but none have been able to gain its recognition. Acacia only recognizes Xia as its rightful owner. Eugene grips the staff and attempts to channel his mana into it, but Acacia outright rejects him. He had hoped, just maybe, that Xaya's apparition might allow him to wield it. Frustrated, he mutters that the sly woman should have left him this staff instead of that necklace. Mur raises an eyebrow, clearly amused, as she watches Eugene's reaction to Xaya's belongings. Eugene scoffs, denying any feelings for her outright. He insists that it's not a matter of liking her, but Mur remains unconvinced. She teases him, pointing out how his eyes light up when he talks about Xia and how intently he examines her possessions. Eugene tries to explain that his interest is purely academic. His fascination with the old stories and the artifacts connected to them has nothing to do with personal feelings toward Xia. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Mir grins, knowing she's getting under his skin. She suggests that if his interest is truly academic, he might appreciate what she's about to show him. Leading Eugene to the library, she retrieves a book titled The Great Adventures of Bermot the Warrior and hands it to him. She explains that it was the very first book to introduce Bermot's legendary tales to the world. Eugene's face immediately shows his distaste. His displeasure is clear, as he doesn't like this one bit. According to him, the portrayal of Hamill, his favorite and most respected member of the party, is nothing short of offensive. In this version, Hamill is depicted as little more than a burden. Mir, however, clarifies that the book is the original, published 300 years ago, unlike the revised editions available today. She adds that even she doesn't know the identity of the author. Eugene's irritation deepens as he does for the book. The book's depiction of Hamill is even worse than he remembered. It paints him as a pathetic idiot who repeatedly challenged Burmit for duel, but only to fail spectacularly. Eugene groans in frustration, muttering that it's unbearable to read. He begrudgingly admits to himself that there were times he made mistakes, but he still insists that he landed a blow on Burmit more than once. He wonders aloud if the book was written by a niece, the one he suspects of twisting the truth. Mur smiles at his frustration and continues to tease him. She promises that he'll appreciate what comes next, especially if his affection for Hamill is as strong as it seems. Eugene, though still irritated, follows her as she leads him through the hall. Eventually, they arrive at an unexpected sight of holograms of the legendary party. Eugene stands frozen, staring in disbelief. Mir proudly explains that these are not just portraits but preserved memories of Sia's companions, extracted and left behind by Sia herself. Eugene takes in the sight of each figure. At the center is Burmit, the great leader, exuding an air of authority. Beside him stands Anise, the pious. Next to her is Marone, the valiant, whom May jokes would rather be considered a troll than a human. Finally, there is Hamill, looking every bit the troublemaker he's remembered to be. According to Mir, Hamill never had his portrait painted, so the only place one can see Hamill appearance is the hologram. Eugene's attention is drawn to Hamill's hologram, and he can't help but comment on his dashing appearance. Mir, who's been watching Eugene, raises an eyebrow in surprise, wondering if something is off with him. Eugene tries to justify his remark, though he feels a sense of discomfort at his own words. He explains that Hamill has the charm of a wild beast, a description that only leaves Mir in stunned silence. After that, they sit down at a table. Eugene continues flipping through the book. Reading it, he remarks that Sia's legacy has been preserved on floors 12 to 14, but he wonders aloud about the top floor, curious about what might be hidden there. Mir explains that the 13th floor houses research and memoirs that detail Sia's plans during the creation of Acreon. However, she notes that Eugene wouldn't be able to understand it at the moment. She continues, explaining that the 14th floor holds magic books filled with extensive research. These might still be difficult to grasp, but they include explanations, making them a better starting point than the research notes. Eugene tilts his head in curiosity, questioning if the books are better than reading witchcraft. Mir pauses thoughtfully before suggesting that he try reading it for himself to see. As they walk around, Mir explains that the book focuses on optimizing mana within a circle, amplifying magic power by simplifying techniques to achieve maximum effect. The key, she adds, is the omission of chanting. Magic is materialized through a separation of consciousness. Eugene stares at her with blank expression as he struggles to comprehend the explanation. Mir elaborates further, detailing how unconscious magic enters the body and is stored, able to be manifested differently depending on the situation. The true genius of witchcraft, she says, lies in its perfect drive of circle, a technique that surpasses traditional circles used by most mages. It maximizes mana output to create the strongest power possible. Eugene still has no idea what she's talking about. Mir, seeing that, remarks if he had understood everything just by listening, then witchcraft wouldn't be considered the greatest book ever written. With a sigh, Eugene asks how he can actually read the book and unlock its secrets. Mir steps closer and offers simple instructions, which is to close his eyes, open his hand, and channel his mana into the book. This, she explains, is how to unlock its power. Uncertain, Eugene follows her instructions, unsure of the process. He wonders if he should channel his mana directly into the book, or apply it to the circle as he would when casting magic. Suddenly, he feels as if his mind has been transported elsewhere. A dreamlike sensation, though it's not quite a dream. It's like sleep paralysis, but without the usual hallucinations. He feels completely powerless, unable to move. A massive sea of mana rushes toward him, sweeping him away with it. He is completely naked at the point, and as he is getting washed away, a giant circle starts forming beneath him. The circle begins creating smaller circles in it, following up with circular patterns. Eugene soon wakes from the strange, surreal experience, feeling groggy and disoriented. He asks Mir if he did something strange while unconscious, still trying to shake off the disorienting sensation. Mir raises an eyebrow, her tone dry as she notes that fainting instantly is certainly unusual. However, she reassures him that his reaction is better than most. Many mages lose control so badly that they, quite embarrassingly, soil themselves on their first attempt at witchcraft. Eugene, on the other hand, had only foamed at the mouth and fainted for 2 hours, which, as Mir points out, is a much milder reaction. She mentions a few others, like Melkith from the White Magic Tower and Hiraduth from the Blue Magic Tower, who both had particularly rough first experiences with the book. Eugene remembers what Melkith had told him about accidents during such practices, realizing that she wasn't making a joke. She was speaking from experience. Mir looks at him expectantly, curious about his thoughts on his first experience. Eugene frowns, revealing that the experience was difficult and hard to understand. He feels like he kind of gets it, but it's not something he can fully grasp from just theories. However, he found the drive of circle fascinating. Within the enormous circle, countless smaller ones were created every second. He managed to reach only 9. Mir nods thoughtfully, explaining that when Sia first created the circle method of magic, she too only managed 9 circles. But she didn't stop there. Xia kept researching and pushing the boundaries of magic, which led her to create the eternal whole, a limit that only she could surpass. After the discovery of witchcraft, many mages tried to achieve the same feat, but none had ever surpassed the 9th circle. The true challenge lies in controlling all the mana without wasting a single drop and perfectly balancing the energy within the massive circle. The circle divides and rotates on its own, which is a mesmerizing dance that represents the perfect drive of circle. Though creating the eternal whole is said to be difficult, it is surprisingly easy to use when casting magic. For example, a fireball drawn from the eternal whole is far more powerful than one from the ninth circle, Hellfire. It wastes no mana, and the techniques involved are simple. Eugene starts to understand just how unrivaled Xia was after creating the eternal whole. While it's hard to verify now, it's clear that she could have killed the Demon Kings with it. He thinks back to when Xia returned from Hellmouth, not just relaxing but growing much stronger than Eugene had ever remembered. The same applied to the other party members. But then he wonders why didn't his comrades attempt to fight the Demon King, and what was Burmit thinking? Later, Eugene leaves the hall to find Rovarian and Melkith waiting for him. Rovarian asks about Eugene's first experience with seeing Acreon's grimoires in person, and Eugene admits he's still unsure. With the knowledge he has now, it would take him years to fully understand even a single book. Melkith shrugs, acknowledging that it's only natural. The texts are deeply rooted in Oroth's magic, and even someone as smart as Eugene would struggle without a proper teacher. She offers to help by borrowing the Storm Sword for a little while, in return helping him understand 10 grimoires of his choice. Eugene shakes his head, telling her there's no need for that. He's more interested in something other than magic texts, something like an artifact. Melkith grins, clearly skilled in negotiations. She offers him a staff since he doesn't have one yet. It's excellent for controlling mana. Eugene, however, isn't particularly intrigued. Rovarian chimes in, stating that he has plenty of staves and can lend Eugene one anytime. Melkith raises an eyebrow, questioning why he is interfering in their deal. Rovarian responds by pointing out that since she already has contracts with 2 of the Spirit Kings, she doesn't need to be so greedy. Melkith presses further, asking if he believes she'll cause trouble if she forms a contract with the King of Wind Spirits. Rovarian doesn't hesitate, confirming that's exactly what he thinks. Melkith sighs, stating that they've been friends for decades and should know that she wants nothing to do with Oroth's inner politics. She finds them incredibly annoying. Rovarian, however, notes that she's saying that now, but who knows how she'll act once she holds great power. Melkith acknowledges that Rovarian is right, but assures him that she doesn't intend to change because of power. Even if she does manage to sign a contract with the King of Wind Spirits, she won't let it corrupt her. Rovarian shrugs, saying that she swore on her mana, so he'll trust her word, as she made the vow herself. Eugene, still not convinced, admits he's thought about it but doesn't want a staff from her. Melkith, quick to respond, retorts that she never said she was giving him one, she was merely offering to lend it. Eugene clarifies that he'll only lend Stormsword for a few days if they come to an agreement, and if the price involves borrowing one of her artifacts, he'd rather not strike a deal at all. Melkith, slightly annoyed at his bargaining, says she'll lend him an artifact for 1 year for every day she keeps the Storm Sword. Eugene raises an eyebrow, calculating the deal. To him, 7 years for 1 week is pretty absurd. He points out that she must be desperate to make a contract with the King of Wind Spirits. Melkith doesn't deny it, admitting she is indeed desperate. To her and many other spiritualists, the King of Wind Spirits is like a dream come true. After all, the great Burmit himself signed a contract with him. Rovarian, intrigued, adds that Melkith also possesses a very precious and powerful artifact. This catches Eugene's attention even more. With a hint of excitement, Rorian mentions it's called the Cape of Darkness. Melkith, growing irritated, snaps at him to stop talking. Despite that, Rovarian reveals that she hasn't used the cape in the past 10 years, so she feels she should give it to someone who can use it practically, rather than keeping it as a decoration. Melkith is left speechless while Eugene presses her to make a deal for the Cape of Darkness. According to Rovarian, the cape has ordinary uses, like keeping one warm and comfy. However, she quickly adds that it is also instilled with the highest level of dimensional magic. The cape can absorb and redirect magical attack projectiles. Melkith grows frustrated as Rovarian continues gushing about how cool the cape is. She continues revealing that it can easily shield against 5 circle attacks just by wearing it. It also has otherworldly magic, allowing the wearer to store several weapons inside and use them when needed. Melkith, standing in the background, grows more frustrated as Rovarian lists its worth. Eugene, with a smile, agrees to strike a deal for the Cape of Darkness, but first has to ask permission from the House of Lionheart. Melkith claims that she hasn't agreed to anything yet. Eugene ignores her, still lightheaded from his experience, and asks Rovarian to join him for lunch. Rovarian gladly agrees and even offers to show him a great restaurant nearby. Eugene, excited by the prospect, eagerly discusses the details with her. As they talk, they notice Melkith in the back, trembling with frustration. Despite her reluctance, Melkith finally agrees to lend Eugene the Cape of Darkness. However, despite seeing her manic state, Eugene tells her to wait, as he first needs to get permission for it. This reaches Melkith's limit, and she screams at the top of her lungs in frustration. It sounds like a crow. After discussing with Gilad, he isn't opposed to the idea of lending it to Melkith. However, he suggests having a witness from House Lionheart present when lending it to her. Later, Melkith arrives wearing the Cape of Darkness, which looks pretty cool. Eugene, looking at her, mockingly remarks that it might look better on him, irritating her even more. She asks about the witness for the deal, to which Eugene reveals that Gilad's brother, Gione, and the Guardians are coming to serve as witnesses. It's the first time House Lionheart is lending a treasure from the main family, so they want to handle the deal with Yod properly. Melkith recalls the guardians of House Lionheart, who are like their hounds, but according to Eugene, they are actually called the Black Lions of the house. Their orders aren't different from that of hounds, as they follow every command. Gione, Gileade's younger brother, has also joined the Black Lion Order. It isn't that difficult to join the force, as anyone who pledges loyalty can join. There's also the White Lion Army, which pledges loyalty only to the main family, while the Black Lion Order is devoted to the Lionheart name. The Black Lions are also backed by a council composed of distant and direct relatives and nobles. This council holds more power than even the head of House Lionheart. Eugene has never seen the Black Lion Order once in his 4 years there. A smirk creeps across his face as he wonders about their power, with the council and the Lionhearts backing them up. As Eugene is lost in thought, the royal carriage arrives, accompanied by the Black Lion Order personnel. However, Melkith isn't fond of their entrance, which leads Eugene to speculate that she might not like Bermit. Melkith clears things up, stating that she only opposes the main family because of their oppressive practices toward distant relatives. Hearing this, Reverian suggests that she keep her feelings to herself for the time being to avoid offending anyone if she wants to obtain the Storm Sword. This irritates Melkith as, according to her, she is also lending her previous cape in exchange. As the carriage lands, Ciel steps out, catching Eugene off guard. Eugene asks why she is here, to which she reveals that she's here to buy her mother a present, and also to check on Eugene. She looks quite upset while Gion walks beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. He greets Eugene, but there is also an older man with them. The man authoritatively suggests they focus on the task at hand, rather than exchanging pleasantries. Eugene has never seen this man before, but from his posture and demeanor, he can tell he is a skilled fighter who uses a spear. There is also a mage with them, who is there to handle matters regarding the Storm Sword and Yod. Finally, a woman exits the carriage, emanating a strong, commanding aura. Eugene also has never seen her before, but judging by her authoritative presence, he knows she is likely a well-trained hand-to-hand combat specialist. Her outfit screams that she holds the highest rank among them. As she walks out, the woman recognizes Reverian from 20 years ago, and Reverian is also surprised to see her. She then recognizes Eugene and introduces herself as Carmen Lionheart, Eugene's great-aunt. Eugene is shocked, as this means Carmen is Gilead's aunt, despite appearing so young. However, Eugene understands, as both Reverian and Melkith look younger than their actual ages, so Carmen could be the same. Afterward, Reverian invites them inside, where they all sit around a table. Carmen Lionheart introduces herself as the younger sister of the former head of the family, and also the captain of the 3rd Division of the Black Lion Order. The old muscular man introduces himself as Nathan Lionheart, a distant relative who holds the position of vice captain in the 3rd Division of the Order. The mage, named Palago, is the mage of the division, responsible for handling dealings with Melkith as a mage himself. Palago speaks out loud the terms of the deal and asks if there are any objections. When no one objects, he shows them both the magical contract he prepared, which lists the price Melkith must pay if she loses the Stormblade. The price is her life. According to Carmen, this is a House Lionheart treasure whose worth cannot be determined, so Melkith must risk her life to borrow it. Melkith tries to argue that her life is worth more than that, but Carmen shuts her down with a counter-argument. However, Palago reveals that, out of respect for Melkith as a mage, he might consider another condition in case the Stormblade is destroyed at some point. Melkith is annoyed that the control will be under House Lionheart's authority, to which Carmen directly suggests that she leave the deal if she cannot accept the terms. Melkith claims that she knows the real reason behind the Black Lion Order's arrival. It isn't just about this deal. Carmen confirms it, revealing that they have a scheduled meeting with Balzac in an hour. Once they are done discussing, they will head to interrogate the Dark Mage locked inside Aeroth's prison. Reverian, a bit hesitant, argues that Gilead accepted following Aeroth's law regarding the Dark Mage. Looking at her large pocket watch, Carmen argues that the council has decided otherwise, as the Dark Mage has spoiled the Lionheart name, and thus, the Dark Mage must pay for it. Eugene and Melkith are both curious about the pocket watch, but Carmen ignores their questions and suggests they handle the interrogation of the Dark Mage, as they have the necessary permission. Eugene understands that this permission likely came with a bribe to the Parliament to allow the interrogation and punishment of the criminal. Carmen, looking at Melkith, urges her to make a decision about the Stormblade, as they don't have much time. After calculating for a moment, Melkith concludes that since she will need 3 hours to summon the Wind Spirit, she can only lend the cape for at most 2 months. With that, she agrees to the deal, and both Eugene and Melkith get what they want. As Eugene tries on the cape, Carmen admires its lion mane-like appearance. However, she suggests that it would have been more fitting if it had white fluffy accents like the White Flame method. According to her, the black color might be better suited for a Black Lion Order member. Eugene doesn't quite understand what she's trying to say until Ciel whispers that Carmen wants to try it on. Eugene doesn't think it looks that way, but he agrees and offers the cape to Carmen. Without hesitation, Carmen wears it and begins striking tomboyish poses, praising herself. She then hands it back with a light suggestion that a lion-shaped ornament should be placed on its chest. Seeing Eugene hand the cape to Carmen, Melkith gets annoyed and reminds him that she just lent it to him. Carmen ignores her, as it's time for them to leave and continue with their other matters. Ciel, however, stays behind with Eugene as they all handle the Yod matter. As they leave, Eugene and Ciel take a walk around the town, discussing the strange bunny magazine that Cyan hides under his pillow. Eugene asks CL to give Cyan a hint about distancing himself from things like that. This leaves CL confused, wondering if Eugene dislikes animal ears. He brushes off the question, replying that he simply likes human ears, and points to the shop where she can buy the present she came for. As they walk toward the shop, Eugene is puzzled about why he's tagging along, to which she turns around and calls him a jerk. She just wants his company but can't say it directly. Eugene, however, doesn't understand, as she is smart enough to take care of herself. CL, confident that Eugene wanted to come along, insists, but Eugene denies it, explaining that he was afraid if he rejected her, she would bring it up for years. This reminds CL that Eugene's birthday was 2 months ago, so she asks about it. However, Eugene reveals that he just stayed in the Red Magic Tower and trained. She's curious if anyone gave him a present, to which Eugene denies, mentioning that Rovarian and her were trying to give him something, but he rejected it himself. The mention of Hera makes CL feel a bit jealous. Eugene then asks about her real reason for coming to Arath, knowing that just buying a present wasn't the only reason. She admits that she wants Carmen to adopt her, as her mother is trying to arrange a marriage for her. She doesn't want to be cooped up in a marriage at Lionheart Manor and is tired of behaving like a lady. Eugene asks if she wants to join the Black Lion Order, but she denies it for now, explaining that she only wants Carmen to adopt and train her. Eugene finds it impressive that a girl from the main family is trying to do something on her own instead of leeching off the family name. Eugene asks about Cyan, to which CL reveals that Cyan is always asking about Eugene and wanted her to inquire about his star progress when they meet. Eugene shares that he is a 3-star, while according to CL, Cyan is still a 2-star. Eugene then asks about Yod, as he only knows that Yod has gone to his mother's family. However, CL explains that her mother is looking for a private mage tutor for him at home. CL finds it ridiculous after everything that happened, but understands that Yod can't be heard, so it won't hurt anyone. CL suggests eating something since she's hungry and asks Eugene for a good restaurant recommendation. Eugene warns her that the food might not be as good as it is back at House Lionheart, but she just wants to enjoy the atmosphere. Meanwhile, in Arath's prison, the Dark Mage dies due to severe beatings by Nathan as they interrogate him. He refuses to speak, even though they torture him to death. Carmen, however, finds it crazy that a low-level mage like this would approach someone from House Lionheart to make a dark pact. Balzac, who is also present, has a slightly different view. He thinks the Dark Mage might have been desperate, unable to accomplish much in his mage life. According to their faith, if he were to die without achieving anything, his soul would be handed to a demon, and he wouldn't be able to reincarnate. So, the Dark Mage used Yod to gain the power to escape his useless status. Putting a cigar in her mouth, Carmen reveals that she hears the Queen of Nightmares wasn't involved in all this. She asks Balzac for his opinion on the matter, which seems to him that they are suspicious of him. Balzac is fully aware that he has done everything within his power to cooperate, showing nothing but respect and expressing his regret for the situation. Carmen suggests that Balzac fits the description for the blame compared to the poor Dark Mage. Balzac understands her perspective but questions what he would gain from such a scenario. If he were truly behind everything, he would have ensured to cover his tracks more effectively, leaving no room for suspicion. While he certainly has enemies, it's well known that the Demon King of Incarceration has placed his unwavering trust and affection in him, a bond for which he is eternally grateful. Yet, there are many in Helmond who resent him simply for receiving such treatment. Balzac believes someone who despises him might be behind the situation, hoping to put him in a difficult position. Carmen counters that there is no evidence to support his claim, to which Balzac responds that there is also no evidence linking him to the incident. He has repeated time and again that it wasn't him, but this situation isn't solely about him. Others, including Lionhearts, are also caught up in it. Carmen grants him the freedom to speak, but emphasizes that with freedom comes responsibility. She asks if he is prepared to bear the consequences of his words. Balzac, ever loyal to the great Demon King of Incarceration, expresses his deep admiration for the Lionhearts, just as the king himself does. That is why he has apologized sincerely and cooperated fully. However, as much as he serves, he is still human, and the unfounded accusations sting deeply. As both a servant of the Demon King and the master of the Dark Magic Tower, Balzac understands the lack of respect shown toward him. Yet he will not stand for endless insults, not for his own sake, nor for the honor of the Demon King of Incarceration. Gioni instinctively reaches for his sword, preparing for a potential confrontation. Carmen, mindful of the delicate situation in a foreign land, tries to avoid escalating matters. Balzac offers a suggestion. If Carmen chooses, he could resolve the issue discreetly, ensuring no one notices. Carmen, however, remarks that for such a plan to succeed, Balzac's head would need to remain intact. Still, she contemplates the possibility that someone from the Lionhearts might be attempting to undermine the family's prestige and honor. But this, she admits, is purely speculative, as no conclusive evidence has been found, despite their efforts with torture and magic. This is why she focuses primarily on him. Balzac quickly apologizes for any misunderstanding, reiterating that he has told them repeatedly that it wasn't him. He insists that he has no reason to be involved in such a scheme. Carmen says she believes him, but then raises the unsettling matter of the incubus who had tried to strike a deal with Iode. It's not something she can easily forget, having witnessed much cruelty and vile acts in her life, and one of those acts is now standing before her. Balzac, sensing her insistence, warns her that if she truly desires it, she'll get it. With a snap of his fingers, a dark hand emerges from the shadows, pulling the incubus's severed head into view. Balzac explains that the Demon King of Incarceration claimed the incubus's soul. If they wish, they can take the head. He drops it before her, and she kicks it so hard that blood splatters across him. With that, they begin to walk away, but not before Carmen delivers a warning that if he ever hears from Eugene Lionheart, there will be severe consequences. Balzac firmly asserts that she has no right to tell him what to do. As they leave, Carmen turns to Gione and asks what he truly believes happened. She suspects that Amelia, the Queen of Nightmares, is behind everything. A person who despises the dark magic Tower Master role and everything it represents. The Demon King of Incarceration, she notes, allows his contracted dark mages the freedom to act as they wish, without interference from him when his subordinates clash. Gione suggests that if Amelia were behind this, then Nahama would likely be involved too. Carmen acknowledges that Nahama is indeed suspicious, and believes there's a high chance a war will break out in a few years. Taurus, with its long-standing issues with Nahama, is likely to be the first target. And once Nahama invades Taurus, Kiel will have to prepare for war. According to Carmen, the Lionhearts will also be called upon for the effort. Gione contemplates the possibility that Amelia may have orchestrated everything with this future conflict in mind, but Carmen entertains the idea that it could be an isolated incident with no deeper conspiracy. Carmen then asks Gione what might have happened if she hadn't overlooked Balzac's earlier provocation. Gione admits that had they confronted him then, everyone, except for Carmen, would have perished. Carmen chuckles at his humility, but Gione insists he's not suited for combat against mages. She counters that it's her own lack of confidence that has prevented them from fighting him. Yod, meanwhile, will remain under surveillance, as a Black Lion has already been dispatched to his residence. According to Carmen, although Yod's part of the main family and won't be killed, his future remains uncertain. Should he make another mistake, he won't be so fortunate. Carmen notes that Yod's right to claim the head position has been stripped away, and his prospects for leadership have been forgotten. Meanwhile, his mother is searching for someone skilled in magic to teach him, but Carmen worries that someone with ulterior motives might soon try to contact him. Gione, reflecting on Yod's past, remembers how much he once loved magic. It had fascinated his untrained mind, but they don't know what had led him down the path of dark magic. The next day, as they prepare to leave, Gione and Ciel bid farewell to Eugene. Carmen then turns to Gione and asks if he has considered joining the Black Lion Order. The position of 2nd Division Captain's subordinate is currently vacant, and if Gione is interested, she can recommend him immediately. Eugene immediately declines the offer, and Carmen remarks that it's truly a shame. With that, they drive off, but Eugene, curious, turns to Rovarian and asks why the Master of White Magic Tower didn't come to send them off, especially since she's a master. Rovarian explains that had the contract been successful, she would have been the first to boast about it. However, it seems she's currently dealing with some complications at her residence. In her White Magic Tower, she is trying her best to summon the Spirit King while wearing questionable clothes. She curses Tempest for not responding, even though she's already sent a message to the spirit world. To make matters worse, she tries to heat her body for maximum sensitivity, yet Tempest remains silent. She tries again to summon him, and suddenly lightning strikes from the sky. King Levin, the king of the lightning spirits, appears with a message from the Wind King. Tempest has had enough, and the Wind King demands that she be quiet. He's no longer interested in forming a contract with her. Undeterred, she begins to rant about being the greatest in the world, swinging the sword around wildly. Levin, unimpressed and rather embarrassed, sighs and electrocutes her just enough to calm her down. He then explains that she cannot offer what Tempest desires. The hurricane spirit, Tempest, wants her to move northward, to the northernmost region of the demon realm, a place that has never been conquered. This is a wish Tempest has carried for centuries. The next day, she approaches Eugene, now looking like she's been doing crack with Yod. Eugene, utterly bewildered by her sucked-up face, asks how the contract went. She tells him not to ask, as he already knows full well what happened. She begins screaming, cursing Tempest for all her misfortune. Myrrh, who has been reading a book, finally loses his patience and tells her that this is a place for silence. Meanwhile, the Melkith is completely losing it. Eugene, seeing the chaos unfold, asks if Tempest really dismissed her like that. She responds with frustration, questioning why she would lie about something so significant to her. Eugene, with a hint of humor, explains that if they wait until today, it will mark 10 years of lending. He kindly shortens it to 9 years and demands she return Stormsword reluctantly. She hands it back, insisting that he take good care of her cape. Eugene returns to his reading and comes across an interesting passage about the chief of the giants, Kamash. The passage reveals that Kamash was enormous, over hundreds of years old, and the strongest chief in all of giant history. The tale recounts a battle where thousands of humans fought against hundreds of giants, but the soldiers, terrified of the giant's overwhelming strength, hesitated to engage. However, the soldiers' fear didn't matter because Bermut, the knight, was there. He tried to introduce himself, but his words went largely ignored. The soldiers wanted to join him, but their combined strength wouldn't even scratch Kamash, the giant chief. Bermut, however, has one true ally, one person he relies on, Hamill. Together they face the deadly giants. With great effort, Bermut succeeds in defeating Kamash, who possesses the power of a demon king. Despite their leader's death, the giants don't back down, still determined to eradicate humanity. But then She shows them true power. After reading this, Eugene wonders aloud if she wrote the book herself, as it seems to praise her to an extreme degree. Myrrh, overhearing, scoffs, calling it an insult. She is mad that who would write a story about themselves and glorify their own name like this? Eugene stands up, thinking he might give witchcraft another try. Myrrh is pleased, but acknowledges Eugene's arrogance, noting that Eugene is still too arrogant for the level he's currently at. Eugene, however, simply enjoys tackling difficult tasks, even if they take time. He then turns his attention to witchcraft, musing that recreating the eternal whole is impossible for him at this point. It has been 10 days since the Black Lion Order left, and since then, Egwene spent most of his time in Acreon. Standing in front of witchcraft, he wonders about manifesting the eternal whole. To do so, he would need at least the 9th circle, an advanced circle that contains infinitely escalating powers. One can rotate it, destroy it, recreate it, or even increase their mana. But Eugene doesn't use a circle. Instead, he employs the white flame method as a substitute. However, he wonders if he could add another ring inside the one created by the stars. He recalls what he learned in his past life, a rudimentary mana training technique used by common soldiers. He combines that with his own experience, and Sia had also helped him along the way. This is how Hamill created his own mana training method, growing the core and repeatedly exploding the mana to spread it throughout the body. Hamill's method had even helped him slash off Kamash's limbs. Eugene reflects on his comrades, Burmit, who praised his technique, but Sia dismissed the method as worthless. Yet Hamill's level did increase significantly. Eugene, now in his dream state, looks at the eternal whole without fainting. He can feel its power, meaning he is ready. Realizing this makes Eugene Lionheart confident that he will recreate the eternal whole using the white flame method. 2 years pass, and Eugene turns 19. During his 19th summer, he is still in his room writing something. Myrrh, sitting across the table from him, asks if Eugene isn't hungry, as it's nearly mealtime. Eugene replies that he'll eat soon. If he leaves now, he'll lose all concentration on his work. Myrrh asks why Eugene is in such a hurry to write, and Eugene explains that it's better to take his time so there are no mistakes. He feels that writing slowly just feels more right. He isn't rushing, making sure he doesn't slip up and constantly revising. But in truth, he hasn't made many mistakes. He's simply paying close attention to what he's writing. Myrrh comments that mages spend decades of their lives working on their theses about magic. Eugene counters, pointing out that it didn't take him decades to learn magic, so he is confident that it won't take that much writing thesis. Myrrh stands up, noting that this is precisely the issue. It's quite arrogant of him to be writing his thesis so soon. She suggests he should focus on learning for a few more years before attempting to write his thesis. Eugene observes that she's being embarrassed, and Myrrh urges him not to cross that line. She's already told him countless times not to refer to her that way. Having lived at least 200 years more than him, she expects some respect. Eugene teases her by calling her an embarrassed grandma, which leaves her wondering if she should just kill him and be done with it. Unfazed, Eugene asks if she doesn't want him to leave. She hesitates slightly, answering it. Eugene points out that he's been coming and going here for 2 years, yet he's the only one who still visits regularly. Myrrh notes that it's pretty obvious, even to the untrained eye. Other mages have witnessed witchcraft long before and were amazed and shocked to their core. They desperately tried to analyze and understand it fully, but in the end, they all failed and gave up, instead focusing on completing their own magic. Meanwhile, Eugene has come to action every day for 2 years straight, trying his best to understand witchcraft. She asks if he's really going to leave Arath once his thesis is completed. Eugene wonders what else he could possibly do there if he didn't. Myrrh explains that there are a lot of possibilities. While she's not sure when the Red Magic Tower Master will retire, she's quite certain he would gladly take Eugene on as his successor. Eugene responds that he doesn't want to be a Magic Tower Master, as the job seems dull. Myrrh suggests another option, joining the Palace Mage troops. She mentions that Captain Tremple seems interested in recruiting him. Eugene notes that Tremple acts too friendly, which he doesn't like. Myrrh adds that the prince has also taken a liking to him. If Eugene worked with him in any capacity, the prince would boast about it for decades. Eugene says he appreciates the prince's admiration, but doesn't feel like pursuing any of it. Myrrh is puzzled, asking why Eugene wants to return to the Lionhearts if he can't become a head. Eugene asks if he really needs a grand reason to go home. Myrrh explains that what Eugene has accomplished these past few years is extremely impressive, even in her eyes. In just the half year since he began writing his thesis, he has managed to simplify complicated and elaborate magical theories while also improving his own magic in the process. Eugene explains that this thesis is simply for his own satisfaction, as he is the only one who can use it in the first place. He writes it down because he likes keeping things organized, not because he plans to share it with the academic association. After all, no mage would be able to use the circle flame method anyway. He reflects on the time Rovarian told him that not considering magic and understanding it properly is physically impossible. However, Eugene doesn't follow a typical circle magic method for his magic. His substitute is the white flame method, which starts with a circle, but that doesn't mean the main family's white flame method users can replicate it. He tries following his thesis but gets stuck right from the beginning. Eugene had never made a core or learned the white flame method, so he tries substituting it with his own circle. But his mana ends up flowing in reverse. Eventually, though, he becomes a white flame method 4-star and successfully adds the eternal whole to the circle. He creates a ring using 4 stars and continuously explodes the mana within, just like Hamill did in his past life. The rotating ring of fire ensures that the mana doesn't flow outside of the circle. This is the circle flame method he creates. Originally, Eugene had planned to attempt all of this once he reached 5 stars. However, after observing witchcraft, he changes his mind. He spends considerable time on the 6th floor, the Hall of Space, and the 8th floor, the Hall of Scorching Heat. The Hall of Scorching Heat houses magic from the world's most powerful and renowned flame mages, and Eugene knows he needs to learn space magic to fully utilize the Cape of Darkness. Reborn took Eugene on as his direct pupil, helping him revise his thesis and assisting with fixing some basic circle magic spells to work with his circle flame method. During this period, Eugene spends half of his days in Acreon and the other half learning magic from Reborn. If there's one word to describe the 2 years Eugene spends in Acreon, it's grueling. Eugene wonders if Mare is upset with him for saying he will leave, even though it's clear she doesn't want him to. Mare assures him that she's not upset, as she has no right to stop him from leaving. If he wants to go, he can. She's never felt the desire to leave anywhere herself, and even if she did, she couldn't. So, she tells him to leave and let her be alone in this boring, quiet, and lonely place. She insists that she's not sad at all about saying goodbye, even after all these years together. After all, she's not human, and she knows well enough that humans do whatever they want. Eugene wonders if that's truly the case as he puts his thesis away. Mare confirms it, noting that she has lived far longer than him and is accustomed to goodbyes. However, she tells him that he should at least let her know before he leaves, rather than just disappearing like Sia did. Eugene responds simply with noted, which infuriates her. She had poured her heart out to him, but his calm response makes her feel like he's just a piece of trash. Eugene asks how he could possibly be trash, and Mare explains that it's just her opinion. There's no need to dwell on the how, because in the end, it's simply the truth. She admits that she actually hates him, seeing him as just a kid who doesn't show any respect for his elders. She pauses for a moment, then adds that if he stayed in Arath because of her, she would be baffled. Her personality, after all, is based on a younger version of Sia, which makes her emotions and behavior childish at times. She acknowledges that she sometimes says childish things and can be stubborn. She's fully aware of this. Embarrassed, Mare continues, expressing that she feels foolish for saying all of this. She knows Xia wouldn't have acted this way, and it feels like she's insulting her by behaving so outrageously. Eugene smiles, reassures her, and tells her that the real Sia would have acted just like her. Or at least, that's what he believes. Mare disagrees, firmly stating that there's no way Xia would have acted like this. She wonders how Eugene can be so sure. She wonders if it's due to Eugene getting his hand on some visual book from the past. Eugene confidently replies that the Sia he knew would have acted exactly like this. Frustrated, Mare asks again how Eugene is so certain, and Eugene tells her that his thesis will be done soon. If he's not too greedy, it should be finished before the summer ends. Mare asks why he's telling her this, and Eugene responds that he'll visit her before he leaves to share something important. Suspicious, Mare asks if Eugene is just going to make fun of her, to which he playfully responds that she'll find out when the time comes, saying that Eugene heads out. As Eugene heads out, he bumps into Tremple, and his expression immediately shifts into one of annoyance. Tremple notices and asks what is bothering Eugene, but Eugene already knows what this encounter is about. It's obvious to him that Tremple wants to revisit a familiar topic, one that always circles back to his position as the Palace Mage Captain. As expected, Tremple brings up the matter, mentioning that the position they had previously discussed within the Palace Mage troops is still open. He adds that if Eugene changes his mind, he knows exactly who to approach to secure the opportunity. Eugene, maintaining his composure, respectfully declines the offer, prompting Tremple to shift the conversation toward Eugene's thesis progress. Tremple offers to assist with the thesis, claiming his expertise in both summoning and battle magic would make him more useful than Reborn. Eugene, however, finds this odd, considering Tremple doesn't even know the subject of his thesis. Beneath his calm demeanor, Tremple is clearly irritated that Eugene shares his work exclusively with Reborn. Still, he masks his frustration, suggesting that he could review the thesis first and then provide assistance based on its content. Eugene thanks him for the offer but politely declines, knowing that accepting it would be a blatant sign of disrespect toward his current instructor. Though his response is courteous, Eugene is firm, leaving no room for further argument. Tremple, unwilling to take the hint, suggests keeping their discussion a secret, but Eugene has already made up his mind. Without further engagement, he leaves. As he walks away, Eugene feels a wave of nervousness, relieved that Tremple remained unaware of his achievement of the Eternal Whole. Eugene knows the relentless pressure that would follow, leaving him no peace, even in his own bed. However, the ring flame method, being similar to the flame method until it is physically cast, conceals its true nature well. Not even a skilled mage like Tremple could deduce its presence. Eugene feels a surge of excitement, proud that he managed to keep such a powerful ability hidden from a high-ranking mage. Eugene heads toward Reborn and demonstrates his spell, leaving his instructor both impressed and slightly terrified. For most mages, 4 circles mark the upper limit of their power, yet Eugene's abilities appear to rival those of a 5-circle mage. Despite his progress, Eugene's Eternal Whole is not yet at full strength. He still lacks complete control over it. Reborn, observing Eugene's technique closely, theorizes that the Eternal Whole has reached a temporary limit. He deduces that Eugene's imperfect recreation of the Eternal Whole forces him to substitute one of his circles with his core. He explains to Eugene that the strength of his cores is intricately linked to the circles. If Eugene's mastery of the white flame method improves, it will in turn enhance the power of the ring flame method, creating a synergistic effect. Though Eugene acknowledges this insight, his focus remains on perfecting his abilities, knowing that each step forward brings him closer to unlocking his full potential. Rovarian warns Eugene about the potential flaws in his red flame method that he has yet to discover. According to Rovarian, the ring flame method allows Eugene to cast advanced circle spells and even use 5-circle magic with ease. However, he strongly advises against attempting 6-circle spells, cautioning Eugene about the risks. Eugene agrees, understanding the importance of restraint for now. The conversation shifts as Rovarian asks about Eugene's plans after completing his thesis. Eugene reveals that he intends to travel to the Luhar Kingdom in the north, seeking their famed ice crabs. This revelation surprises Rovarian, who finds it odd that Eugene would go so far for something readily available in Arath. It was the place that Marone once was a king of. However, Eugene remains firm in his decision, explaining that he wants to experience the place itself. He further shares his plans to visit Nahama for their scorpion delicacy, a desert region that also holds historical significance. It was the last place Saint Anise was seen after leaving Eurus 200 years ago. Despite Eugene's clear intentions, Rovarian attempts to steer him toward a local seafood place, but the outing takes an unexpected turn when they encounter Crown Prince Honain. The prince, direct and confident, offers Eugene the position of Royal Mage Captain, contingent on Eugene remaining in Arath. While Eugene acknowledges the offer, he believes it to be an unlikely proposition. Honain, undeterred, assures Eugene that he will ascend the throne in 10 years and can fulfill his promise then. Rovarian finds Honain's ambitions bold, considering the current king is still alive. Honain clarifies that the king has already promised him the throne and that the people of Arath support him. To sweeten the deal, Honain acknowledges Eugene's immense magical potential, observing that his mana is on par with a 5-circle mage. The prince also probes Eugene's understanding of the eternal whole, but Eugene counters his inquiry with a sharp remark, inadvertently confirming Honain's suspicions. Realizing that power and position hold little appeal for Eugene, Honain shifts his strategy and offers knowledge as an incentive. He reveals that 2 other volumes of witchcraft, believed to have been taken by Sia, are actually in the royal treasury. This revelation shocks both Eugene and Rovarian. Honain clarifies that the ones in the treasury are copies gifted by Sia to the royal palace. Eugene grows intrigued by the offer, as access to the witchcraft volumes could greatly aid his research. Honain assures him that, while he cannot grant access now, he will use his power to do so once he becomes king. He presses Eugene for an answer, leaving Eugene deep in thought as he weighs his decision. The offer is quite attractive to Eugene, as over the last 2 years, he has come to realize that witchcraft is truly incredible. He also wants to search for clues about Sia's disappearance in the other volumes of witchcraft, hopeful that he might find something that even the royal family of Arath couldn't uncover. Eugene offers to return to Arath if Honain takes the throne within 10 years. Honain understands Eugene's perspective and agrees to send him a letter once his succession is official. Eugene thanks Honain and leaves. Meanwhile, in the library, Myrrh grows increasingly nervous as she reads, trying to think of ways to improve Eugene's core and eternal whole. She knows that Eugene's eternal whole, while not on par with Sia's, far surpasses the magic circles widely used elsewhere. When Eugene arrives, she quickly shuts her book, feeling a bit embarrassed. She praises Eugene for his method of mastering the eternal whole, calling it incredible, but also expresses her worries about him leaving Arath now that his thesis is complete. Eugene's departure is set for 2 days from now, as he needs time to rest and attend the farewell event hosted by the Red Magic Tower. Myrrh wishes him luck but doesn't seem happy about it. Eugene smirks, knowing she doesn't want him to go. He reminds her of something he wanted to tell her a couple of months ago. Hearing this, Myrrh stands up nervously, but Eugene walks away, saying he needs to check something before revealing it. As he steps away, Eugene asks Myrrh if she tells other students stories the way she told him. This question triggers Myrrh, as she interprets it as Eugene implying she is a snitch. She argues vehemently, claiming that even if others dismantle witchcraft and study it forcefully, they wouldn't be able to learn anything. According to her, all the data acquired in the hall remains stored deep within the memory storage systems. As Eugene continues to walk away, Myrrh follows him, insisting that she would never snitch unless someone tries to destroy witchcraft entirely. Eugene, looking at his comrade's holographic figure, asks if what he is about to say next will also remain confidential, given the system's foolproof nature. Before Myrrh can argue further, Eugene reveals that he was reincarnated. This revelation comes out of nowhere and is unbelievable to Myrrh. Eugene clarifies that he was reincarnated with memories of his past life intact. Myrrh still thinks he is joking, but when Eugene reveals that he was Hamill in his past life, her eyes widen in shock. As the realization sinks in, she begins to understand how he could have achieved so much. It makes sense to her now. How he mastered the eternal whole in just 2 years and broke all learning barriers with his extraordinary talent. If he was Hamill in his past life, it all aligns. As Hamill the Foolish was a peculiar and exceptional individual in many ways. You see, she learned magic in the forest from the elves. Marone is the son of the chieftain of Bayar, a tribe famous for their rigid builds. Anise has been in training and development under the cardinals of the Holy Empire since a young age. Bermut, on the other hand, was once a slave destined to be sacrificed to the demonic lords. However, He stole a sword and freed the entire slave caravan, even though he had never held a sword before. According to Mare, she initially thought these might just be stories, but Eugene confirms that they could be true, especially since Bermot was a Chad. Mir also finds Hamill unique, noting that he shares a similar background with Bermot. Hamill picked up a sword simply to survive after his village was attacked by monsters. Fueled by his hatred for monsters, he fought them relentlessly. Despite his humble beginnings, through hard work and dedication, Hamill grew strong and stood by his comrades for years to come. Mir reflects that although Hamill was foolish, as his name suggests, his growth was impressive. Seeing Eugene now, it all makes sense to her. However, Eugene denies this, admitting that he could never surpass Bermot's magical potential, no matter how hard he tried, which is why he focused on weapons instead. He claims to have faced Bermot in hand-to-hand combat but failed every time. Mir's thoughts are that, by normal standards, Hamill was good, but Hamill himself didn't care about such comparisons. All he wanted was to surpass Bermot, but he died before achieving that goal. Mir now realizes why Eugene praised Hamill's hologram as soon as he walked into the library. Eugene finds her mocking tone annoying. However, Mir wonders why he is telling her all of this now and questions if he expects something from her. Eugene clarifies that he simply wanted to share this with her because they have known each other for 2 years, and her face and personality resemble Sia's. Nervously, Mir reminds him that she is based on Sia's personality. Hearing this, Eugene pats her on the head, and this time, she doesn't get annoyed by it, as he was once her master Sia's comrade. Eugene then asks her if she thinks Sia is dead, which shocks Mir, and she quickly denies it. Eugene agrees, as he knows Sia isn't the type to disappear like that. He believes that somewhere in the world, Shah, Anise, and Marone are living their lives in hiding, and he is determined to find them all. Eugene's determination to find her master lights a spark of hope in Mir's eyes. Seeing her hopeful expression, Eugene asks if she misses Sia. Mir confirms this, and hearing her response, Eugene begins to tease her, suggesting that Sia left her alone in the library without a second thought. Mir becomes furious at Eugene's comment, but he insists he has the right to say it, as he dealt with Sia's antics for 300 years. Still in disbelief, Mir asks Eugene if he can swear on witchcraft that he was truly Hamill in his previous life. Eugene agrees, but only on the condition that she stops calling Hamill the Foolish every time she mentions him. With that, they walk up to witchcraft, where Eugene swears that he was Hamill in his previous life. As he speaks, a strong flash erupts. The light enters Mare, causing her to levitate. She reveals that after Sia's disappearance, countless mages tried to read witchcraft but found nothing, including the information recorded at its depths. She assures Eugene that his secret will also be stored in witchcraft's roots, where no one, not a single soul, can access it. Then, she shares shocking news with Eugene. Shah had shown signs of retiring before her disappearance. Mir recounts being with Sia in Acreon when Sia suddenly collapsed to the ground. When asked, Shah revealed that one of her spirits had died and that someone had broken into Hamill's grave. This revelation left Shah completely enraged. Eugene is shocked, as he didn't even know he had a grave. According to Mir, after that incident, Shah vanished, so Mir hid her conversation with Shah deep within witchcraft to protect her master. However, since Eugene is Hamill, Mir believes he has the right to know. Eugene remains confused about the existence of his grave, as he had assumed his body and soul were completely disintegrated by the demon curse attack. Mir explains that since Hamill was reincarnated, his body must still exist somewhere, free from the curse. She suggests that Hamill's reincarnation might even be Sia's doing. Eugene considers this possibility as well. As night falls, Eugene heads back to his room. Walking through the streets, his mind races with thoughts about where his grave might be. He is momentarily shocked by the idea that it could have been in his hometown all along. Lost in thought, he is interrupted by Balzac calling out to him from behind. Eugene is annoyed, as he already sensed Balzac following him. Noticing Eugene's mood, Balzac comments that Eugene always seems irritated whenever they meet. He then asks Eugene about his decision to leave Aroth for Luhar and Nahama. Balzac expresses concern, as Luhar is close to Belmode, and the ban on demons and dark mages entering Luhar was lifted long ago. He warns Eugene that the Lionheart name holds no value there, and that there are species of demons in Luhar who follow other demon kings. Hearing this, Eugene realizes Balzac is hinting that the demon king of Apocalypse is preparing his army for war there. However, Balzac denies this, explaining that the demon king of Apocalypse greatly respects the demon king of Incarceration and would not act against him. Eugene recalls the one time he saw the demon king of Apocalypse. The memory is vivid. The overwhelming, dark, and powerful aura that emanated from the demon king was unlike anything he had ever experienced. At the time, Eugene couldn't even comprehend what he was witnessing. It was just a blinding light on the other side of a vast plain. Even his comrades stood in shock, their minds nearly shattered by the demonic presence. It was only thanks to Anise's prayers that everyone's minds were calmed, preventing them from losing their sanity. Balzac, however, claims that even if the demon kings aren't interfering directly, there are others who might cause chaos, as demons by nature are not a species that enjoys peace. Eugene understands that Balzac is warning him about demons who might target him despite the peace maintained by the demon kings. Balzac adds that it might not be limited to followers of the demon king of Incarceration. Followers of the demon king of Apocalypse might also be after Eugene due to his Lionheart name. According to Balzac, with positions for demon kings still vacant, Duchess Isabella has her eyes on one, and could do anything to claim it. Hearing this, Eugene jokes about demons voting for the king's position, which makes Balzac laugh. Demons, after all, are not known for such practices. However, Balzac's statements make Eugene wonder if he could defeat the Queen of Nightmare at his current power level if it came to that. Reflecting on this, Eugene realizes that now might not be the right time to go to Luhar. He thanks Balzac and reveals that he will first visit Nahama before heading to Luhar. Balzac, however, warns that even Nahama is not safe, especially because of Emilia. She was a dark mage even before making a pact with the Demon King of Incarceration. What makes her particularly dangerous is the excessive freedom granted to her by the Demon King, which could spell trouble for Eugene. To ensure Eugene's safety, Balzac hands him a dark envelope, suggesting that he give it to Emilia if he encounters her in the desert. It will protect him from her harm. Curious, Eugene asks Balzac if he can open the envelope. Balzac agrees, but as Eugene rips off the seal, he is shocked by what he finds inside. The envelope is literally empty, but Balzac assures Eugene that its contents are unimportant. What matters is that it is written by Balzac himself. Saying this, he snaps his fingers, and the envelope reseals itself as if untouched. Balzac knows he can't help Eugene directly in the desert, but at least he can handle Emilia's temperament through his connections. He insists that Eugene take the envelope with him, but Eugene senses that Balzac wants something in return. According to Balzac, all he wants is Eugene's friendship, a statement that Eugene misinterprets. He begins to feel uneasy, thinking Balzac might have ulterior motives, especially since Balzac has been treating him unusually well and offering favors without clear reasons. Balzac, sweating nervously, clarifies that his actions are purely to build a good rapport with Eugene, human to human. He argues that everyone treats Eugene well because of his potential, so why shouldn't he? Still skeptical, Eugene thanks him and mentions that he considered inviting Balzac to his farewell party, but ultimately decided against it. He admits that if Balzac were to show up, Eugene would likely hate him even more. Balzac assures him that he won't attend, to which Eugene thanks him and leaves. The next day, at the farewell party, all the tower mages and royals are in attendance. However, the Blue Tower Master is displeased that Eugene invited him while excluding other tower mages. He is grumpy, knowing that many tower masters are eager to get close to Eugene due to his exceptional talent. Eugene, aware of this, asks if the Blue Tower Master is unimpressed. The Blue Tower Master admits that Eugene is impressive but insists he doesn't want to steal the Red Magic Tower's apprentice like others do. He also notices that Eugene didn't invite Balzac, to which Eugene reveals that it was out of respect for Rovarian, who might not appreciate Balzac's presence. Eugene then asks the Blue Tower Master about Balzac, as he was once part of the Blue Tower and his colleague. The Blue Tower Master reveals that Balzac has always been mysterious and hard to read. Years ago, Balzac was an exceptional mage and was almost certain to become the next Blue Tower Master. However, he suddenly changed his intentions and left for Helmaud. The Blue Tower Master acknowledges that he only became the master because Balzac left. 10 years later, Balzac returned as a dark mage and took the position of Black Magic Tower Master. According to the Blue Tower Master, Balzac has tremendous potential but different ambitions. He never wanted to become a Tower Master. Instead, he aimed to achieve something greater, like surpassing the Demon King. Despite everything, Balzac remains human at his core. As the conversation continues, the Blue Tower Master asks Eugene about his decision to go to Nahama. He warns Eugene that Nahama is an unpleasant place, and advises him to conceal his Lionheart identity once he crosses the border. This is exactly what Master Rovarian had told Eugene earlier. The assassins of Nahama now operate openly and would not hesitate to kill a Lionheart if given the chance. The Blue Tower Master emphasizes that it's best for Eugene to hide his identity, and Eugene agrees. As the party ends, Eugene prepares to leave. He wears his cape, knowing it might draw unwanted attention in the desert, but he has come prepared. The cape is enchanted with transformation magic and regulates body temperature, keeping the wearer comfortable even in the scorching desert heat. Eugene also carries a magic map given to him by Rovarian. The map pinpoints his coordinates, allowing him to track his location. Currently, Eugene is at the western edge of the Nahama Desert. If he continues north, he will reach Turris. Eugene's initial plan was to search for his grave and visit his hometown near Turris, but his plans have shifted slightly. This is because his hometown, once on the outskirts of the desert, has now been engulfed by sandstorms. Turris, a small nation, has been abandoned by its locals as the desert consumed it, making it a new territory of Nahama. While this seems natural, Eugene knows that these sandstorms are the work of sand mages from Nahama, who are attempting to invade neighboring nations. 3 centuries ago, during a time when demons were on the rise, Nahama tried to invade the Kiel Empire but failed due to Burmit's intervention. Even in his previous life, Eugene despised Nahama, and after 300 years, his feelings remain unchanged. Fueled by this hatred, Eugene ventures into the desert with 2 goals: to find his grave and to search for his old comrades. It has been days since Eugene began traveling through the desert, and a group of locals is observing him from afar. They are somewhat impressed to see him traveling alone, as most people crossing the desert usually come with a full caravan and guards. One of the men in the group speculates that Eugene might be performing a coming-of-age ritual, where individuals are sent into the desert to prove their adulthood. However, the group leader is confused as to why a Lionheart would come to the desert for such a ritual. Another member of the group reminds the leader that their orders are to ensure Eugene does not enter the Kajani Desert. The leader recalls the order but remains curious about why their master gave such instructions. As they observe Eugene, one of the men praises him for his speed, noting that Eugene moves swiftly despite being unfamiliar with the desert terrain. Suddenly, the man is shocked to realize that Eugene, who appeared to be heading north, is now charging directly toward them. The leader quickly grabs the scope and is stunned to see that Eugene has noticed them, even though they maintained a considerable distance. A chill runs down the leader's spine as he notices Eugene activating the Lionheart's white flame technique while charging at them. The group is in disbelief, wondering when Eugene spotted them. Meanwhile, Eugene charges at them like a truck, and the leader knows there's no time to run. They'll have to face him. The leader shouts orders for everyone to draw their weapons. He considers pretending to be bandits, hoping to steal something from Eugene and convince him to move on. The group members, though nervous, brace themselves for the encounter. Eugene, however, quickly realizes they are not assassins, as their stealth techniques and disguises are far from professional. Despite this, Eugene is momentarily surprised when the group leader uses a sword soul spell on his weapon. Though the spell is powerful, it brings an evil smirk to Eugene's face. It has been a while since he used a sword, having spent the last 2 years learning magic in Arath. Now he has the perfect opportunity to showcase his sword skills. Drawing his storm sword, Eugene blocks the leader's attack. He is soon surrounded by 5 men, but Eugene channels his magic effortlessly, shocking the leader as he does so without incantations. Eugene releases bursts of magic energy, knocking all 5 men to the ground. Now only Eugene and the group leader remain. Eugene locks eyes with the leader and demands to know their identity. The leader lies, claiming they are bandits. Eugene is amused, impressed that even the bandits of Nahama possess skills like the sword soul technique. He begins to speculate about the strength of the entire Nahama nation, wondering if they have the power to reunite the fractured nations. The leader tries to play along, but Eugene sees through the lies and warns him to stop. The leader grows nervous as Eugene's words carry the tone of a hardened mercenary soldier. There's a brutal, bloodthirsty glint in Eugene's eyes that terrifies the leader. Before the leader can react, Eugene vanishes in the blink of an eye, reappearing behind him. The leader barely blocks the attack, but the sheer force of Eugene's strike sends a shockwave through his body. The leader is further alarmed because Eugene's mana doesn't break upon contact with his sword soul, indicating that Eugene is also using a sword soul technique. As the leader processes this, Eugene lands back on the ground, kicking up a cloud of sand that blinds the leader. Fearing a follow-up magic missile attack, the leader hastily raises a mana shield. However, Eugene's magic missiles, even though they are only 1-star spells, completely shatter the leader's shield. Before the leader can recover, Eugene follows up with another powerful blow. The group leader, seeing the attack coming, has his life flash before his eyes. But just as the attack hits, Eugene stops it inches away from his neck and backs off, smiling in a cocky way. The leader can't help but question what drives him to act so recklessly. It's a brazen insult to a swordsman's honor. Fueled by either newfound courage or unrelenting rage, he charges at Eugene with all his might. Yet, Eugene skillfully dodges every strike, no matter how unpredictable or wild they are, even parrying some with ease. This battle is unlike any Eugene has faced since his reincarnation. His opponent has a sword soul, making the fight feel meaningful for once. Though he wishes for a touch more bloodlust in the attacks, what he faces is sufficient to keep his interest. Eugene counters with 2 swift slashes, striking the leader's arms. The man reels, stunned by Eugene's speed, but the shallow wounds mean he can still fight. He realizes Eugene isn't going all out, which annoys him even more. With his pride wounded deeper than his body, the leader swings his sword in a wide arc, only for Eugene to calmly retreat, sheathing his blade. Confused and humiliated, the leader demands to know why Eugene is putting his weapon away when he hasn't even admitted defeat. Eugene, with a calm smirk, explains that there's no need to rush. He will defeat him with his bare hands now. The declaration sends the leader into a blind rage. He charges recklessly, fueled by anger rather than strategy, but Eugene sidesteps the clumsy attack and delivers a devastating punch to the man's chest. The force leaves a crater in the ground as Eugene grabs his head and slams it into the sand with overwhelming force. Looking down at his opponent, Eugene demands to know who he truly is. The leader stammers out his name, Rahman Shulhoff, but Eugene isn't satisfied. With a hard shove, he drives Rahman's face deeper into the sand and demands a more useful answer. Who is giving him orders? Rahman, battered and hesitant, refuses to speak, prompting Eugene to pound his head into the ground again, prompting the man to explain it all in panic. The subordinate explains that Al-Madani is the emir of Kajitans, a city near the western gateway Eugene has recently crossed. This revelation makes everything click that Rahman and his men are agents of the town's lord. When Eugene inquires why Al-Madani wants him stopped, the subordinate confesses they haven't been told much, only that they are to prevent him from reaching Kajatan at all costs. Satisfied for now, Eugene releases the leader and begins to piece things together. Kajatan isn't just any desert. 3 centuries ago, it was Hamill's homeland, but now it's an unforgiving wasteland plagued by sandstorms that erode the lands of Trath. Its harsh conditions make Eugene wonder if the Sand Mage's base might be hidden there. For an outsider like Eugene, especially one from the prestigious Lionheart family, wandering through such hostile territory would surely draw attention. That explains Al-Madani's caution. Still, this isn't the only danger Eugene has to contend with. Balzac has warned him about someone far more dangerous. Amelia Marwin, who is contracted with the Demon King of Incarceration. Luckily, her rumored dungeon in the Assur Desert is far from where Eugene is now, or from where Anise was last seen. For the time being at least, he can focus on the threats closer to him without worrying about crossing paths with her. Eugene takes a moment to consider the situation before making his decision. He instructs the group to return, keeping only their leader with him. His determination to enter Kajani is unwavering, no matter the obstacles, and he makes it clear that he needs someone by his side to handle any complications. After all, if issues arise, the leader will be crucial in resolving them. Eugene assumes that, surely, the leader understands by now why his presence is necessary. Taking orders directly from Kajian Amir means he can diffuse problems simply by stating his affiliation. The leader hesitates, uncertain about Eugene's proposal. Sensing this, Eugene presses harder that if the leader isn't inclined to accept that fair deal, he could always head back to the Lionheart estate and explain to the patriarch that the Emir of Kajian has disguised his men as bandits in an attempt to steal a prized Lionheart family artifact. He asks the leader if he would prefer that scenario instead. Fear flickers in the man's eyes as he stammers out a denial of any such intentions. Eugene, unfazed, pulls his cloak aside to reveal something remarkable. He holds up the Stormblade, the legendary blade wielded by the Lionheart family's founder, Burmit, both in his lifetime and during the Demon Wars. With such a priceless artifact in his possession, Eugene knows that most people would believe his story, that Kajian Amir orchestrated this chaos to steal the sword. The leader is stunned into silence. If Eugene spread such claims, it wouldn't just be his head on the line. His entire team could face grave consequences. Worse still, their master might be executed on the spot for such treachery. Cornered and desperate, the leader reluctantly gives in to Eugene's demands, agreeing to do as he wishes. Realizing that he is successful in taking him in, Eugene's face twists into a maniac grin. With the matter settled, they begin their trek across the vast desert. The leader trudges alongside him, consumed by guilt and dread. He is worried as he disobeyed a direct order from his master, who had explicitly forbidden the boy from ever entering the Kajani region. Now, as his supposed guard, he can't shake the shame of his betrayal. What haunts him most, though, is the fate awaiting his subordinates who had returned empty-handed, having failed to complete their mission. Eugene catches the man's attention, then asks pointedly about his role in the current situation. Rahman begins explaining, somewhat cautiously, that he is the captain and leader of Legion 2, the Red Desert Warriors, and the primary affiliate guard troops under Al-Madani, the Emir of Kajitan. Eugene smirks, already having assumed Raymond's skills as a captain and his higher rank as it seems natural fit to him. Shifting gears, Eugene asks whether there are any desert mages hidden within the Kajani desert. Rahman's reaction, genuine surprise, immediately tells Eugene he's either clueless or a skilled liar. Eugene doesn't buy the act and warns him not to feign ignorance unless he wants to endure another ass-whopping. Rahman quickly protests, claiming he genuinely has no knowledge of any such mages. Besides, he argues, why would the desert mages, loyal exclusively to the royal family, be stationed so far from the capital in such a remote desert? Eugene steps closer and presses the question again, wondering whether Rahman is really this idiot or just pretending. Rahman, confused, asks what Eugene is getting at. Eugene explains that the entire Kajani desert was once the lush and fertile territory of Turath, until a devastating sandstorm transformed the region into a barren wasteland. Sultan Nahama, witnessing this dramatic shift, declared that the desert had been gifted to them by the heavens. From then on, he stationed his warriors in the desert to claim the land and use it as a training ground. He goes on, noting that the desertification process continues to this day, erasing what once was. Eugene bitterly chuckles, mentioning that they'd never dream of pulling something like this off against the mighty Keel Empire. That's why, he asserts, they're targeting Turath instead. Rahman shakes his head, dismissing the idea as impossible, as even if there's some truth to Eugene's words, he's adamant that his master would never involve with something so sinister. He insists that his master isn't that kind of person. Eugene sighs and coldly reminds Rahman that he himself is from Kajani. According to Eugene, Rahman survived that sandstorm by sheer luck, saved by his master. Eugene gets it. Rahman probably worships his master because he saved him, which is why Rahman can't bring himself to believe that his master would have any part in something so dark. Rahman falters, unsure how to respond. Sensing hesitation, Eugene presses no further but leaves him with a warning. He tells Rahman to keep one thing in mind. He's not here to start trouble with another nation, so he'll let this go. But he warns Rahman not to think for a second that Eugene doesn't know why his master doesn't want him in the Kajani desert. As Eugene turns, he adds one last point. Once someone from the Lionheart family sets foot in this place, the truth about those desert mages, and the desertification itself, will come to light. Rahman nods, acknowledging Eugene's concerns, and assures him that if the desert mages truly exist as Eugene claims, he will personally step forward to protect Eugene. Rahman is confident that even if the mages are under the Sultan's direct command, they will show respect in the name of his revered master, the Kajian Amir. Eugene smirks, the expression one of mild disbelief, and continues on his path without comment. As Rahman hurries to catch up, his curiosity gets the better of him. He questions why Eugene is heading to the Kajani desert, noting that there's nothing out there but endless sand. Eugene's reply is brief, revealing his purpose that he is here to find a grave. Rahman is startled by this, and suggests that if Eugene sought an ancestral grave, they could have gone to the massive graveyard in Kajian. But Eugene shakes his head, indicating that the grave he's looking for isn't in a graveyard. It's somewhere else entirely. Before long, the two arrive at an unexpected beach in the middle of the desert. Rahman is baffled by the sight, wondering how such a beach could exist here. Eugene dismisses it as an illusion created by magic, not a real beach. Rahman, still puzzled, questions the purpose behind creating such a false beach in a place like this. Eugene's patience wears thin as he explains that beaches are precious to travelers in the desert, and when someone sees one, they are bound to stop and rest. This explanation prompts Rahman to realize that the beach might not be what it seems. His suspicion grows, and he suggests it might be a trap, a place where someone is lying in wait. Eugene, undeterred, steps forward, seemingly ready to confront whatever danger lies ahead. As he moves, a knife rises silently from beneath the surface, and though Rahman shouts a warning, Eugene is already prepared. With a swift leap, Eugene summons the power of the intermediate-ranked wind spirit, Gale. A powerful gust blows away the sand, exposing the attacker and knocking him out cold. More assassins begin to emerge with their weapons drawn and ready for battle. Rahman, hoping to resolve the situation peacefully, steps forward and announces his identity and status. He emphasizes that Eugene is a prestigious guest of his master, and that to harm him would be to defy the might of Kajitan itself. However, the assassins remain undeterred, closing in and tightening their grip on their weapons. Rahman, stunned by their audacity, tries once again to assert Eugene's importance, reminding them that Eugene is also a son of the great Lionheart family. But the assassins remain unfazed. Eugene places a firm hand on Rahman's shoulder, urging him to stop as it was of no use. Pleading won't work, he points out, and in fact, it is only making things easier for the attackers. Rahman looks to Eugene, confused, but Eugene's calm response reveals that the assassins know they can't send him back alive after this. Attacking a member of the Lionheart family is a dangerous gamble, and killing him outright would be messy. Therefore, the assassins likely plan to poison or drug him to keep him quiet. But for that to happen, they would have to defeat him first. A bit nervous, Rahman begins unsheathing his sword, scanning the numerous assassins surrounding them. The odds are overwhelming, but he resolves to stand his ground and assist Eugene in the fight. Eugene, unshaken, signals for the assassins to attack all at once. With that, the assassins launch at him with their weapons all out. As they charge, a memory surfaces in Eugene's mind, one of those chaotic yet oddly nostalgic moments from his past life. He recalls the time when Anise had questioned Hamill about the absurd number of weapons he always carried but never used. Hamill had always been unfazed by the criticism, explaining that the weapons would eventually come in handy. Shah, on the other hand, had scoffed at the entire exchange, urging Anise to leave Hamill be. Anise glares at Hamill as she finds it unfair that Marone has to carry Hamill's weapon, even though it's his. However, Hamill argues that he won against Marone in a rock-paper-scissor, and that is the part of the bet. Still, Anise finds it unfair that Hamill made such a bet. Hamill trying to shift the blame, pointing out that it's not just his weapons taking up space in the cart, but Anise's precious holy water too, which fills half of it. He also reminds her of the oversized axe she's carrying, causing Anise to narrow her eyes. She retorts, noting that if the holy water were solely for her use, she would carry it herself. But in truth, it's Hamill and Sia who tend to consume most of it. Hamill, growing increasingly exasperated, turns to Sia, chastising her for drinking more than her fair share, and questioning why she didn't just use summoning magic to store all the supplies. Shah, not holding back, explodes, pointing out that Hamill was the one who insisted they carry it all, arguing that summoning magic would have taken too long. Exasperated, Hamill looks to Bermot and asks him to pull the wagon, but Bermot, ever the calm one, simply replies that none of his weapons are in the cart. Hamill groans, envious of Bermot's pocket inventory and ease. Shah, seizing the opportunity to tease, smirks and offers to teach him how to do it, but only if he begs on his knees. Despite the bickering, these moments have become cherished memories for Eugene. Now, standing in the present, he can't help but think that perhaps the teasing would have been a little less harsh if he'd had his cape back then. With a flourish, Eugene unfurls the cape and summons 2 spears from its magical depths, recalling the past. The battle before him begins, and the assassins make their move, lunging with deadly precision. Eugene leaps high into the air, his body cutting through the wind as he targets his first victim. With a single throw, the spear strikes true, piercing the skull of one assassin and ending him instantly. Another assassin attempts to strike, but Eugene anticipates the attack. He dodges with precision, using the assassin's missed strike to land a swift, deadly counter. Before he can even catch his breath, another attacker emerges from behind. Eugene spins effortlessly, slicing through the air to decapitate the foe. 2 more assassins charge, but Eugene is ready. He hurls a few knives with expert accuracy, taking out 3 in one swift motion. Yet even as the battle rages on, there is no sign of stopping. 2 more enemies try to ambush him, but Eugene is unfazed. Drawing 2 swords, he strikes with deadly grace, cutting through them with ease. In one fluid motion, Eugene pulls out an axe and brings it down with lethal force on one of the attackers. At the same time, he uses his sword to dispatch another assassin aiming for his head. In an instant, he throws the axe, burying it deep in the skull of another, before turning his attention to the next threat. The enemy doesn't relent, but Eugene is faster. He jumps high into the air, positioning himself to land behind a hidden assassin. With a flick of magic, he traps the assassin, striking swiftly and severing his head in the blink of an eye. The enemies seem to multiply, but Eugene remains calm and focused, summoning every weapon at his disposal to deal with them. As the final assassin falls, Rahman, standing at the edge of the battle, watches in awe. He is overwhelmed by the sheer scale of Eugene's prowess, realizing just how powerless he is in comparison. Eugene's strength, precision, and mastery over every weapon he wields are staggering. It becomes clear to Rahman that Eugene hasn't even had to tap into his full potential. Magic is just a support. It's Eugene's skill and mastery over weapons that define him. As the last of the assassins fall, Rahman nervously reminds him that the bloodbath was unnecessary. However, Eugene tells him that assassins are loyal to their cause, so even if one cut off their arms and legs, they are the type not to even scream. He then gives a simple offer to Rahman that if he wants, he is free to go, because the assassins, Eugene points out, didn't care for Rahman's authority or the master he serves. Meanwhile, Rahman is caught off guard, stuttering as he struggles to find the right words, insisting that he cannot simply turn back now. The question from Eugene about whether he wants to see his fate leaves him frozen, lost in thought as he weighs his options. Although Eugene sees little value in Rahman's presence, Rahman pleads desperately to join him, promising that he will not be a burden. Despite this, Eugene remains indifferent, leaving the decision up to Rahman, but making it clear that he should not expect much assistance along the way. Suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to tremble, and the rumble intensifies with an unsettling force. Eugene reacts instinctively, leaping into the air and scanning the surroundings. The assassins' bodies begin to disintegrate before his eyes, a clear indication of dark summoning magic at play. A massive hole begins to form with its edges fracturing the earth as a wave of dangerous mana pulses through the air. Eugene's senses scream at him like a warning that something far more terrifying is about to emerge. Standing above the growing hole, Eugene prepares for the inevitable. Rahman, panicking, urges him to run, his desperation evident in his frantic movements. He recognizes the danger approaching and knows they need to leave. The sand below them whirls into a violent tornado, rising higher and higher with each passing moment. Rahman is taken aback. Though sandstorms are common in this area, the sheer magnitude of this one feels unnatural, as if it has been summoned. Rahman's thoughts race as he recalls the sandstorms that have devastated the homes of innocent people, the same ones that had broken Rahman when he watched his own village destroyed. The implications of what is happening become clear. Rahman charges toward the storm, desperately slashing at it with all his might, hoping to disrupt its form, but his efforts are futile. The sandstorm remains unscathed, swallowing his attacks without a trace. Slowly, the slash he makes is covered over, as if it had never existed. Exhausted, Rahman begins to sink, the sandstorm pulling him deeper into its grasp. Hopelessness takes hold as his strength wanes. The realization that there is nothing he can do shakes him to his core. Meanwhile, Eugene remains airborne, however, for him. Using Gale's wind is impossible. It would only drag him back into the storm. For now, maintaining his position above the chaos is the only viable option. Yet, retreat never crosses Eugene's mind. The immense surge of mana emanating from the storm signals the arrival of something far more dangerous. He braces himself, fully aware that he needs to be ready. As he watches Rahman struggle to hold on, Eugene's thoughts snap into action. He uses his magic to lift Rahman and throw him to safety, questioning his own hesitation in not doing so sooner. Just as he does, a massive sandworm erupts from the ground beneath Eugene, swallowing him whole before he can react. Rahman stands devastated, torn by the realization that Eugene chose to sacrifice himself in order to save him. Clutching his sword tightly, Rahman makes a vow in his heart. He will repay this unpayable debt. No matter the cost, he will slay the sandworm and save Eugene, even if it costs him his life. Inside the sandworm's cavernous body, Eugene falls, momentarily stunned by the sensation of being consumed. He reflects on the nature of sandworms, which are one of the few monsters capable of erasing everything they devour, using energy in a way that leaves no trace. Naturally, they lack any excretory organs, making escape impossible once consumed. But for Eugene, this presents no challenge. His resolve hardens as he begins to use his white flame and circle flame methods, drawing on their energy to break through the sandworm's tough hide. With a crash, Eugene bursts through the sandworm's back, emerging into a dark, empty cave. As he surveys the wound, he realizes that the summoning magic didn't create the sandworm, it merely attracted it. The sandworm, it seems, merely resides in the area. This could very well be its nest. Eugene recalls a conversation with Sia, who mentioned that mages often create dungeons in remote places for dangerous research. Sandworms, often called dungeon makers, are known for burrowing deep into the earth, creating stable labyrinths as they dig. Shah had once explained that it takes a sandworm about 10 days to form a dungeon, and if left undisturbed, it will evolve into an underground maze. Once the sandworm is slain, the mage can reinforce the structure to prevent collapse. Hearing that, Hamill wonders if Shah, as she too is a mage, will do the same. However, Shah gets angry as there was no point in her staying in the cave waiting to create a worm. Remembering that, Eugene pulls out his map, inspecting it carefully. He realizes that a path runs through the many entrances, and that this dungeon may lead to Hamill's homeland. With renewed confidence, he presses forward, prepared for the challenges ahead. Rahman wakes up, bound by sand mages. He demands to know where he is. One of the mages, amused, comments on his foolish charge against the sandworm. They mockingly question whether he really thought he could kill such a beast at his level. But it doesn't matter now. They've brought him here to ask him a few simple questions. Rahman, now wary, asks what kind of questions they have. The Sand Mage explains that they want to know more about Eugene Lionheart, particularly why the spoiled heir of the Lionheart family is wandering in the Kajani Desert. Even more puzzling to them is why Eugene, the warrior of the Emir of Kajitan, is acting as a guide. Rahman, sweating under the pressure, remains silent, causing the mage to wonder if the Emir of Kajitan, the presumed great Tyree al-Madani, is planning to betray Nahama. This suspicion arises because Rahman, his warrior, is doing exactly the opposite of what's expected, leading them to question his true intentions. Rahman, still tied up, asks the sand mages what they are doing here. He points out that the beach above them was an illusion, and the sandstorm that followed was likely created by magic. He wonders if all of this is not their doing. One of the sand mages notes that Rahman clearly doesn't understand his situation, using magic to twist his arms further. Another mage explains that here, they are the ones asking the questions, and Rahman's only job is to keep his mouth shut, for the sake of his master's honor. At least one mage remarks that no matter what he says or does, Rahman will die here, so he should wish for a peaceful death instead of an agonizing one. He asks again, why is Eugene Lionheart in Kajani? Clearly Eugene had a purpose when he entered Nahama, and the only conclusion they can draw is that the Emir of Kajitan is planning to betray the entire Nahama. Rahman, caught by the word betray, starts to panic, realizing the depth of the situation. He comes to the horrifying conclusion that his great leader, al-Madani, was always a part of this scheme. He screams at the mages, calling them petty creatures using petty means to destroy another nation's territory. He demands to know why they are not protecting the royal family, as they should, with their lives if necessary. Were the sandstorms above meant to push forward desertification as well? One of the mages scoffs, explaining that Rahman is wrong. To create a sandstorm large enough to trigger desertification, they would need at least hundreds of highly trained sand mages. Rahman, frustrated, asks again what their purpose in being here is. The mage twists his arms again, coldly stating that they are not obligated to answer his silly questions. Instead, they repeat their query about why is Eugene Lionheart in Kajani. Rahman, defeated, answers that it doesn't matter anyway. Eugene has already passed away, swallowed by the sandworm they attracted. One of the mages, with a dark chuckle, says that perhaps it's better for Eugene to die this way, considering his life is practically worthless. The mages start discussing how one of them had found the sandworm that swallowed Eugene and noticed a large hole in its backside. If Eugene managed to break out, they can't allow him to poke around this place. They also mention that there are assassins roaming the area, so he'll be caught soon enough. This thought fills Rahman with a spark of hope. Maybe, just maybe, Eugene will rescue him after all. The mages continue to debate what to do with him once he's caught. One suggests that creating unnecessary conflict with the Lionhearts is unwise, so they plan to erase his memories and throw him out of Kajani. Or better yet, they should act as his protectors to receive a handsome reward for their selfless actions. It's all quite convenient that Eugene isn't around to hear any of this. But just as they finish speaking, Eugene suddenly appears right next to them, his ferocious eyes locking onto theirs. The mages are now on high alert, their minds racing with questions about the fate of the assassins who had once stalked the halls. One of them, using detection magic, peers deeper into the shadows and is met with a chilling sight of the assassins lying lifeless in pools of their own blood. The mage who witnesses the horrifying scene can't help but marvel at how well the assassins had navigated the maze. They had been so familiar with its twists and turns that they could move through it blindfolded, and with their unmatched stealth abilities, even the most skilled warrior would struggle to track them. But Eugene, observing from the sidelines, isn't impressed. He considers those assassins to be mediocre. Stealth, after all, is just a skill, and they lack the experience needed to properly wield their mana. The assassins Eugene encountered in his previous life, elite operatives from Nahama, are on an entirely different level. Their stealth abilities rival those of demons, and their tenacity was unmatched. They would pursue their targets to the very end. Their focus was so intense it was as though they had shed their humanity. However, the ones here were pathetically weak. Eugene wonders if this location is truly vital to Nahama. Surely they'd send more capable assassins. Eugene wonders if Nahama, or more specifically, its Sultan, is doing nothing. Is the Sultan just sitting idly by? Eugene's train of thought is broken by a scream from Rahman, who has somehow managed to end up in that cave. Eugene scowls, realizing he's foolishly made it easy for Rahman to slip by. But the idiot is still there. With a shake of his head, Eugene decides it's time to get some answers from the mages. But just as he begins to approach, one of them attempts to encase him in a binding spell of sand. Calmly, Eugene unsheathes the fragment of his sword and hurls it into the sand. He braces himself for an explosion, but instead, the sand splinters into 1,000 pieces. The mages stand frozen, eyes wide in disbelief as Eugene, standing amidst the dissipating dust, holds the shard of the sword in his hand. One of the mages mutters, wondering if Eugene has used a dispel. But that isn't possible. Dispels are meant to disrupt the mana around a spell, not dissolve it so completely. What Eugene has done is beyond anything they've encountered. A mana disruption so instantaneous it seems impossible. The mages wonder if it could be some long-hidden technique from the mysterious Lionheart family. The realization hits the mages like a ton of bricks that capturing him alive is no longer an option. Their only choice now is to kill him before he can unleash that devastating power again. Eugene, however, sees no reason to hesitate. They attacked him first. If they don't like the idea of him killing them, they should have thought of that before launching their assault. The mages quickly form up, their focus intensifying as they prepare a powerful shockwave of sand to overwhelm Eugene. The attack rushes toward him, and Eugene can't help but grin. Just as the sand nears, he whips his hand back, launching the sword fragment at a speed too fast for any of them to react. The blade finds its mark, embedding itself in the head of one of the mages, who crumples to the ground instantly, dead. Seizing the moment, Eugene propels himself into the air, his body soaring with the intent to strike again. Below, the mages attempt to summon more magic, but Eugene sees through their plan immediately. Their efforts are glaringly obvious. They're trying to create illusions of themselves below, while the real attack would come from above. With a swift motion, he draws a whip from his cloak, expertly cutting through every projectile aimed at his life. One after another, the weapons fall apart, neutralized with flawless precision. As the last one falls, he lashes out, grabbing the head of one of the mages, ripping it off in a brutal, gruesome display. Calmly, he lands in front of the last remaining mage with an unwavering gaze as he assesses the situation. These mages are far too weak to be part of the Sultan's true forces, so Eugene wonders if they are operating behind his back. The mage trembles in fear, barely managing more than quiet murmurs. Eugene has no interest in wasting time. Without hesitation, he throws a knife into the mage's leg, unwilling to expend energy questioning someone so insignificant. The mage groans in pain as he admits that the orders are not from the Sultan. Eugene raises an eyebrow, suspicions creeping into his mind about who is truly orchestrating events from behind the scenes. He thinks Emir Kajitan is behind all of this, prompting him to press further. The mage hesitates, clearly attempting to avoid the inquiry. Losing patience, Eugene throws another knife, this time piercing the mage's other leg. With a trembling voice, the mage finally confesses that Amelia Merwin is the mastermind behind it all, and this place serves as her sacred dungeon. Eugene's expression hardens in disbelief, knowing that Amelia Merwin's dungeon is located in the Asher Desert, far from this location. The mage, still trembling, quickly clarifies that Amelia has been traveling back and forth for about 6 years, making all the decisions. Eugene contemplates this revelation while the mage's fear intensifies. Seeing his terror, Eugene speculates that he might be afraid of Amelia Merwin. Eugene offers no comfort, only a grim choice. He offers him a quick and painless death, and reminds him that Amelia, however, wouldn't let him die so peacefully. Panic floods the mage's eyes as he finally divulges the truth. The dungeon's purpose is to accelerate desertification, with multiple dungeons scattered across the Kajani dungeon. This one, constructed a decade ago, underwent expansion 6 years prior. Initial concerns about underground instability shifted when something far worse was discovered: a giant gate buried deep beneath the surface. Efforts to open it proved futile, leaving them no choice but to seek Amelia Merwin's expertise. Satisfied with the information, Eugene swiftly ends the mage's life, fulfilling his promise. With the mage's death, Rahman's restraints loosen. The warriors in this place no longer surprise Eugene as they are pretty weak, and it is now evident that they serve under Amelia Merwin's direct orders, eliminating any travelers who dare to approach. Rahman, now free, calls for Eugene's attention, urging him to leave the area as quickly as possible. He knows that if this truly is one of Amelia Merwin's Blackthorn dungeons, they are in constant danger. Eugene considers the situation, acknowledging that they are already deep inside, and the chances of Amelia Merwin appearing suddenly are slim. After all, her main dungeon is located in the Asur Desert. Rahman insists that despite this, she could return at any moment. They have no idea how she moves between locations. Eugene, however, points out that leaving this place is no guarantee of safety. If they do escape, Amelia Merwin would undoubtedly pursue them, determined to punish anyone who dares invade her domain. Eugene considers the possibility of conflict with Amelia Merwin. While he'd prefer to avoid it, it's becoming increasingly clear that he has little choice. Looking at Rahman, he wonders why the warrior isn't running as the place is pretty dangerous. Rahman's response is that he saved his life twice, and as a man, if Amelia Merwin returns to harm him, he'll fight to protect Eugene, even if it costs him his own life. Eugene, unimpressed with Rahman's lack of skill, suggests he return to safety and leave him be. But Rahman refuses. However, Eugene uses Blink to teleport behind him, knocking him unconscious. He leaves Rahman there, feeling a sense of annoyance at having to resort to such measures. As Eugene moves forward, his thoughts turn to the expansion of the dungeon 6 years ago. At the time, he was only 13, participating in the blood succession ritual. It was during this time that he found Hamill's artifact in the treasury, a reward for his performance. The labyrinth had existed for 10 years already, but parts of it collapsed 6 years ago. Eugene wonders if the magic that sealed the grave disappeared because he obtained the necklace. This would mean that Amelia Merwin must have tampered with his grave. Eventually, Eugene reaches the large hole the mage had mentioned. His instincts tell him that this is where his grave must be. He uses his Gilda abilities to descend into the hole, arriving at a sturdy metal door that appears to be already opened. Eugene deduces that this is the door the Sand Mage spoke of, and it must have been opened by Amelia Merwin herself. With no other choice, Eugene jumps down into the darkness below, discovering countless holes in the ground and walls, clear evidence of a battle that took place here. Eugene wonders about the fight and thinks if it could have been Shah. Eugene continues walking through the halls until he stumbles upon something that shakes him to his very core: his own grave. The stone reads, Hamill Dinus lived from 421 to 459. A piece of garbage, idiot, dumbass, and straight up annoying. but also brave, faithful, wise, and most importantly, great. This tombstone is in praise of him who sacrificed himself for all of humanity and left much earlier than he should have. Eugene tries to hide his face, suppressing his emotions, but they overwhelm him, and he begins to cry uncontrollably. As he sobs, he wonders why Xia never said any of these things about him while he was alive. After all, he never would have seen this gravestone if he had still been dead. His tears flow, perhaps from sadness, perhaps from a strange sense of gladness, or maybe both. But eventually he calms down, his eyes swollen and red. His thoughts shift to the grave's condition. It's clear that a fierce battle took place here, as the grave itself is nearly destroyed. Yet the statue and memorial stone remain untouched, pristine. Eugene deduces that around 200 years ago, Xia must have sensed that the familiar spirit guarding the grave had died and left Aeroth to protect it. That's when she would have fought the intruder, the one who sought to desecrate the grave. Xia, strong as always, was even more powerful after her death. Her form, brought back through witchcraft, marked her as the most powerful mage in the world. No questions asked. But even Xia couldn't have won this battle. If she had, the grave wouldn't be in ruins. And since the illusion he saw indicated Xia was still alive, she must have been gravely injured during the fight and retreated to hide. But just who could have injured her to that extent? A demon? Perhaps the demon kings themselves? Maybe the demon king of incarceration or the demon king of ruin? Standing there, pondering the situation, Eugene realizes that overthinking won't get him anywhere. He needs to find Xia. He starts searching the area, hoping to uncover any clues that might remain. As he walks, Eugene can't help but think about the friends who made this grave and how they must have wept while setting up the statue. He wonders if Burmit cried then. He can't quite picture it. Even after they'd defeated a monstrous opponent and everyone was celebrating their victory, Burmit had always been the one to look around at his injured friends and criticize himself. He would say he shouldn't have let them get hurt and that he could have done better. This bothered both Hamill and Anise, though Hamill was the one who tried to comfort him. Hamill told Burmit that he was human, just like everyone else, and that he couldn't do everything on his own. If he thought he could, he should go off and fight alone. Anise, exasperated, told Hamill to stop feeding Burmit such nonsense. But even Anise knew that Hamill understood how Burmit felt. Hamill saw it in her expression when Burmit said what he did. He felt the same way. Anise had told him that her words weren't aimed at Burmit, but rather at him, predicting he would act like a child. Eugene thinks he'll never again have a conversation like that with his dearest comrades, which almost brings him to tears. He quickly pushes the thought aside, not wanting to make his already swollen eyes worse. It's then that Eugene spots a large ornate metal door, wide open, another common trait of this place. Stepping through, he finds yet another door, and someone standing in front of it. Eugene demands the figure identify himself and explain his presence. The man answers in a ragged voice but soon stands tall, almost knightly. Eugene tries to make sense of who he's facing and quickly concludes that this can't be a demon, as there's not a trace of life emanating from him. That can only mean one thing, an undead. Eugene growls and demands the figure identify himself or face the consequences. In a rasping voice, the undead replies that he is Hamill, the Foolish. The words send Eugene into a furious rage as he himself was Hamill the Foolish. He is no more than a lowly death knight who had deluded himself into believing he was the great Hamill. Yet Eugene can't ignore the facts. This is Hamill's grave, and it's possible this death knight was made from his body. In a fit of rage, Eugene demands that the undead remove his helmet, but the figure stands proudly, unwavering. Eugene, unable to control his fury, charges at him with everything he's got. Just before reaching him, Eugene leaps into the air, shouting again in full force to remove his helmet. With those final words, he attempts to crash down onto the undead, but it dodges with ease, countering almost instantly. Eugene has plenty of time to dodge the attack, but when he retaliates, his strike is deflected. The undead is protected by a mana shield, or rather, a demonic force shield, given that it's a death knight. The undead immediately shifts into an offensive stance, and Eugene struggles to defend himself, but the blow still sends him flying. He grits his teeth, feeling the ache in his arms from just that one attack. This thing is far stronger than he expected, likely the result of someone like Amelia Merwin's dark magic. She must have created this death knight 6 years ago, when she opened the doors to Hamill's grave, turning his corpse into an undead servant. But with no soul inhabiting the body, it's nothing more than a hollow imitation of the man. If this is truly the work of a dark mage as skilled as Amelia Merwin, Eugene realizes that his chances of winning are slim to none. It's as if he's facing someone on par with the patriarch of the Lionhearts, or even the captain of the Black Lion Knight Order. Despite these overwhelming odds, however, his heart is filled with nothing but rage. He doesn't care anymore. With that fury burning inside him, Eugene activates his mana circle, teleporting behind the undead in an instant. He strikes with a spear, but the undead easily deflects the blow. The fight rages on, undeterred. Eugene conjures a large sword from his cloak, aiming to crush the undead like a tin can, but the creature's swiftness pushes Eugene back once more. In one final attempt, Eugene pulls something from his cloak with lightning speed. The undead sees the move coming and halts the attack in its tracks. The weapon Eugene had drawn is a spear, one of many weapons he's mastered throughout his life. The undead pauses for a moment, then acknowledges Eugene's impressive skill, praising his proficiency with so many different weapons. Eugene retorts, telling the undead that if it's going to pretend to be Hamill, The least it can do is fix its tone. Hamill never spoke like that. The undead, still impressed, admits Eugene's skill, but insists it's not enough. In a flash, it charges at Eugene, slashing with incredible force. The two exchange blows, but Eugene's weapon shatters under the pressure. The undead taunts him, saying it's a shame such a talented young man will die by his blade. Just before the attack lands, Eugene pushes back. He's holding a dagger now, and the undead realizes that Eugene has managed to parry the blow. This is no ordinary parry though. It's enhanced by magic. Eugene had aligned the sword's soul with the attack's mana wavelength, deflecting it entirely. But even with that, the force of the attack was still devastating. Eugene feels the sting of the impact. He's not yet strong enough to deflect such a powerful strike fully. This fight cannot be drawn out any longer. Eugene knows he must end it now, even if it costs him everything. He starts to channel his mana circle further, pushing his reserves to their limits, determined to defeat the undead with all his might. He fights through the pain, even as his bones feel like they're being cracked with every blow and his muscles tear with every movement. It doesn't matter to Eugene. He endured worse in his past life, in a weaker body. As long as his mental fortitude holds, he can keep fighting. Finally, his sword breaks under the strain. But Eugene isn't done yet. He pulls out Storm Sword and charges it with mana, preparing for another assault. Even as he unsheathes the blade, Eugene decides that he'll concentrate all of his remaining mana into a Storm Sword. His mana shield might weaken in the process, but this is the only way to end this. The fight continues. Eugene doesn't give the undead knight a moment to react. He relentlessly presses the attack, launching magic missiles at the knight. As the knight is distracted by the missiles, Eugene leaps into the air and slashes at its helmet, determined to see what lies beneath. He lands behind the knight just as the helmet shatters into pieces. The knight, now fully exposed, turns to face Eugene, revealing a face that looks exactly like Hamill's. Instead of being surprised, Eugene praises the knight's appearance, joking that even after all these years, Hamill still looks that good. However, he mocks the knight by calling its soul ugly. This enrages the knight, and in a burst of fury, it hurls its sword at Eugene, who barely dodges the attack. In an instant, the knight closes the distance and delivers a powerful blow, sending Eugene flying. Eugene manages to land on his feet, but is shocked by the knight's sudden increase in speed and strength. He realizes that while the knight was weaker when using a sword, it becomes far more dangerous in hand-to-hand combat. Eugene knows that, as a death knight, it must destroy the creature's heart directly, otherwise it will heal itself. The problem is that Eugene has nearly exhausted his mana from dodging and defending. If it weren't for the white flame technique, he would already be out of mana. Despite his worn-out state, Eugene is determined to make the impossible possible. As the knight charges again, Eugene blocks its attack, but the knight leaps into the air. Eugene tries to counter with magic missiles, but the knight dodges them all with flashy movements. It lands back on the ground, its hands and feet engulfed in demonic energy. Eugene grows nervous as the knight's transformation resembles a beast-like state known as lycanthropy. He wonders if a lycanthrope's soul has taken over Hamill's body. Before Eugene can process this further, the knight follows up with another attack. To counter, Eugene whips out the moonlight fragment and hurls it at the charging knight. To his shock, the fragment is deflected and fails to fully dissolve the demonic energy. At best, it weakens the knight's demonic force. Realizing this, Eugene charges at the knight, who is ready to counter. As Eugene closes in, the knight manages to scratch him with its claws, but Eugene slips past and positions himself behind the knight. Seizing the opportunity, Eugene presses the moonlight fragment against the knight's chest, causing it to writhe in hellish pain. The demonic energy around the knight begins to dissipate, weakening its defenses. Eugene takes advantage of this opening, stabbing directly into the weakened area and following up with a barrage of preloaded magic missiles. The attack is successful, leaving the knight with broken armor and trembling in pain. Eugene, also worn out, mocks the knight about the damage he has inflicted on its chest. There is a huge hole in the knight's chest, exposing a strange red marble. With a smirk, Eugene asks if it's his heart. Enraged by the question, the knight charges at Eugene with full force, slamming him against the wall. The impact sends a jolt of pain through Eugene's body, making him cough up blood, but he still maintains his cocky attitude, calling the knight a mere death knight. The knight, furious, roars that he is, in fact, the real Hamill, but Eugene simply flips him off. This only fuels the knight's rage further, prompting him to grab Eugene by the shoulder and crush him with overwhelming strength. Eugene knows that if this beating continues, he won't last much longer, but his determination refuses to let him die. He was reincarnated for a reason. With no other choice, Eugene decides to use a technique he knows will have severe side effects. However, he is certain that if he activates it, victory will be his. He is confident that he can tear the knight apart with this skill, though the potential recoil worries him. This is Hamill's ultimate technique from his past life. Ignition. Suddenly, Rahman arrives, calling out to Eugene. Eugene notices him and feels a bit worried that he managed to follow him all the way there, despite being knocked out earlier. Seeing Eugene in trouble, Rahman quickly draws his sword, ready to defend him. The knight, noticing this, throws Eugene aside and takes a moment to catch his breath. Rahman's eyes widen in concern as Eugene crashes into a wall from the knight's sheer strength. Fueled by urgency, Rahman charges at the knight with full force, but as soon as his sword collides with the knight's armor, it shatters instantly. The knight then grabs Rahman and lifts him effortlessly, while Eugene, already back on his feet, smiles. Rahman finds it astonishing that Eugene can still smile even in such a dire situation. However, the knight is clearly not amused. With a scowl, he hurls Rahman toward Eugene, sending them both crashing to the ground. Sensing the situation, Rahman urges Eugene to escape while he creates a distraction. However, Eugene notices a door behind them, one they could potentially use to flee. Before they can act, the knight reveals that the door is locked and that no one has ever been able to open it. Taking that as a challenge, Eugene grins and starts pushing against the door with what little strength he has left. He knows that since this is his grave, whoever designed the door must have intended for only the grave's owner to open it. To the knight's astonishment, the door swings open effortlessly and pulls both Eugene and Rahman inside. Rahman, struggling to regain his balance, tries to process where they are. However, before he can react, Eugene knocks him out again to keep him safe from whatever might be lurking inside. Suddenly, Eugene is shocked by what he sees. Something Burmit has left behind. Resting atop a casket is the Moonlight Sword. In his previous life, Eugene and his party had discovered this sword inside the Demon King of Slaughter, Dagon's dungeon, during their subjugation mission. At the time, Hamill had tried to claim it for himself, as all his weapons had been destroyed in battle. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even get near it. In the end, it was Burmit whom the sword had accepted as its rightful owner. Now, in the present, Eugene stands before the same Moonlight Sword, wondering if Burmit had placed it here as a final condolence for him. The sword is named the Moonlight Sword, a name that perfectly matches its capabilities. After Burmit acquired the sword, he abandoned his old sacred sword, as the Moonlight Sword was far stronger and brighter. The first time the sword glowed, it was under a full moon. But now, under a crescent moon, Eugene wonders if the sword's power has weakened. As he thinks about this, he tries to retrieve the Moonlight fragment but is shocked to remember that he forgot to take it back after using it on the Death Knight. Shifting his attention back to the sword, Eugene can't believe that Burmit left it behind after his death, simply because he wanted it. However, Eugene realizes this isn't the time to dwell on such thoughts. He scans the room and notices there's only one way in and out. If he wants to leave, he'll have to fight the Death Knight again. There's also a chance that Amelia Merwin might arrive at any moment. The only way out is to kill the knight quickly and escape as fast as possible. With this in mind, Eugene walks up to the sword, wondering why Burmit left it there. He extends his hand, thinking that if the sword is here, it might be meant for him to take. In his past life, Eugene couldn't even get close to the sword. But now, as a descendant of Burmit, he wonders if he can claim it. As his hand nears the sword and barely touches the light, his breath shortens, and his mana begins to vibrate. To stabilize himself, Eugene activates the white flame method and reaches for the sword. As he grasps the hilt, Eugene realizes that the sword's power has weakened, likely due to the fragments it has lost over time. The moment he tightens his grip, a powerful shockwave sends him flying backward. However, he notices that the sword is now in his hand. He has successfully taken it. Eugene is thrilled, finally holding the sword he has desired for 300 years. Inspecting the sword, Eugene quickly realizes that the blade is fake, as it has broken into pieces over time. Only the lower part of the blade is real. As he lifts the hilt, the sword begins to absorb moonlight energy from the crescent moon, transforming into a complete blade. Now, Eugene holds the fully restored Moonlight Sword in his hand. The special trait of this sword is that it scatters all magic and mana. However, Eugene grows concerned as it begins absorbing his own mana. Still, he remains confident that he has enough to satisfy its hunger. Though at this moment, he can't handle it properly. Realizing the sword's immense power, he decides to store it in his cape. With the Moonlight Sword in his possession, he no longer needs to use ignition. This weapon alone will be enough to kill the Death Knight. Before leaving, Eugene checks the casket. As he suspected, his corpse is nowhere to be found. However, what truly shocks him is the inscription carved into the casket saying, "Someday, they both will meet again in another world." Eugene immediately recognizes the handwriting. It belongs to Saya. But there's something else that unsettles him even more. Meanwhile, outside, the Dark Knight is furious. He has attempted to break the door down multiple times, but nothing worked. Yet Eugene opened it with ease. Realizing Eugene's potential, he decides that he must keep him alive until his master returns. However, a new worry plagues him. His master will undoubtedly be enraged. He has disobeyed her, used his claws recklessly, and even damaged his armor. If he doesn't prove his worth soon, she might cast him aside. As the Death Knight is lost in thought, Eugene walks out of the door and casually asks if it was waiting for him. The Death Knight immediately demands to know how Eugene opened the door and what he saw inside. Eugene puts a finger to his lips and calls it a secret. This provokes the Death Knight, who charges at Eugene with its claws extended, fully engulfed in demonic energy. Seeing the knight approach, Eugene calmly draws the Moonlight Sword from his cape and swings it at his opponent. The Moonlight Sword completely stops the Dark Knight's magic attack. He is confused about what just happened, as his demonic force was shattered by a single swing of the sword. On the other hand, Eugene, after just one swing, starts losing his breath and his vision becomes blurry. Even merely witnessing the light of the sword is draining his mana, yet he is still happy that he managed to break the Dark Knight's demonic force. The Dark Knight tries to channel his force again but fails, prompting him to charge at Eugene with his bare hands. Seeing this, Eugene is slightly surprised but confident that it might be a bad choice on the Dark Knight's part. With that, he also takes out the Storm Sword, ready to counter his opponent. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight jumps around Eugene, trying to find a good attack angle and an opening. However, Eugene has yet to use his storm sword, so he swings it, unleashing his tempest attack. A tornado erupts from the strike, crashing into the ceiling, causing rocks to fall. Eugene then sends those falling rocks toward the Dark Knight. As the knight struggles to recover from the attack, Eugene stomps the ground, creating a powerful wave of mana. The impact shatters the Dark Knight's shoulder plate with immense force. This enrages the Dark Knight to the extent that he starts screaming at the top of his lungs and unleashes a powerful mana spell. Seeing him resist, Eugene mocks him, saying he should have shown this strength earlier. He then sends another mana fist attack toward the Dark Knight, who attempts to dodge. However, Eugene blinks in front of him just as the Dark Knight begins channeling his demonic force. At that moment, a moonlight fragment appears out of nowhere and interferes. Now that Eugene wields the moonlight sword, he can control these fragments. As the Dark Knight is momentarily distracted by the fragment, Eugene seizes the opportunity and stabs him with the moonlight sword, sending him crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Eugene also starts vomiting blood, having used too much mana in that attack. He realizes that as he runs out of mana, the light on the moonlight sword fades as well. His focus then shifts to the Dark Knight, who lies motionless on the ground. Eugene pierced through his core, yet his body remains, meaning the core isn't fully destroyed. Thinking about how his own body was once turned into a Dark Knight by Marwyn, Eugene feels a surge of anger. With that, he tries to drive his sword deeper into the Dark Knight's core, but something stops him. His body starts trembling, as if something invisible is binding him in place. With a nervous smirk, Eugene realizes Amelia is there. Amelia is using some kind of binding spell, locking Eugene in place. All he can do is move his mouth to speak. Eugene knows that she wants to talk to him, which is why she allows him this small freedom. Amelia, on the other hand, is contemplating what to do with Eugene. She considers the option of burying him in scorching sand up to his neck, allowing him to breathe but also suffer immensely. She plans to force his eyes and mouth open so they dry out and pop from his face. She then describes other gruesome details of the torture she intends to inflict on him. As she continues talking, Eugene's body starts moving on its own, controlled by her magic. Still standing behind him, Amelia keeps listing the tortures she has planned. With a mocking grin, Eugene remarks that he would die from shock long before she could carry out everything. But Amelia assures him that she won't let that happen. She reveals that through prolonged suffering, she will turn him into a desert scarecrow, keeping him alive until she tires of seeing him. She then asks if Eugene knows who she is. In response, Eugene reveals her name. Smirking, she introduces herself as Amelia Marwyn, the Desert Dungeon Master, known by many other names. Noticing the Dark Knight, she points at it, calling it her pet. She reveals that torturing and killing it are things only she has the authority to do. Eugene jokingly calls her pet ugly, which enrages Amelia. Without hesitation, she smacks him with her bone staff, sending him skidding across the ground. She warns him that only she, as its owner, can insult it. With Eugene's fall, the binding spell on him is broken, but he remains helpless. Amelia is on an entirely different level. He knows that even if he uses ignition, he still cannot defeat her. However, he suddenly remembers something he received from Balzac. Looking up at Amelia, he asks if she knows him. At the mention of Balzac's name, her eyes soften as she curiously inquires why Eugene is bringing him up. Eugene reveals that Balzac knows him, and then raises a letter toward her. Catching it, Amelia immediately notices Balzac's seal and wonders why he would write a letter for someone like Eugene. She asks if Eugene understands the letter's significance, but he only knows one thing. It guarantees that Amelia won't kill him. Amelia then reveals that long ago, Balzac did her a favor, and in return, she promised to grant him one as well. Amelia, in her pride, claims that it was a great honor for Balzac to receive a favor from her. Yet for decades, he never asked for anything. Since Eugene holds that letter, she offers to grant him one favor, so long as it is something within her power. This makes Eugene pause, carefully considering his decision. Meanwhile, Amelia declares that if Eugene wishes to live, she can grant that. But she won't simply let him go. She needs to know how he got here and what he did. However, in his usual maniacal manner, Eugene makes a shocking request. He asks Amelia to kill herself. She smirks awkwardly, revealing that such a request is beyond her ability. Instead, she offers Eugene two choices to make things simpler. The first, if he wants to keep everything that happened here a secret, he must die. The second, if he wishes to live, he must tell her everything that transpired. Eugene is taken aback by her offer. Seeing his hesitation, Amelia assures him that if he chooses the second option, she won't cripple or torture him. But she has other ways of making him talk. He has piqued her curiosity, as he discovered a place even the Sultan was unaware of. She asks if her desert mages had betrayed her, but as she speaks, Eugene is lost in thought, weighing his options. If he chooses life, he will be forced to confess everything under her powerful dark magic, even against his will. Seeing his hesitation, Amelia grows impatient, warning him that his silence will be taken as an answer. Meanwhile, Eugene's mind races with the idea of running, but he quickly remembers the binding spell that will hold him in place. Amelia's impatience reaches its peak as she begins counting to 3. As she counts, Eugene struggles to decide what he should do. The moment she reaches 3 and is about to strike him down, a sudden sound echoes from behind her. It's the Dark Knight, back on its feet. However, something is eerily different. Amelia kneels before it, her demeanor shifting entirely. A disgustingly powerful aura radiates from the knight, overwhelming Eugene in an instant. That's when he realizes the terrifying truth. Standing before him is none other than the mighty Demon King of Incarceration. The Demon King calls out to Eugene in a dark, deep voice, revealing that he saw him through Balzac's eyes back in Arath. He asks if Eugene came to offer flowers to his ancestors. The Demon King then reveals to Eugene that this is the grave of Hamill, the foolish, but he claims Hamill was not as foolish as they say. According to the Demon King, Hamill was quite strong and Bermit's closest friend. Hearing this, Eugene is shocked and a bit confused. The Demon King continues, acknowledging that he might seem like an enemy to Eugene, but he and Bermit built a true friendship. He finds it somewhat silly that Bermit would enforce something that happened 300 years ago onto his descendant. He claims to respect Lionheart because of his friendship with Bermit, but for Eugene, he respects him for who he is. According to the Demon King, Eugene is the most like Bermit of all the Lionhearts that exist, and those who came before him. Amelia is taken aback, realizing that Eugene is a Lionheart. However, as she focuses again on his appearance, she understands that he indeed looks like one. She then asks if the Demon King came to this pitiful place, in that destroyed body as a vessel, solely to save Eugene, the Lionheart. The Demon King confirms it, as Eugene is his friend's descendant after all. Amelia argues that this contradicts her freedom. However, the Demon King can see Bermit in Eugene, and he respects him more than he respects her. This disheartens Amelia, as the Demon King is claiming to respect someone who is dead more than her. As she tries to stand, a heavy dark magic pushes her back into a kneeling position. This enrages her, but she can't say anything. Meanwhile, the Demon King points out her lack of respect and claims that, although he respects her freedom, he cannot allow her to harm Eugene, at least for the moment. Eugene, still processing, asks what the Demon King meant by "for the moment." Hearing this, Amelia warns Eugene to speak with respect in front of the Demon King. However, the Demon King himself ignores her and continues, telling them that he has respected the Lionheart family name for over 300 years, due to his friendship with Bermit. However, in return, the House of Lionheart did not give him the same respect. So, the Demon King warns Eugene to go back and inform the other Lionhearts to respect him, or else he will no longer respect Eugene either. Eugene becomes truly worried, as this feels like a heavy warning from the Demon King. However, he is also confused as to why the Demon King is mentioning this after 300 years. The Demon King reveals the shocking news that he made the promise with Bermit for their freedom, but that promise is coming to an end. According to him, they will need someone else to make a promise again to ensure their freedom. Fear fills Eugene's eyes as he asks about the promise, but with a wide smile, the Demon King reveals that Eugene has no right to know, as he is not Bermit. With a maniacal laugh, he calls Eugene a foolish lion. Eugene is shocked to the core, realizing that the Demon King knows about his reincarnation. The Demon King claims that Eugene's existence and soul are all because of Bermit's promise, that Eugene could be born 300 years later. As Eugene processes this, his necklace begins to glow. The Demon King looks at Amelia and orders her to go back to her dungeon. However, she argues that she wants an answer about how he opened the door that even she couldn't open, no matter what she did. Hearing about the door, the Demon King teleports everyone toward it. He then extends his hand and melts the door, revealing that it was just Eugene's grave inside, and nothing else. Still in disbelief, Eugene looks at the Demon King. She asks if he still needs the body of her pet, to which the Demon King reveals that his work is done there, and he will return Hamill's body. Amelia, with a smirk, asks him if he's sure, as it is the body of his previous friend Bermit. However, the Demon King doesn't consider Hamill a friend, saying that he left his body and went away. Amelia, breathing a sigh of relief, calls Eugene lucky but warns him for next time. She says her goodbyes and uses her magic to drag Hamill's body with her. As she walks away, she is thinking about teaching Eugene a lesson one day, knowing that, for now, he is protected by the Demon King himself. Left behind, Eugene becomes enraged and starts punching the nearby wall with all his might. He is furious at the Demon King for knowing about his reincarnation. Eugene can't make sense of what the Demon King meant when he claimed that his reincarnation is the result of Bermit's promise. However, according to Eugene, if Bermit had to do something for him, he wouldn't have chosen to reincarnate him. He would have chosen to kill the Demon King instead. Eugene wonders if his reincarnation is somehow linked to the promise. He is also furious at the Demon King's apparent dislike of him. Eugene continues to think about how he wasn't able to destroy his body and how Amelia took it with her. He is also confused about what the Demon King meant by someone making another promise. It all seems like a riddle to him. Eugene doesn't want to be the one to make a new promise with the Demon King, nor does he want to be part of whatever will unfold once the promise ends. Now, with the information that Xia and Anise aren't behind his reincarnation but Bermit is, Eugene becomes even more enraged with him. However, he takes out the leaf he found in his grave. According to Eugene, Xia came to defend his grave, and after fighting the invader, she disappeared. The leaf in his hand belongs to the World Tree, which allows one to warp to the Elven Forest no matter where they are. Eugene speculates that Xia might have been cornered and used the leaf to escape to the forest, but he thinks the attacker was Bermit, though he doesn't understand the reason behind it. He remembers that Xia and Anise didn't like him when he first joined their group, but Bermit showed interest and confidence in him. Hamill, who was pretty cocky, declined, claiming that he wouldn't follow someone weaker than him. So Bermit challenged him to a one-on-one fight, which Hamill cleanly lost. Bermit was clearly stronger than him, but Hamill wasn't the type to give up easily. He came back again and again, but each time he was defeated by Bermit. Hamill, losing to Bermot, was confused about why Bermot wanted him on his team, as Bermot could have easily gotten someone stronger than him. However, Bermot revealed that Hamill was the last one he needed, and that he needed Hamill's power to kill all the Demon Kings. With a determined smile, Bermot extended his hand. In the present, Eugene is still lost in thought about the promise. He wonders if Bermot is behind everything, including the necklace. He thinks Bermot might have been able to place it in the Lionheart treasury without anyone noticing. Eugene continues to think about it, realizing that it's too early to confidently say anything, especially since the Sia illusion he saw in Arath, and the handwriting might also mean something. Also, what she wrote on his grave about meeting in another life makes Eugene wonder if she was referring to heaven or his reincarnation. He wonders if Bermot really betrayed Sia, but that's a possibility he doesn't want to think about. For now, in order to find all the truth, he has to find Sia first. Somewhere else, Amir's Kajian fixes his gaze on Eugene, hoping that, at the very least, he understands the weight of what he's asking. He's heard plenty about Eugene from his subordinates, the ones who attacked him. But Amir questions that does Eugene really believe he sent them to steal from him? Eugene, on the other hand, doesn't care about their reasons. The only thing that matters is that they harmed him, or at least tried to. The Kajian insists that everything was done for Eugene's own protection. If he isn't already aware, Nahama and Keel are far from being on good terms. Keel's emperor fears Nahama's power, while the Sultan holds his own grudges against Keel. He believes that the desert mages, those who keep accelerating the relentless desertification, are hiding somewhere at the farthest reaches of the wasteland. If a mere child managed to find them, then the Scorpion would surely follow. For Amir, protecting Eugene so thoroughly is same to Nahama bowing before Keel, even if only for a moment. But there was also the matter of figuring out what Eugene himself was doing there. After all, why venture into the desolate Kajitani Desert, a place where no one lives? Eugene isn't in the mood for an interrogation, and he makes that clear. The Kajian, however, has no delusions about forcing answers out of him. That's precisely why he had his men follow Eugene, to keep an eye on him, to make sure he was safe if anything happened. If only Raman had carried out his orders properly, they wouldn't be stuck in this tense and uncomfortable conversation. He understands Eugene's frustration, but from everything he's heard, his men kept their distance. It was Eugene who attacked first. Eugene smiles to himself, realizing that the Kajian hasn't mentioned the assassins or the desert mages. It's clear to him that the man has no idea about Hamill's grave or Amelia Marwin's presence in the Kajani Desert. Eugene realizes that he must be a puppet, but he sees no reason to reveal any of this. Instead, he decides to handle the situation in his usual manner and step back. He reflects that if the Kajian misunderstood the situation, that's on him, but it doesn't excuse the broader implications. The Kajian seems confused, and Eugene clarifies that even if this was all a misunderstanding, the fact remains that the Kajian's actions endangered him. If he tries to explain it away as a simple mistake, Eugene isn't sure how his family would react. The Kajian's voice begins to waver, and Eugene emphasizes that he doesn't want this to escalate into a larger conflict between two nations. He has no desire to put his family in a difficult position over something like this. Finally, the Kajian seems to grasp the gravity of the situation and asks what Eugene wants. Eugene calmly requests 500 million sel, considering it a modest price to mend their strained relationship, which has been marred by misunderstandings. The Kajian observes that for someone so young, Eugene is remarkably bold, a trait he doesn't necessarily see as a bad thing. He agrees to provide the money, seeing it as the only way to placate Eugene's anger. With the matter seemingly resolved amicably, the Kajian has one final question before they part ways. What exactly did Eugene see in the Kajani Desert? Eugene replies that there was nothing but endless desert, just as he had said before. He thinks to himself about the coffin statue and the memorial stone, both safely hidden in his cape. As far as he's concerned, there's nothing left to find. Even the Sultan is unaware of Hamill's grave, and as long as Amelia keeps her mouth shut, the secrets of the desert will remain buried forever. Eugene informs the Kajian that he intends to take Raman with him, as he needs to hold him accountable for threatening his life. The Kajian offers to have Raman executed on the spot to make things easier, but Raman feels a deep sense of betrayal. This is the master he had faithfully served through thick and thin, and now he's being discarded so casually. Eugene, however, declines the offer, stating that he isn't so ruthless as to demand someone's head over something so minor. Instead, he plans to take Raman back home and assign him menial tasks, like scrubbing toilets, as a form of punishment. The Kajian accepts Eugene's decision, and their conversation comes to an end. As Eugene walks toward his next destination, his mind drifts to a memory of a conversation he once had with Anis. They stood in a field littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers, and Anis, in a moment of vulnerability, questioned whether their mighty god was truly omnipotent and all-knowing. If he was, why would he allow young soldiers to suffer and bleed so needlessly? Hamill, overhearing her drunken ramblings, told her to stop, pointing out that she was clearly intoxicated. But Anis pressed on, wondering why a god of light, who was supposed to dispel all darkness, didn't do so. Hamill, uninterested in theological debates, remarked that he knew nothing about her god of light, but was certain about one thing. Bermot was a force to be reckoned with. If she wanted to see it that way, perhaps God couldn't handle the world alone, and had sent Bermot, the living miracle, to assist. That was why Bermot was such a valiant warrior, and why the sacred sword had chosen him instantly. Anis was taken aback by Hamill's unexpected words. though he clarified that he wasn't being kind. He was simply annoyed by her drunken chatter. He demanded she share her drink instead of drinking alone like a melancholic fool. Anise, clutching her flask tightly, insisted it wasn't alcohol but holy water, unfit for someone as faithless as Hamill. Their bickering continued, and in hindsight, Eugene found the memory oddly amusing. Eventually, Eugene arrives at his destination, the sacred ground of Light Hogani, where Anise's statue stands. He reflects that if one were to travel from the Holy Empire of Eurus across the ocean, they would have arrived here 200 years ago. It was here that Anise had offered a prayer before embarking on her pilgrimage to the far reaches of the desert. Eugene wonders if Anise had ever visited Hamill's grave to pay her respects. However, the timelines don't align perfectly. Shia's retirement occurred a few years before Anise's pilgrimage, making it unlikely that she had visited the grave. If she had, Eugene is certain she would have done something about its neglected state. He also ponders whether Burmit had any involvement in Anise's mysterious disappearance. Finding no significant clues at the site, Eugene is left with only one lead, a leaf Sia had left behind. Rahman timidly interrupts Eugene's thoughts, asking if he's changed his mind about returning home. Eugene assures him that they are indeed heading back to Kiel. Cyan, Eugene's brother, eagerly awaits his return, curious to see how much stronger Eugene has become in the 2 years he's been away. Cyan watches the portal with a mix of unease and reluctance. His mother notices his discomfort and comments that he seems conflicted about Eugene's return. Cyan admits that while he wants his brother back, he's also apprehensive. If Eugene truly desires to become the family head, Cyan knows he might have to step aside and relinquish the position. His mother reassures him that as long as he doesn't back down, Eugene won't take the role. The position of head, she reminds him, should go to the strongest member of the family, and Cyan is no longer a child, but a grown man capable of making his own decisions. Whether he chooses to claim the title or surrender it, she will respect his choice. She also emphasizes that Eugene is now his brother, bound not by blood but by kinship, and urges Cyan to speak with him upon his arrival. The matter of succession, she adds, can wait. When Eugene finally arrives, he's surprised to see his family waiting for him. He remarks that he was planning to meet them at the house, so their presence here is unexpected. His father immediately embraces him, and Eugene notes how much stronger and sturdier his father has become, his large beard adding to his imposing presence. His father credits his physical transformation to Sterod, a name Eugene vaguely recalls as Gargawi's father, more like steroid seller. Eugene wonders how close his father and Sterod have become for such casual familiarity. Behind his father, Eugene notices Cyan's mother and quickly bows an apology for not seeing her sooner. She waves off his formality, reminding him that they're family, and there's no need for such awkwardness. Eugene looks around and realizes the head, Gilad, is absent. The mother explains that he's at Black Lion Castle for the coming-of-age ritual. Eugene remembers that while the blood succession ritual includes both direct and indirect lineage members, the coming-of-age ceremony is reserved solely for the direct lineage. The mother adds that Yod, who is 2 years older than Eugene, was supposed to undergo the ritual last time, but was estranged, causing the ceremony to be skipped. Now, with 3 children, Eugene, Cyan, and Ciel, reaching adulthood next year, the upcoming ceremony promises to be more lively. Just then, Rahman steps out of the portal, and the mother inquires about his identity. Eugene introduces him as his subordinate, a 32-year-old man named Rahman, whom he personally selected for his trustworthiness. While Eugene isn't training him, he plans to assign him various tasks. He calls over Nina, who has also grown since he last saw her, and instructs her to teach Rahman how to clean the barn. He adds that the hall needs some maintenance and suggests assigning Rahman to more physically demanding tasks, as he appears to have the strength for it. Nina is visibly surprised by Eugene's instructions and hesitates, questioning whether it's appropriate to assign such tasks to someone who is technically his subordinate. Eugene reassures her that this is precisely why Rahman will follow her orders without question. He then turns to Rahman and declares that from this moment on, Na is his senior. Rahman, though visibly uncomfortable with the idea of taking orders from someone much younger, reluctantly accepts his new role. He consoles himself with the thought that this is all for the sake of the young master, Eugene. After all, Eugene had saved his life, and Rahman vows that when the day comes that Eugene needs him, he will risk everything to repay that debt, as a true warrior should. Meanwhile, Cyan catches Eugene's attention and suggests they take a walk to discuss some matters. As they stroll through the forest, Cyan suddenly asks Eugene a strange and unexpected question about, what is he? Eugene is momentarily thrown off by the question and responds with confusion, unsure of what Cyan is getting at. Cyan presses further, asking if Eugene is truly 19 years old as he claims. Eugene, deciding to be candid, reveals that he is actually the reincarnation of someone very important. Cyan dismisses this as a lie, and Eugene can't help but laugh. Eugene then turns the conversation around, asking why Cyan is so shocked by how much stronger he's become. Cyan's expression darkens as he explains that while 2 years have passed since they last saw each other, it feels like Eugene has lived 20 years in that time. Cyan had poured every ounce of his effort into improving himself, training relentlessly in both magic and swordsmanship, even achieving the rank of 3 stars. Yet despite his hard work, Eugene had already reached 4 stars. The weight of this realization visibly burdens Cyan, and he abruptly tells Eugene that he should become the family patriarch instead of him. Eugene is taken aback by this sudden shift and asks why Cyan is giving up on his ambition. Cyan admits that after seeing Eugene's growth, he no longer feels capable of leading the family. Eugene tries to reason with him, pointing out that Cyan can still become the patriarch if he chooses to. There's no competition between them, and Eugene has no interest in the position. But Cyan refuses to accept this, feeling that it would be unjust. Sensing his brother's frustration, Eugene suggests they settle the matter with a duel. If Cyan wins, Eugene will accept whatever decision he makes. Cyan is confused by this proposal, arguing that it would make more sense for Eugene to take the patriarch role if he wins. Eugene chuckles, teasing Cyan for being sharper than he expected. However, he reiterates that he has no desire for the position, as it's meant for someone with ambition, and he doesn't want the responsibilities weighing him down. If Cyan truly wants to change his mind, Eugene says, he'll have to do it by force. Cyan sighs and proposes that instead of a formal duel, they should have a friendly spar, like they used to. The two make their way to the sparring area, where servants gather to watch in awe. Cyan attacks with everything he has, desperately trying to land even a single hit on Eugene, who remains calm and composed, not even breaking a sweat. As they spar, Eugene notices that Cyan has made significant progress. His control over his sword soul is impressive, and he can maintain it for extended periods. His mana proficiency has also improved dramatically, likely due to reaching 3 stars. Eugene realizes that someone with Cyan's level of mana is exceptionally rare on the continent, a testament to his hard work and talent. Cyan finds the sparring session increasingly weird. Despite his best efforts, he tires far too quickly, as if he's swinging his sword against a tank. Eugene's blade seems to effortlessly deflect every one of his attacks, redirecting his strikes in ways that leave him off balance and frustrated. One of the watching servants murmurs that it's pointless, wondering aloud if Cyan could even stand a chance if he fought with everything he had, including his sword soul. Hazar, who has been observing from the sidelines, chimes in, stating that it's highly unlikely. He points out that Eugene was already formidable 2 years ago, but now his strength is overwhelming. While Cyan has undoubtedly grown stronger, Eugene remains unfazed, effortlessly handling Cyan's swift and relentless attacks without even moving from his spot. With a powerful parry, Eugene sends Cyan stumbling backward. Cyan, panting and visibly impressed, asks about the technique Eugene used. Eugene brushes it off as simple parrying, but Cyan isn't convinced. He notes that Eugene didn't just deflect his sword soul, he guided it, letting it slide off his blade rather than forcing it away. Eugene acknowledges Cyan's sharp observation, praising his keen eyes. Cyan, eager to learn more, presses Eugene to teach him. Eugene's expression shifts, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he asks if Cyan is truly serious about learning from him. Despite the teasing tone, Cyan remains patient, though his frustration is evident as he nearly snaps his sword in half. Eugene eventually relents, agreeing to teach him, but only if Cyan promises to become strong enough to take on the role of patriarch without hesitation. However, Eugene insists they move to a more private location, as the current setting is too crowded for proper instruction. Once they're alone, Eugene explains bluntly that no matter how much Cyan trains, he'll never surpass him in strength. However, he adds that if Cyan becomes strong enough, Eugene will accept him as the patriarch. Cyan tries to interject, but Eugene cuts him off that even if Cyan tries to force the title onto him, Eugene has no interest in becoming patriarch. Cyan reflects that this is the 3rd time Eugene has rejected the position, and while he respects his brother's decision, he can't help but feel conflicted. He argues that Eugene, despite his skill, lacks the qualities of a patriarch and hasn't undergone the necessary training to lead. As Cyan continues to ramble, Eugene finally loses patience and kicks him in the leg to shut him up. Once Cyan calms down, he asks when Eugene plans to teach him the technique. Eugene explains that he's too busy at the moment to give him a proper lesson, but he promises to write down the instructions and provide them to Cyan later. If Cyan trains diligently and studies the notes thoroughly, Eugene assures him he'll master the skill in no time. Meanwhile, far to the south of Kiel, Mount Uklas stands as an ancient and rugged mountain. Despite Burmut, the founder of the Kiel Empire, relinquishing his title and moving to the capital over 300 years ago, Uklas remains a significant part of Lionheart territory. The Black Lion Castle, perched at the mountain's peak, serves as a reminder of Burmut's legacy. It was here that Burmut spent much of his life, and it is also where his body now rests. The family members gather for a meeting, and the Gilead announces Eugene's recent return to the main residence. One of the attendees remarks on the timing, noting that there are only 2 months left in the year. Gilead suggests that there's no need to summon Eugene to the meeting, but another member interjects, pointing out that Gilead himself had made an unprecedented decision by bringing a child of indirect lineage into the main household, a move that had never happened in their history. Gilead, though he had known this man since his youth, still feels a lingering unease around him. This man, the eldest in the family and the head of the Senate, is known as the White Lion of Immortality, Doiners Lionheart. He acknowledges that Eugene has proven his worth, but adds that the situation surrounding him has been somewhat chaotic. Carmen also speaks up, recalling her own encounter with Eugene during her visit to Arath. She questions why his indirect lineage is being treated as a problem, emphasizing that what truly matters is his potential. Doiners gives her a measured look, acknowledging her insight but reminding her that she doesn't represent the Black Lion. He declares that he will personally assess Eugene during the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony, an event he eagerly anticipates.